Welcome. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Buckles Locker. Subscribe to the channel, like the channel, share all the videos. Don't forget to hit the notification bell icon to notify you on all new videos that's posted on this channel. Shouts out to all the Pirates and Sea Bandits. Black Monday. Last video for the 2025 season, which we are in 2026, but this is the last video that's going to talk about in depth the good, the bad, and of course, we will talk about the future. Those of you that want to talk about that too. And I will be opening locker room up. I think today I can get 12 people in today. 12 people. After this video, we're going to move on into 2026 conversation. But we're going to have to do a recap. We're going to do a recap of, everything. We're going to talk about the good first. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to kick my little segment off, talking about the good, the bad, you know what I'm saying? And then a little bit on the future, but I'm going to focus on the good and the bad side of it. Well, I got some talking points that I want to discuss. And I'm going to kick this right off. This is going to be a great video. It'll have its highs, it'll have its mids, and it'll have its lows. Don't take none of this personal. This is just my opinion. This can be for some of you entertainment purposes, but whatever. I got my Lavonte David jersey on, and I'm going to kick it off with Lavonte David. I want to give him his flowers. And say it's been a pleasure watching him play for 13 years. He was here when times was rough. Drafted in 2012 by Greg Schiano, second round pick, undersized linebacker. And a lot of us didn't know what to expect. And he saw this team at its lowest point. 2012, 2013, 2014, the 2-14 season. And then 2015, 6-10, 2016, 9-7, 2017 or 2017, 5-11, 2018, 5-11, 2019, 7-9, 2020 Super Bowl. NFC South champion and Super Bowl. 2021, 13-4. 2022, 8-9. Playoffs. 2023, 9-8. Playoffs. 2024, 10-7. Playoffs. 2025, 8-9. Missed the playoffs. I would have loved to see him go out on a high road, on a high note, one more time, one more run. But, unfortunate circumstances, the team wasn't great around him defensively and offensively had some issues. But he was one of the few bright spots and very consistent, very underrated. He tied Derek Brooks for the team record for tackles. I don't know the breakdown of the particular stats, but I think it's him and a few other linebackers with so many tackles and so many sacks and so many interceptions. I think he's there with Luke Kuechly and Urlacher. He was never recognized for what he gave to the team outside of Tampa. Outside of Tampa, didn't nobody really care about Lavonte David, which is unfortunate. Outside of Tampa, didn't nobody really care. He had some moments and he was mentioned in the media, but he didn't get that push that Luke Kuechly got, Patrick Willis, Bobby Wagner. He didn't London Fletcher. He didn't get that push. What a shame. He never really got his true flowers. I believe he made one Pro Bowl. I don't think he made an All-Pro. Did he make all? I forgot. I'm trying to run through my head. I'm just trying to remember everything I was reading. He made one Pro Bowl, I think one All-Pro. He was not a first-team All-Pro ever in his career. He was overshadowed. Like every year there was a linebacker overshadowing him because the Bucs wasn't a great team for a long time. 2012 to 2019, the Bucs were irrelevant 7 straight years. And then when he finally got on the big stage, he performed. Then his name got out there, but it was like he halfway through his career. And every year, go back and look at every year, there was always a linebacker or 2 or 3 or 4 of them that the media always talked about. And it's unfortunate because NFC South had Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, Demario Davis, and they had, what's the other linebacker? But it was a few of them. But I'm going to give him his flowers. And I wanted to kick this video off talking about Lavonte David. So he'll go into the Ring of Honor. I think he's a Hall of Famer, no doubt. And his time will come when people will finally recognize him for what he really brought to the team and to the NFL. So big ups to Lavonte David. I got your jersey on, man. You will not be forgotten over here. That's for sure. So much love. All right, let's get to the season overview. Now that that's out the way. I know everybody waiting for that. Let me get some more lighting up in here. All right, let's get it started. Let's get it cracking. Season overview. Final record 8-9. Key stretches. I'm reading off my little notes I got here. Final record 8-9. They had some key stretches at the beginning of the season. They started out 6-2, right? Or 5. They went 5-1 and 6-2, and then they ended the season losing the next 7 out of 9, which caused the Bucs not to make the playoffs. They was tied with the Falcons and the Panthers, and the 3-way tiebreaker allowed the Panthers to win the NFC South with a record under 500, and they will be hosting the Rams at Bank of America Stadium. Yeah, that was not good. They had momentum, they had injuries, but we'll get into that. The games that defined the season for the Bucs, it wasn't even the big games. It was not the Bills, it was not the Rams, it was not the Eagles, even the Patriots. It wasn't even that game, because you can lose those 4 games and still get to the playoffs. It was the games that they lost that didn't make any sense. Remember what I told y'all about the WTF games? We had 4 of them. And at the end of the season, because everybody said, okay, Ty Bowles and his typical middle of the season collapse. It not only happened, it happened after the bye. So it wasn't in the middle of the season. So the Bucs got over that hump. And at the end of the season, after the bye week 10, they proceeded to collapse. Proceeded to go 2-7. 4 WTF games. They had a lot of WTF moments, but they had 4 WTF games. And we're going to go through all that. But the games that define the Bucs season, you can pick one. Because all they had to do is win one. You can put them in the bunch, or you can pick one. Saints game, 24-20. Falcons game, 29-28. Panthers first game, 23-20. The Dolphins game, 20-17. I think it was 20-17, but the Dolphins game. Pick one. There's been a few games this season that all you can do is scratch your head. You pick one. You tell me what game or games defined the Bucs season. And you put it in the comment section. You can put it in the chat. You can put it in the chat. It was yeah. It was the Dolphins game. Was not cool, man. The Dolphins game was pretty bad. If I had to choose a game that defined the Bucs season, I'm gonna have to say the Falcons game. I was there. That was not cool. Not cool at all. Yeah, 20-17. The Dolphins game was 20-17. Not cool at all. I was there. Bucs up 14 points. 28-14, and then you turn around and lose the game 29-28. You got outscored 15-0 in a quarter and a half, maybe a quarter, and just a little bit above a quarter. I think that was the season defining game. Because losing that game, it pretty much did a number on a lot of us. The Falcons game Thursday night, 50th anniversary party. You shouting out the 50th anniversary team and the swashbuckler, all these things that would happen. You had the Geico halftime show, Amazon Prime, and you sugar honey iced tea the bed. Total embarrassment. And the Bucs, I think that was it for the Bucs at that moment. A lot of us didn't believe it at the time, but just high insight, going back and looking back at that situation, that moment right there, despite everything that's happened up until that moment, the injuries on offense, the lapses on defense, in the back of your head as a Bucs fan, you had to ask yourself the question, if we can just get this Falcons game. Now, mind you lost to the Saints. But in the back of your head, you had to ask yourself this question and tell yourself this question, or tell yourself this. If we can get this Falcons game, I think we'll be all right as far as getting to the playoffs. The Bucs proceeded to lose that game. And after that game, it did not feel the same at all. It just didn't make any sense at all. That was the game that I circled for the 2025 season that crushed a lot of us. 14 points in the fourth quarter. $14 points in the fourth quarter, and you lose on Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football 29-28 against a quarterback, Kirk Cousins that he's washed. That was my season-defining game. The biggest WTF game of the season. I told y'all about these games, about when it comes to the Bucs. Every year they have these WTF games. They have 4 in a row. I left that stadium looking at myself as a Bucs fan like, damn, that was the game that they kind of could have, should have salvaged the season. Because then after that game, you proceeded to lose to the Panthers and the Dolphins. And then you beat the Panthers 16-14. But we'll get to that. But I just want to give you all the games that define, or the game that defined the Bucs season. It's rough, man. It's hard being a fan that you know your team is better than what the records say, quote unquote. In this particular division, is like, oh man, we just let one get away. And if Todd Bowles would have pulled this division, this season, I got the champion, been the NFC South champions. Yeah, people will be upset, but it'll also let people know at least we still number one in a weak division, which is not saying a lot, but it just makes him keeping the job a lot better. I know it's not the record that we want to see. Remember, Todd Bowles took this team after a 13-4 season and proceeded to go 9-8. 8-9. Then he got to his pinnacle at 10-7, and then the following year go 9-8. So it's like twice in a row he's regressed. Let me repeat that. 13-4 to 8-9, 10-7 to 8-9. He regressed twice. Do with that what you will. Offensive breakdowns. The quarterback performance, Baker, up and down season. Started out first 8 games, MVP talk. Like 16 touchdowns, like 3 turnovers. He was playing very well, despite the injuries, which is interesting. Like, he was playing well with no Godwin, missing Evans, no J-Mac, but he was still making things happen, which throws me off when people say, "Oh, what a team was," this and that. But nobody was saying that when we were 6-2. When we were 6-2, I didn't hear all these injuries conversations. I didn't hear all that. I didn't hear, Bucket Irvin Hurd and, and Godwin and Evans not playing and J-Mac playing. It was Baker and Emeka Egbuka and the defense playing pretty well and some key moments, special teams, Chase McLaughlin making kicks, thing. You didn't hear none of these topics of conversation when it came to the quarterback. And all of a sudden, the next 9 games, 10 touchdowns, 10 turnovers. So where was all the conversation when the Bucs were 6-2 about, oh, we ain't got our full? But I did hear this. Wait till we get healthy. I did hear that. Wait till we get healthy. We're going to be a lot better. Watch out for the Bucs. So the quarterback performance, to me, I'm going to have to give it a C. If it wasn't for Baker Mayfield, the Bucs would be 4-13 at best. Like, let's give credit where it's due. I know some of you don't like Baker. I get it. And I'm talking to y'all from a football perspective, and a Bucs fan. I know a lot of y'all don't like Baker. You want him gone and all that stuff like that. Look, and I said this, and I'm gonna say it 1,000 more times. Baker's not a terrible quarterback, but he has a ceiling. But you got to give him his props for this past season, because it wasn't a great season. Statistically, for Baker Mayfield, his performance at best was a C minus. C minus. I give Baker a C minus because I can't grade you on a scale on two halves. First half of the season and then the back half, because the back half mattered more than the front. If you flip it around and the Bucs go, if you flip it around and say the Bucs went 2-6 the first 8 games, and then the back end of the season they go 7-2, they 9-8, they win the division. So to me, the back end mattered more. And he didn't perform well. He kind of came back to his median. You know what I'm saying? Like 34 to 3,700 yards, 20-some touchdowns, double-digit interception. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what he is, unless he has a perfect coordinator. And I grade Baker Mayfield on a scale based on what people they proceed him to be and what he really is. What he really is average at best quarterback. Some people say he's a top 10 quarterback. I don't agree. Each his own. But he's a solid quarterback, but I don't think he will take you to the next level. So I give Baker Mayfield a C minus as far as performance, because he had great moments in the beginning of the season. Like I said, if it wasn't for him, the Bucs would be 4-13. The Bucs will be picking in the top 5 if it wasn't for Baker Mayfield. Run game consistency. I'm gonna have to get it a D, because I know Bucky was hurt. Rashad White, Sean Tucker had some moments, but overall, the run game consistency that consists of the running backs, the tight ends, and the O-line. I didn't like it. They had no running back over 600 yards, I believe. So, and then Bucky Irvin, he had some issues with his foot and his shoulder. Then they said something about his mental health, and then he got back. He even got back and still didn't look great overall. He had some moments where he had good runs, but as he got back into football shape, you can kind of see like, okay, Bucky Irvin is suited for 15 to 20 touches. Not the type of running back, the more carries he gets, it's going to get like Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor type thing, Josh Jacobs type thing, you know what I'm saying? Saquon Barkley type. I don't think Bucky Irvin is that type of running back. You know what I'm saying? I think he's gonna be a really good player, but this season let me know, when you average out the 2 seasons, his rookie season and his this season, not a bell cow running back at 5'7", 5'8", 180 pounds. Not a bell cow back. It's almost like he's kind of like more of a scat back type thing, a scat back type player. Not saying a gadget guy, because you can give him some carries, but you can't give him a heavy load. And the Bucs did that a few times. I mean, running this man up the middle, like, why is most of his runs are designed for him to go up the middle and then cut back? I want y'all to think about that. So, and then Sean Tucker didn't get enough carries, and then Rashad White had some moments, but didn't like his running style. But he actually kind of outperformed Bucky down the stretch as far as yards per carry and what he was doing with the ball. Bucky had some runs, but Rashad White was right there. And it's kind of sad that more than likely Rashad White will not be back with the team, but we'll get into that. And then Sean Tucker, who's been underutilized, but then they started doing this weird thing with Sean Tucker and the goal line plays and having him in the game with no Irvin and no White. It just got weird with the running back situation. And also you can blame the tight ends and Cole Keith not being there, and the guards. The guard situation and the center situation is probably bottom. Interior O-line, I'll get to them in a second, but interior O-line, man, they messed that running game up pretty bad, and the run game got affected, and it hurt Baker. It hurt Baker Mayfield. Him not having that run game, that consistent run game, actually hurt him. But run game, I'll give it a D minus. So you got the quarterback C minus, run game D minus, offensive line strengths and weaknesses. Of course, the strength is the tackles. The interior part, bottom 10. Graham Barton, for the 1,000th times I'm saying this, he's not a center. And I bet you Jason Light and Todd Bowles regret letting Robert Hainsley go. But the Bucs probably should get a true center and move Graham Barton to guard. That will help you in your left guard situation because the Bucs have not got that position right in a long time. And there was a stat that came out. The Bucs were top 10 in pass pressures allowed. So that told me a lot too. And I think a lot of that has been misconstrued because Baker did scramble out of a lot of sacks. A lot of sacks. He scrambled a lot of things, but he also had some protection too. There's been plenty of times where Baker Mayfield gets to the top of that drop. Patty cake. Baker's man. Bake a cake as fast as you can on your feet. Like he got happy feet. Like, dude, then he bailing out of the pocket. The pocket is right there. But I know why he was bailing out of the pocket. He couldn't see over the O-line. That's why he resorted to scrambling. Backyard football, which was not sustainable. So the O-line did not play terrible overall. The run game sucked. And the guards didn't do well, but just from an overall perspective, the quarterback kind of jacked it up a little bit too. So as far as O-line grade, C-, D+, kind of. I know Tristan Wirfs was hurt, Luke Gedeke was hurt, but I'm going to give him a C. I'm going to give him a C. Like I said, it wasn't terrible because at least we got good tackles. We got an all-pro left tackle, and then we have a solid right tackle. And Luke Gedeke had a crazy game. He was looking crazy out there in one of them games. He had an awful game. It happens. But I'm going to give him a C because the weakness is the guards. And then the thing about it is the Bucs will have good moments with those guards and center combinations, and they'll make some good run blocking plays, but it was never consistent. Standout offensive players. We're going to talk about the receivers. Evans was hurt most of the season. Collarbone situation. Godwin came back too early. Fibula wasn't holding up right. J Mac got hurt in preseason because Teddy Bridgewater hospital ball. I'm glad he will not be back on that team. Right? Sterling Shepard, crash test dummy, running all over the field, setting picks when you need to be running a route. So, there was a lot going on. Tez Johnson, he was doing his thing. And then all of a sudden, once everybody came back, Tez Johnson went to the wayside. Emeka Egbuka went to the wayside. Sterling Shepard went to the wayside. So that was kind of a disappointing situation where you had two young guys that were doing their thing. Tez Johnson and Emeka Egbuka, they were actually doing their thing. And then the old wily veterans came back and then they became irrelevant. They became an afterthought in the offense. Every now and then they'll get a catch every now and then, but it was not like what we were seeing in the beginning of the season. Right? Evans, we don't know if it's going to be his last year. Godwin, he came back. He had one really good game, but that was against a bad defense. And then against the Panthers, kind of went back to the Chris Godwin. He was already not a great separator, and then now he's more slow. He's a bowling ball receiver. Someone mentioned this. He's Hines Ward at this point. Just slow, great route runner, subtle movements, but he's never going to offer you any explosiveness down the field type plays unless he gets wide open. But he was hurt, and I said this: they brought him back too early. J Mac, he was out for a while. So, there's a lot of questions that we can, ask when it comes to the receivers. But that's a lot of weapons because then the last couple of weeks, you had the weapons. You had the weapons the last couple games. And you didn't look good. Excuse my I'm yawning. Had a long day. I had a long night too. Tight ends, no standout. Now, shout out to Cade Otton. He did have, his last game of the season against the Panthers. He had 7 catches for 94 yards, but Nothing stood out in the tight ends. The Bucs got to do something there. We'll talk about that as well. Offensive standout players, Emeka Egbuka, obviously. Tez Johnson. I don't know. I'm saying this for the season. Emeka Egbuka and Tez Johnson are two young guys, stood out pretty well. So I give Tez Johnson that. He had some good moments and did his thing. But man, losing J Mac and Chris Godwin and Mike Evans hurt the team pretty bad. It did. And I'm gonna move on to the defense. I could talk about the OC, but I'll talk about that in another topic. Defensive breakdown. Where can I start at? This is the part where it gets a little rough for a lot of you. Defensive breakdown. Pass rush impact. Where was it? Jason Light, your job was you knew you had to address pass rush, and you did. And you addressed the pass rush with a 4th and 5th round pick in this last year's draft. We needed some high-end talent, and that pass rush impact was not good enough. So it just was not good, man. 24.5 sacks between 8 players, I think. Myles Garrett had 23, one player. You know what I'm saying? So the pass rush impact, I'm going to say F. D-. F plus D-. Diaby had 7 sacks. Vita had 4.5. That ain't going to... I know Closet Clancy was hurt, but he was already that type of player when you drafted him. So you can't really use it. You already knew he gets hurt, banged up. And he got little arms. T-Rex. He can get dominated by guards. So, yeah. F plus, D-. Logan Hall. Vita. Not as impactful. 4.5 sacks. And if it just, to me, those sacks was just like, oh, he got 4.5 sacks. Greg Gaines, another little midget defensive tackle. I don't know why Bucs like these small little defensive tackles. Man, you got to get some beefiness in there and some meanness on that D-line. So they help that pass rush out, man. Secondary performance. F, D-. That secondary performance was terrible. Too many big plays was given up, man. Too many big plays. Dean, McCullough, the rookie Benjamin Moore, Jacob Parrish did a really good job. Tykeem Smith did a good job. Winfield Jr. was average this year. Not a lot of impactful plays. Christian Izien was out there a little bit. So that secondary got work to do. And I'm gonna give them a D plus, C minus, maybe. The Bucs got a lot of work to do there as well. Run defense, highs and lows. The Bucs were top 10 in run defense. Who cares? On to the next. So I give them an A for that. Defensive MVP candidates. I'm gonna tell you right now, my defensive MVP is Tykeem Smith. Point blank, period. You don't even take. You gotta think about that. You gotta think. I rest my case. Pass defense was terrible. Bottom 10. Especially the last, 9 weeks? They had some good moments. Jamel Dean had his moment, but he can't stay healthy. They got to move on from that. And we'll get to the breakdown and all the free agents and all that stuff like that. Defensive MVP, Tykeem Smith. Tykeem Smith, defensive MVP. Offensive MVP, Emeka Egbuka. Defensive MVP, Taki Smith. First down. No candidates on my end. Coaching and strategy. I don't know what Todd Bowles is doing, but I'm gonna give Todd Bowles a D- on coaching. Game management decisions, offensive, defensive play calling, adjustments throughout the season, like Todd Bowles and Josh Gazar and Larry Foote and Harold Godwin. Like all these dudes just did not do a good. Special teams was not good. F for special teams. Block kicks, punts, like punt returns, kick return. It was just like, and Todd Bowles stayed loyal to that special teams coordinator. You can't get no better than that. F. Ah. Mm-hmm. And I can go in depth with that stuff. I'm just trying to get through this so I can get y'all on. But as I go through these little talking points, man, like, and I'm just getting through this too. So injuries, roster challenges. And I talked about injuries in multiple areas. Baker Mayfield, I'm hearing he had a torn oblique. Did y'all hear about that? On top of the AC sprain, he had a torn oblique. We're going to find out how many injuries Baker Mayfield had. Not to say that's an excuse, but good Lord. And he didn't want to come off the field because I don't want somebody else to look good. And they might keep him out there. So I'm going to play through the pain. Like, no. I'm telling you. Injuries did hurt this roster. Depth issues, no mid-season roster moves, Jason Light fault. Injuries and roster challenges is the next topic. And to double back on coaching and strategy, Jason Light also didn't help Todd Bowles out by not making any moves to help the areas of need. Jordan Brooks was out there possibly, you could have did something to the team that can get us over the hump. And then you could have figured that out in the off season. Yeah, Baker Mayfield, a torn oblique. Don't know why nobody heard about that. Anyway, breakout players. Jacob Parrish, Taki Smith, Emeka Egbuka. Yeah, he had a rough last 9 weeks, but he'll break out next year as well. But yeah, I had a really good rookie season. Taki Smith leveled up, quite a bit. So I like that. I like that part. I can't think of any more better breakout players than those two. Jacob Parrish, you know what I'm saying? Like Taki Smith, Jacob Parrish, and Emeka Egbuka. Young talent did step up. Unexpected contributors as usual. Players who exceeded expectations. I can't think of any player that exceeded expectations because Emeka was the first round pick as a receiver, and Evans and J Mac was hurt, and Godwin was hurt, so that was expected. But exceeded expectations, I don't know. I can't think of a player that exceeded expectations because Diaby is right where he would need to be at. So I don't know about breakout players. I might have to come back to that. Did we have any breakout players? Because the roster didn't break out like that. I mean, areas of improvement: offense, defense, special teams, the whole shebang. The whole shebang can improve. Areas of improvement: everything. Everything need to be evaluated. Where the team struggled the most, front seven, interior O-line, trenches. I'm going to keep banging the desk. Get that fixed, Jason Light, Todd Bowles. And the reason why I say that, I'll get to that in a little bit too. What must change for next season? Trenches, interior O-line, D-line, edge. Get that fixed. Because right now, the cover hole looking bare back. Looking ahead. Draft needs, we'll have videos on that. Free agency priorities, we'll have a video on that. And what the team can build on moving forward. To be honest with you, I don't want to build on anything they did this season, outside of a few things here and there. So I don't want to get into the draft needs and all that right now. I want to make a separate video for that. I just want to talk about the season recap. But looking ahead, we will have videos on draft needs and free agency priorities, and what can the team do to build a better product. And those will be 3 separate videos. But for this video, I just wanted to give a season recap of what did I see. And I got to go back to needs of improvement too. Special teams, player development, and special teams. Not good enough. Not good enough. Todd Bowles had his press conference today. He talked about he deserved a chance, which I understand that winning the division, 3 times in a row, but he didn't add any context to that. Arthur Smith, you're going against Arthur Smith, Raheem Morris, Matt Rule, Dave Canales, Dennis Allen, Kellen Moore. It's not like you're going against beast mode coaches. You're not going against beastly coaches. Because if you stick Todd Bowles in any other division, where would the Bucs be at? Matter of fact, forget the Bucs. Where would Todd Bowles rank as a head coach? You can kind of by default say he's the best coach in the division. But outside of our division, is he better than Dan Campbell? Is he better than Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur? Is he better than Brian Schottenheimer? Maybe, Dan Quinn? Nah. Is he, Giants head coach? Maybe, I guess, yeah. Nick Sirianni? No. Is he better than D'Amico Ryan, Shane Steichen, Liam Cohen? Obviously, he's going to be better than Titans head coach. Is he better than Zach Taylor? Is he better than Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh? No. The Cleveland head coach, Stefanski? Probably, maybe, but I think a lot of people would take Stefanski over Todd Bowles. Is he better than Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, the Raiders head coach? Yeah, better than the Raiders head coach. Is he better than Sean McDermott? Is he better than Mike Vrabel? Is he better than Mike McDaniel? Yeah, maybe, is he better than Aaron Glenn? Sure. So I went through. Oh, is he better than Kyle Shanahan? Mike McDonald? Sean McVay? Cardinals head coach? Sure. So I just walked y'all through the entire NFL coaching landscape, and I put Todd Bowles next to all these coaches. It don't grade out well. I'm just saying. This is conversation. This is conversation. Like, don't take my word for a judge, jury, executioner. I'm just doing a comparison to all the coaches outside of the NFC South. My point is he going to be better than a lot of those coaches? Is he better than half of those coaches? Nah. The fact that people will hire Kevin Stefanski right now, if you put a poll up and said, who the better coach, Kevin Stefanski or Todd Bowles, head coach, I think Stefanski won that poll. But I just gave y'all the whole coaching landscape. Not too many coaches you would take Todd Bowles over. It's the point I'm trying to make. So when you go back to our division, Matt Rule, Dave Canales, Raheem Morris, Arthur Smith, Dennis Allen, Kellen Moore. That's who you're going against. And you talking about, I won a division 3 times, which is cool. That's great. Cool. You won the division 3 times. But that's not act like this was a high bar and it was so hard. Let's not act like winning the NFC South champions, being NFC South champions 3 years in a row was such a hard task. Not to discredit, but let's not act like it was a algebraic, trigonometry, statistics, data science type, project. It's the NFC South with terrible coaches. And everybody in the football community will agree that the NFC South is the worst division. Some of you would agree. Some of you will agree that the NFC South is the worst division in the entire NFL. So you can do with that what you will. Whoop-de-doo. Winning the NFC South, if the NFC South was, if Todd Bowles is winning the NFC South against Sean Payton and Dan Quinn and Ron Rivera, then I'll be like, man, I got to give Todd Bowles some credit. That's a hard task. We saw as Bucs fans how hard it was to win a game with Ron Rivera and his defense with Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis and D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart and Cam Newton and Kelvin Benjamin, and Greg Olsen and going against Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan and Matt Ryan and Julio Jones and Roddy White, Antonio Gonzalez, Michael Turner. We saw these players. These were prime, ripe teams. It was much harder back then than it is now. Then you had to deal with Sean Payton. And we've seen what Sean Payton do to Todd Bowles. Coach circles around Todd Bowles. Sean Payton with a prime Drew Brees, prime Michael Thomas, prime Cam Jordan, prime Demario Davis, prime Alvin Kamara, prime Ryan Ramczyk, prime Tyrone Armstead. Marcus Colston. Like, we saw Sean Payton run circles around the Bucs. So don't give me this NFC crap. I won the NFC South 3 times, so I deserve. Sure, you deserve another shot. Cool. But that's not act like you had to go through a murderous row of head coaches. Let's not act. It's almost like he want a reward for winning and don't take this in real life, but being the smartest person in the dumbest room, you don't get flowers for that, bud. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you don't get flowers for that. That's a low bar that you taking claim to winning a really bad division. And it's all out there. And this is all public information that you can go around the NFL circles, chat rooms. Nobody cares about the NFC South. Did you think what you think the ratings was for the Bucs and Panthers game? They didn't even bring that up. Saturday at 4:30. What you think the ratings were for the Bucs, for the Panthers at Tampa, 4:30? Smartest person in the dumb in the dumbest room. I'm the best boo-boo scooper. You still scooping boo-boo. You're the best at scooping boo-boo. That's a low bar. And you're hanging your hat on that. This is a frustrating thing about when I listen to what he said. Dude, you're barely winning the division. You're barely winning a bad division. Bad division. Nobody respects the NFC South. The ratings for that Bucs and Panthers game, I would love to know that, because I guarantee you nobody gave a damn outside of the Panthers and the Bucs. Matter of fact, outside of Tampa, nobody cared. Outside of Charlotte, nobody cared. Saturday, this past Saturday. I would take it even one step further. I think more people was watching the Saints and the Falcons game than the Bucs and the Panthers game. John Bowles was doing this about winning the division. Like, I won it 3 times, so I deserve another shot. And we'll get to that conversation, but that was not a good look, bro. And he said it like it was like a huge accomplishment. Sure, it is. But you're going against bottom shelf coaches. Where is the hard challenges in the NFC South? You lost the game against Dennis Allen. You lost the game against Dave Canales. You lost the game against Raheem Morris, Arthur Smith. Like, don't act like this is some type of achievement of winning the NFC South. Like it's some golden shrine. If the Bucs was like 12-5, 11-6, and everybody else 7-10, 6-11, 8-9, you're beating you're dominating the division. You're not dominating. So don't hang your hat on winning the NFC South. Great. Cheer for it. But let's not act like you're just pulling away and you just utterly the cream of the crop of the division. Letting rookie quarterbacks look like grade A beef. Anyway, enough of me talking. I spent the first hour just giving a season recap. I didn't go with game by game because I don't even want to do that because that'll be too long. I want to get you guys in here and gals and let you guys hash it out. And I'll start bringing in one person at a time, and I'll bring in additional people. I can bring up the link, about 12 people in the chat. I did this for y'all today. I'm going to get about 12 people in the chat. 12 people in the locker room. And I'm going to start out with one person, one-on-one. And then I'm going to bring the next person in. The other person can stay in. I'm just going to keep adding people, but everybody got add in the locker room. If you already were in the locker room, I need you to be quiet. Let the new person talk. See how that works? We're going to let the new person talk, and then we'll pick up right there, and then the next new person come in. They got the floor. So we're going to listen to everybody talk about their season recap. Are we going to get to this? I've said enough for the entire season. I know y'all tired of hearing me talk about the same things. But as I do this, be respectful and be pleasant. You ain't got to be nice, because I'm not nice. I'm pleasant. Be pleasant. Be respectful. That's all I ask. We don't need to have this turn into no Baker Bro versus Todd Bowles fanboys and Jason Light. This ain't that type of energy over here. We're just going to talk about everything. Read the title of the video. Tampa's 8-9 season, the good, the bad, and we're gonna hold off on the future because that's a whole nother conversation. I don't want to talk about draft. The season is over. Let's talk about what just happened. It's still fresh. While it's fresh, I don't want to wait 2 weeks from now and then talk about what just happened. So if you start talking about draft picks and all that, mute. Anytime I hear anything about a draft pick, you're going to get muted. Are we clear on that? Talk about what just happened. If you're going to talk about draft picks, talk about the 2025 draft class. We will get to the future. But I want to stay in the good and the bad. And can we please put some context when you talk? Don't give me a narrative. Give me the entire season. I just gave y'all the entire season from my perspective. Without going into further details and stats and all that, I'm not doing all that because that's going to be an 8-hour video. I didn't need to go to the stats and say Baker Mayfield had 3,600 yards and 26 touchdowns and 10 interceptions and 8 fumbles and, Bucky Irvin 500 something. I ain't need to do all that. Y'all seen it. It's public information. Give me what you saw this past season. Do not give me anything about Ruben Bain and Sonny Styles. I don't care right now. At this point, not to say that I'm not going to talk about it, but this is not the time to be talking about draft picks. And don't spend your whole time talking about is Todd Bowles going to get fired. We need to fire him. I just gave y'all a template on what to do, on how to talk about the season in context. I gave y'all the good, and I gave y'all the bad. And I gave y'all the WTF. Follow the blueprint. Follow the template. Follow the blueprint. So are we clear on that? There will be no narratives being pushed over here. If you're going to talk about one side, you're going to talk about the other. If you're going to talk about this coach, you talk about that coach. You talk about this player, I want to hear you talk about the other players. Don't give me, I'm going to talk about one player. Because I'm telling you, and I gave y'all the trigger warnings. You start talking about draft picks and you start talking about one person the whole time. Every time you're talking about one person. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to put somebody else in here. We're not doing that today. We're going to be respectful and we're going to be pleasant. I'll let some things go, but be pleasant. You get out of hand, I'm going to mute you. And if you're talking too much, if you're the only one, if you're trying to dominate the conversation, I'm going to mute you. Give everybody a chance to talk. If I hear you talking too much and you're the only one talking, I'm going to start calling people out and say, what do you think? I'm going to put you on mute and let the other person talk. We're going to start this out right. I know everybody got a lot to say about the 2025 season, but we're going to give everybody a chance to express their frustration, their joy, their good moments, their bad moments about the team, and things like that. I just want everybody to get their time to talk. This will not be a 3-man conversation. Okay? I'm going to put the link in the chat. And for those of you that has never been in the locker room, it's fun. This is your opportunity to express your opinions, your facts, your thoughts on the 2025 season, the good, the bad, and the WTF. I'm going to change the title. The link is in the chat. So whoever starts out first, you have the first go around. And then the next person to come in, you stay in. And we're just going to keep adding on people until I can't fill the chat room up, until I can't fill the locker room up no more. I think I can get 12 people in the locker room. I will love to hear some new voices. I'm saying this. I will love to hear new voices. New voices, new perspectives, new thought process, new things like that. So the first person I bring in, the clock starts. And then when I bring the next person in, the first person that was in, you got to be quiet. That's how it works. We're just going to keep adding on just like that. Are we clear? Okay, we're gonna kick it off. Give
Yo,
me
good.
give me your good and the bad and the WTF. And we're gonna kick it off with you, and then you're gonna stay in. But I'm gonna let you ride for a little bit for a couple minutes, and then I'm gonna bring the next person in. I'm just gonna keep stacking just like that.
All right, sounds good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, word. Well, shoot, what's good with you first and foremost?
Oh, I'm here, man. Doing good,
Chilling.
man.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it nice and short and sweet. You know what I mean? The good. There were a lot of bright spots as far as like individual players. Scooping up Parrish, Tyke kind of took another step, and I also think that offensively we're gonna be receiver wise we're gonna be in a good position with J Mac and Abuka. You know what I mean? They're young players, coming off major injury for J Mac. I think eventually in the long run, we're going to be good there with them replacing Godwin and Mike Evans.
Mm-hmm.
From a totality standpoint, on the good side, even though it was a little bit of a rough season, I still think we had a pretty good 5-year run for our organization. You know what I'm saying? Because between these last 5 years and that late '90s, that early 2000 era, it's a large gap there. You know what I mean? And we were getting a lot of bad draft picks. We weren't signing a lot of guys, and we were doing a lot of losing. So I know it didn't turn out the way that we wanted on the 50-year anniversary, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
hopefully they'll make the right necessary moves to just keep us in that position where we are contending and we are winning and we're just in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Somehow, some way, just continue to be in the mix of winning. I don't want us to be in the mix of like that 15, 20 years where we're just in the mix of trying to get a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick. You know what I mean?
You said you mentioned contending just for the
Like it's
division championship or contending for. I mean, like, can you get a little more?
right.
Can you get a little more in that?
I'm just saying what I'm being general when I say contending, right? Because I'm meaning more so on the winning side of things.
Okay.
Now whether that's for divisions, whether that's for Super Bowls, I just want us to be in that mix. I don't want us to, when week 18 comes, because like you said, how it was when week 18 comes. We're not even really worried about week 18 game. We're worried about mock drafts. You know what I'm saying? Or we
Mm-hmm.
pick, we're gonna get a number 5 pick, number 7 pick. I don't really want to be constantly in that realm like how we used to be. So if it's contending for divisions or contending for Super Bowls, I'm good either way with that.
Okay.
Now the bad, I mean, we can talk about the bad ad nauseum. I mean, we done hit every single point that could be hit. From coaching, from the and I will say this, Yaya coming out today or whenever he did his little press conference, went on record talking about the practicing and all of that. I was kind of shocked at that in the sense of here we have a guy we drafted high, and if you felt like y'all weren't practicing enough, then where was the captains at to say, yo, we got to get it in? You know what I'm saying? Because I would like to think that if these guys really wanted to win, like they're trying to kind of portray themselves to be doing, because obviously that wasn't what we saw on the field, they would be saying, oh, nah, man, we got to get in here. We got to get in here. We got to get these reps. We got to get it. You know what I'm saying? Because I would like to think that's what Brady was on, right? When that Brady era came in, it wasn't really. I'm not saying guys didn't have days off when they were trying to get the run in, but it's like, yo, like now all of a sudden you trying to come out, you trying to throw Todd Bowles under the bus. Todd Bowles in the press conference, he talking about is the injuries this and the injuries that, and he's not really holding nobody accountable. He's not holding the coaches accountable. He's not holding the players accountable. And it's like when you hear two these two conflicting sides going back and forth, the one common denominator that I come to is there's no mutual respect there anymore. You know what I mean? And that showed out on the field. So it kind of said it without saying it. You know what I mean? And like you were saying earlier, the WTF, the backbreaker was the Amazon Prime Thursday night game. That that was the backbreaker game. Mike Evans coming back off an injury, J Mac coming back off an injury. I mean, these dudes giving us everything they got, making big plays, and then we just lose to the Falcons. I mean, I just felt like that was the nail in the coffin right there. You know what I mean? And then even when you look at us, how we played against Carolina, it wasn't anything spectacular. It wasn't anything extravagant. And then we go to Miami, and according to Yaya Diaby, he felt like they should have been practicing more when they wasn't, because they just thought they was gonna walk through and dominate Miami. And then look what happened. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of the same things we've been talking about, you know, all year long for the past few seasons. It's just now that the misery is kind of over with, and everybody's kind of, you know, past the fact that we're not going to the playoffs. Let's just see if they're going to make the right necessary moves that we need them to make to keep us in that contending for divisions and contending for Super Bowls.
Okay. Some good points there, man. Stay in the locker room. We're gonna add some more people one at a time. Some good insight right there too, and we'll get back to you on some of the stuff you said. I kind of want to pick up on some of that too. Let's see. We're gonna welcome. We have Third Matic. What's happening, man?
Hey man, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, you know what? Mine is gonna be short. I'm gonna echo what King Cook said, man. The good. I would just say Jacob Parrish was probably the only good I saw. The bad is ad nauseum. We talked about it all the time, all day long. I just kind of upset with Bowles not taking accountability and not really addressing really the things as a fan we want him to address. But it's just like I deserve this, like you said earlier, you know, in your monologue. Yeah, I won 3 straight title divisions. So what? You barely won those, and you had to have help winning those. So it ain't like we just dominated anything. So I just want to be I want to root for a team that's competitive in the mix. I want to see when someone see the Bucs on the schedule. I don't want them to be like, we're gonna push through them. You know, I want a competitive team. I want to see them compete. I see even the lower teams like the Raiders, and they seem like they play with more enthusiasm than our team. That's all I want to see, man. And then, you know, and I want to see smart draft picks, at least addressing the need that's there. Don't go off and just get some, you know, random pick. Like, in my opinion, Ibuka was a random pick. In hindsight, it worked out because the receivers got hurt. But initially, we need defense. It's obvious we need defense. So things like that, man, I just want the team to compete, man. That's all. That's all. That's all I'm asking as a fan. You know, to me, I don't think the owners care. You know, you can look at almost every blog everywhere. Every fan is wanting to fire this, fire light, fire, you know, fire Bowles. Everyone is on. This is one of the first time I've seen the fan base unified and want to get something done with the team. And they see it. Everyone else sees it. But it seems like the ownership doesn't. And that's disheartening, really. I was expecting to wake up this morning to see Todd Bowles fired or Light fired, both of them fired. You know, just start over. And people say, no, what if they get fired? What are we going to do now? To me, fresh start is something got to be better than what he's doing. We know what we're going to get with him and his staff. We know we're going to get. We're going to get a nice 89, 79, maybe lucky if we get a 10 and 7, you know, season out of this team. We know they might start hot, and in the middle they're going to die, and they're going to try to pick themselves back up. But this year they didn't do that. They fell all, you know, flat on their back. And the only thing I disagree with King Cook on is it wasn't a Falcons game. It was a Rams game. I think after they got mollywopped, it was like, oh man, we can't compete with anybody. And they just like, I feel like they were like the Walking Dead after that. But all that said, man, I just want a competing team, man. I just want to root for a competing team. I want to see our players, you know, give their, you know, maximum effort. like they care. You know, I wish I was in their position because I would play like I had no tomorrow. And some of these guys seem like they just cashing in. Whatever. But I just want to see a team compete. That's it. I'm done.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I understand the frustration. It's one of those things. As a fan, you want your team to be, like y'all keep saying, competitive, and you want to root for something every year. You don't want to root for mediocre. You kind of want to take it to the next level. At some point, you got to break the ceiling, of mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? And the Bucs are kind of stuck in this purgatory, this hamster wheel, in my opinion. But I'm not going to get too far into that wheel yet. I want to add another person to the chat. I'm going to the locker room. Welcome, Dada.
Yo.
Yeah. Round of applause there,
Good, brother.
Yo, what's good, man? What's good, Buckos? Happy New Year, y'all.
Oh, happy New Year to you, man. Happy New Year to you. So the objective here is to give a season overview recap of the good, the bad, and the what the hell. So what did you see for the overview of the season? From you can start wherever you want to start. You can start at the beginning, you can start at the middle, you can start at the end, you can start with coaching. What did you see?
I would say the only good that I could say that from this year was when we went to the bye week at 6-2. It felt good going into the bye week, saying that, hey, we're 6-2, we're competing. Like, hey, we can win 10 games. Like, even if we fall, because in my mind, I had a feeling like we're gonna do what we normally do and like go through a 4 or 5 game losing streak. I had that feeling. It happened. Cool. But even before the bye week, when we went 6-2, there was like 3 or 4 of those games where I was like, yo, we could have lost those easily. They talking about Baker was playing at an MVP level. And I was like, yeah, but we could have easily lost those games. But, you take, in the NFL, you'll take the W's however they come.
Right.
So I'd say that was the only positive for the entire season, because I want us as Bucs fans or anybody who watches the game of football to be honest. Let's stop capping. Let's just be honest. And we weren't a good football team even when we were 6-2. So let's just keep it a buck. The bad to me, because last year we were like, I think every year we go through when we evaluate our team and we evaluate like what we have and what we don't have, it's saying like, okay, if the offense does what they do or continue to do what they do this following year into this year, and the defense steps up, or we, handle what we need to handle in the trenches, we can be a consistent competitor. We could be a for real team. Because we say contender, like people contend every week, but like to be a for real team, like, hey, don't expect the defense to give up 20 points a game, stuff like that, So like last year we said, hey, if we're not worried about the offense, because all our weapons are coming back, we need to, draft in the trenches and all this other stuff. So if the offense does what it's supposed to do, we will be all right. But then again, let's be honest with ourselves. Just because we kept Grizzard or whatever his name is, because he was in the meeting rooms calling third down plays, he was not Liam Cohen. He was not that. And in my mind, I knew this in the back of my head, like, bro, that you're not him. The person who left the building, you're not him. You're not going to implement his verbiage. You're not going to implement his system and come out here and call plays and be successful. Like, you going to get slapped in the face. You're going to have to think on the run. You're going to have to think situationally when calling plays. You're going to have to manage your own personnel. You might have a play. If I have a playbook, because I coach right now, I coach high school. But it's like, yo, I got my defensive playbook from another coach. That don't mean I'm a good defensive play caller. I had to use what I had. A playbook, and make it my own. And that's what good coaches are. and we don't have that. Like, I feel that every one of our coordinators, from offense, defense to special teams, were all bad. And like, I could be okay with having a mediocre offense, but I feel that teams in the NFL who have consistent defense and defense that you can hang your hat on, they're successful. Or just like you have, like Sean Payton ran the NFC South because he was a good offensive mind. Whenever he kind of fell off, or whenever Drew Brees was gone, his defense still was doing its thing, even though their organization was like jacked up with the salary cap and stuff like that. There's certain things that they do from within their bag that they can hang their hat on, and we don't have that on no level. I don't want to talk about Josh Grizzard as much as people are talking about him, because I think our defense is abysmal. Like, I don't see how you can win games and just be so abysmal. I feel that a lot of Bucs fans, including myself, like, we go into games and feel like, oh, we have a chance to win it. Oh, we got 3 minutes left. We got 4 minutes left. But then again, if that defense gets on the field, hey, bro, you about to blow that money. You can't trust them. And I always say, like, I need a head coach, or I need a coach or a coordinator who does something that makes sense. And all this year, Bowles does stuff and it doesn't make sense. And in the last locker room, I was asking everybody, I was like, hey, Buccos, if I'm at a table, if we're at a coach's meeting, if, say Sunday or whatever, like high school, we meet on Sundays. Say Sunday afternoon come and we have our coaches meeting to prepare for the week, and we argue our differences, our gripes about what happened last week, about our preparation, about what happened in game, our decisions, our personnel. If we're in a meeting full of grown men who's coaching, we're all coaches. I don't care if you're head coach, special teams, whatever. We're all coaches. When I come to you and ask you, like, hey, bro, you're doing all of this. Make it make sense to me. Please make it make sense. What you're doing, your thought process, your calls, make it make sense. And you can't do that. Like, why are you in the position that you in? So I think that sums up the whole season. We have people in position that was doing stuff and it don't make sense. And that's not going to yield you wins. And that's not where we should be headed as an organization. And I don't like mediocrity. I feel the past 4 years, even with the division wins, we were still mediocre.
You know, you made some excellent points. And I'm going to piggyback off of that too. I remember in the beginning of the season when things were going well. So everything is always fine and dandy when things are going well. But where you really find out what type of team you have as a fan is when things get bad. And we've seen this episode happen multiple times in the last 4 seasons, including the season. And it was like at any moment we're going to go through this rut of a 1-4, 1-5, 1-6 type episode. And right on cue, this time it happened at the end of the season. And the Bucs had no answers. They had no coach they can lean on to rectify the downfall. And it was like literally a free fall for several weeks. Like, we watched the game every Sunday, Thursday night. We kept watching the team, and it was like, did anybody, and you didn't have an answer, so it's like a rhetorical question. Did anybody have any hope that the Bucs can pull themselves out of their rut? You know what I'm saying? And every time I came on live and I was doing my live stream during the game, I gotta feel, I just gotta feel my peoples, and it's like, yeah, we will try to uplift the team and try to say, well, there's some hope, but in the back of your head, you had to ask yourself, this ain't gonna work out well because we don't have a solid figure on the coaching staff that can get this team on the right track, and we literally saw that play out the last 9 weeks. 2-7 in the last 9 weeks, and to say this last piece before I bring Big Bucks in, it's as a fan, you want to hang your head You want to hang your head high. You want to hang your head up high. You want to be like, you get into the discussions, and it's almost like we always got to defend our team or organization. It's like, I'm tired of defending that. Like, well, I just want to go into a conversation and be like, oh, you just, we always got to fight. You know what I'm saying? As a fan base, other, fan base, we got to fight the Saints, the Falcons, and even now the Panthers fans are like, oh, it's like, damn, like, why can't we be dominant? I just want to be a dominant team where they can't do that. And even if we have a down season or a down segment, we're gonna always end up on top. And I'm not talking about an 8-9, 9-8. I'm talking about, we had a couple games that was rough, but at the end of the season, we're 12-5, we're 11-6, we're 13-4. You know what I'm saying? And we have yet to break that barrier. So, some good points there, Dada. I'm gonna bring Big Buck in to kind of piggyback on that too. So I want y'all to welcome Big Buck in because of my OGs there. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Big Buck?
What's up? How y'all doing this evening?
Yeah,
what up?
Just recap, man. Of the season.
Let me start by saying this. I've been listening for a few minutes, and let me say I agree 100% with everything everyone has said up to this point. I just like today, just in the Bucs community, just online, filling stuff out. It's just amazing to me how quick everybody is saying, "Oh, Bowles need to be fired." This, and this, and I understand that. I get everybody got the frustrations and all, but my thing is this: make it make sense with what you're saying. Folks were saying that was trying to defend him. Well, we won the division the last 3 or 4 years, and I'm just like, we won it by default. 1 year. Now, believe it or not, that last year with Tom Brady, we went 8-9, but we had the division won before the last week. I think that's overlooked. And they pulled the Falcons game. They pulled all their starters. But like to piggyback to your point, I would like to see the Bucs be in a position to where, okay, we can consistently be better than 10-7. I think we do have some pieces, but they just gonna have to revamp their defense. But as the overall, like the good, the bad, and the ugly for the season, the good, I'll say that I thought that was impressive how they got to 6-2, considering, with all the injuries and the injury bugs that we had, I thought that was very impressive. And and once we got to the bye week, he thinking like, okay, we get a break. Boys gonna come back rejuiced up, ready to go again, rejuvenile. And that obviously that didn't happen. I just felt like the ugly, which has been the problem all year, was the defense, in my opinion. Me and you've been pounding the table for the last 4 or 5 years, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush. And I still can't understand. I understand Bowles wanted a blitz and he doesn't like an edge rusher, but it makes sense to have one. I mean, there's no way you can try to fix a bullet wound with a Band-Aid. I'm sorry to steal your saying, but that's just so spot on when you address the pass rush. And the ugly is the fact that when as a Bucs team, when can we just beat the teams that we're supposed to be and it just be no question, no hiccups whatsoever? I mean, I get you have a bad game every now and then, but dude, come on, you lost. And I ain't trying to be funny. The two things that let me know that this season was gonna be a joke. And just hear me out. When we played the way we played against the Saints the first time, I think we overlooked that first game because that was not. I mean, that game could have went a totally different direction if it wasn't for 1 or 2 plays. Now I get that we had a bunch of turnovers and they were blowing the play dead, but the way that was embarrassing the offense to get inside the goal line and they stopped them multiple times and you couldn't put up points. That's not good for business. You get inside that 5, you got to put up 7. And then Jason Light, he got too cocky, want to go ahead and try to control what's the defensive end for the Saints?
Jordan.
Yeah, he normally wait till after they play the whole series season before he troll. He doing it after the first game. I'm like, dude, we got to see them again. Then the other point where I felt like we was finna just let the whole air out is crazy as it sounds, the Arizona game. There's no reason we barely held on for life. Like we could never pull away from a team. You could never pull away from a team that was that bad. Like how you go, like you said, it's the same thing every game. First, it's Arizona, Miami, Carolina. Those are just the 3 games that I remember. Opening drive, 7 points. Offense looked like shit for the next quarter and a half. I mean, sorry for cussing, but I mean, just what's wrong with that? I mean, what's wrong with that picture? Then the fact that Arizona got the ball, scored before the half, and then got the ball back and scored again. Like, come on, what are you thinking? Like, you can't give them any kind of momentum because it showed every time. That's why I got sick to my stomach every time it was a home game. We win the toss and they want to take the ball and don't do nothing with it every time. Like, that's just like, come on, y'all got to have common sense. You know you need the ball coming out of half. And then, just to sum it all up, like, I'm just tired of everybody using the injury excuse. Like, I'm sorry. What did San Francisco finish? 12-5 or 13-4?
12-5.
12-5, but they had a whole bunch. They lost their top 2 defensive players, lost the top offensive lineman, but yet they going into the playoffs no problem at all.
Cool.
And I know everybody went out on a limb and saying we could win 11 games this year. I still don't see where we could have won 13 or 14 games. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I like King Cook. I saw you was on the Locked On Bucs podcast. I saw he read their thing, but I watch his podcast, and that dude sometimes he be on, and sometimes he just be on some other stuff. Like, I mean, I just don't get how you can't look at everything as a whole in the Bucs organization. Like, you can't blame one man. Like Jason Light, Todd Bowles, the trainers, like it's everybody is tied into this season. Like, why do we get so many injuries like that? Just random injuries, like, and nobody else. Like, you see linemen fall over each other on their ankles all the time, get back up. But when if it's our lineman, their knee is hurt. I'm like, put them braces on for a reason. Let them wear those knee braces like in college. That protects you. So, I mean, I'm surprised that we still haven't heard anything from the ownership, what they're going to do going forward. But, I mean, if you're going to do something, do it correctly, I guess. But, I mean, the fact that you went 6-2 to finish the season 2-7, that's just highly unacceptable, And to lose the division by default and you're depending on a game, that's just downright ugly. It shouldn't have never even came to that. And the fact that you have 5 chances to clinch the division and you couldn't do it, that's just unacceptable. I mean, you lost 3 straight teams that you should have beat, that you knew you had a better roster than, and you couldn't do it. I mean, obviously everybody's going to talk about 3rd and 28. I mean, I'm just, can just rush forward and drop everybody back in coverage. I mean, I'll give up 20 and get a pass back down on 4th down. I mean, you do that, we win the game. We ain't having this discussion right now.
There was I didn't mean to cut you off, but
you did.
There was a lot of key moments in the season that would have let you know this season wasn't going to end well, and they got away with some things. Like I said, we can go all the way back to
the Jets game.
The Jets game. We can go back to the first game against the Falcons, the Texans game.
Well, I'll say this, and I ain't being a hater of the Falcons or nothing, but what a lot of the media and the fans seem to forget, like they talking about the only reason we won the kicker missed kick. I say y'all forget our kicker missed 2 kicks too. So add those 4 points in and add in their kicks, we still never was behind. So that's my only argument counter to that. But I mean, like you said, it's too many close games, like you said, to start out. There's no reason to be those games to be that close against those teams. And then you go back to that Philadelphia game on the line, what Baker does. Throws an interception.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, and we'll get more into as we talk to, this evening and tonight, what I'm saying, as I bring more people in, which I'm going to bring somebody else in in about 30 seconds. Say this real quick. The Bucs were in a hamster wheel, like, and this is high insight, they were in a hamster wheel probably after that Lions game, you know what I'm saying? And when they got beat by, the Lions, in Detroit with a backup secondary. Now, as I keep thinking about the season,
no secondary at that.
And I'm going back and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it. It's like, dang, man, there's so many moments where you could just pinpoint and say, this ain't gonna end well for the Bucs, but as fans, we always optimistic and want things to go better. But I'm gonna add Mr. Buck everything in the locker room with us, and he's gonna jump in and he's gonna tell us what he sees or what his thoughts is when it came to the Bucs season, the good, bad, and the ugly. Mr. Buck everything. What?
How everybody doing?
No, we good, man.
You got him?
We all hear you.
Okay. Man, this season has been the worst roller coaster ride since being a Buck fan since 96.
96?
The worst.
Whew, you went all the way back.
I done seen the highs and the lows of this team here. And then I agreed with something that you said earlier. These same weapons with Garcia, Winston, Brady, no excuses for Baker. At times, certain times of the season, you were thinking Baker was almost shaving points for a second. He throwing it directly at the man, or fumbling, or doing something like, what you doing? You're not going to tell me a 15, 14-year-old vet don't know his routes. And he going to run the wrong route, and you going to throw the ball that way. Questionable. Now, I understand we all have injuries, and everybody do what they need to do. But at the same time, you can't keep shooting yourself in the foot every time and ask everybody to feel sorry for you at the same time. Now, coaching staff-wise, get rid of everybody. If Todd Bowles said he got to get rid of everybody, he got to start over from scratch. Now, one thing I will say, if you want to really help yourself, some people might be against it, you might have to go out and go get an offensive coordinator who was a head coach already, who need to want to jump back in the game and get his feet wet again. Real quick, as a quick turnaround, and let him bring in his guys that he want to work under him to make sure that offense run steady. Defensive play call of duties, he got to give that up. Got to. If he
So let me
wants
ask this question about Todd Bowles. What did he do good?
The only thing that I could really say that Todd really did good was try to keep the commodity in the locker room, keep guys together, tell them to keep faith. But at some point, probably about right after what game I want to say that he actually looked like he lost control of the locker room. That Atlanta game. He lost control of the locker room. And there was a lot of finger blaming. That's when he came back on that Monday and started dropping all them F-bombs. It was a lot of finger pointing. But these been issues that been going on the whole season until it just reared its ugly head. Now, we had some games to where he did some good things on there, to where he called the right defense, had the right things, but it just, how you want to say, it wasn't in our favor to win the game. It was a lot of questionable games that we've been in this year here. That we just, the ball just didn't drop in our favor. Like, let's go back to a game. The Buffalo game. On that catch on the end zone. That's one the momentum in that game. If they would have called it and said that was not a catch, we was going down to score, that would have been the end of the game right there. Then the next game, that Falcons game on that 3rd and 28 with that catch to Pitts. That wasn't the catch. We got screwed by the refs on that. There been a lot of, like I said, some games we was in it, we got robbed on bad. He didn't fight enough in certain games. Now, the one game that he actually got up and fight in, when we play the Saints. We get up, there's certain opponents that seem like when we play, teams get out there and fight with us harder to make sure they beat us. But we don't have that same fire back when we play other teams. Something that I want to see going to next year, we need that fire. He can't sit on the sidelines and just have his hands folded, just looking and don't say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Say something. Hold somebody accountable. Bruce Arians used to do it to Tom Brady all the time. Hey, Tom ain't playing like he needed to play. And what Tom did, came out the next game, I'm going to show you better than I tell you.
Right.
Todd got to start holding his players accountable when they don't do what they're supposed to do during the game. Now, again, if we keep Todd Bowles, you got to get a different coaching staff under him. If you don't keep Todd Bowles, I look at two people who I wouldn't mind getting. If the Ravens let Harbaugh go, they better go get Harbaugh. Harbaugh is a good emotional coach and a defensive guy. And
Well,
that knows
actually,
defense.
special teams. He's a special teams guy. His background is a special teams coach. But I get what you're saying though.
Second choice, I would say, would be Mitch Kubiak.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, I would say look at him.
Well, speaking of Clint Kubiak, I ain't even cut you off. I'll let you finish, but the Falcons has requested to interview him.
See what I mean? And I would even throw a third option in there. Kevin Stefanski. Bring him in as the OC.
The Giants has requested to interview him. I think the Falcons will do it too.
There's some guys out there. We got to jump on them early. Just like these teams not waiting to jump on them early. We got to quit being cement feet and waiting till the last minute to jump on people.
Remember that I'm gonna take you, you went back to 96, but remember in 2022, in March 2022, you remember what happened with the coaching situation?
Yep.
When Bruce Arians abruptly just say, "Oh, I'm out," or got forced to the front office by Tom Brady, and we didn't get a chance to go. Let me ask y'all this question. This is good. This is part of the bad and the ugly part of it. If Arians would have just moved on in 2022, and the Bucs had a chance to search for a head coach, you think Todd Bowles would have been their choice?
No.
No way.
No.
Not at all.
A lot of people was disappointed in the choice because there was better candidates out there. They said, no, we rather promote from within on our own.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be Leftwich, to be honest. I thought they would have promoted Leftwich over Todd. But I think that would have created some kind of, I ain't going to say no beef or nothing, but they probably both was vying for the job. So
I'll go a little deeper than that. Look at how many times they don't screw black coaches over. And I'm not making this a white and black thing. Dungy, Gruden. Lovey, Dork. They didn't want to do it again to Todd Bowles with Lynn Cohen. But Lynn Cohen easily been that head coach of these guys right now.
They only hired one OC they fired Lovey to promote Dork, but I never understood that. And I tell people this all the time. Dork is only good his first year everywhere he's been in the league, and then he sucks afterwards. I mean, this man went 13-3 in Atlanta in 2012. Not one head coaching interview, but you're telling me the OC of a 6-10 ball club that lost the last 4 games in playoff contention is a hot coach candidate in the NFL? Man, get the heck out of here with that.
And let me piggyback on the Todd Bowles in March 2022 situation. So these were the candidates in 2022 that were in the cycle. It was Brian Daboll, Mike McDaniel, Josh McDaniels, Kevin O'Connell, Doug Peterson, Nathaniel Hack, Matt Eberflus, Dennis Allen, Lovie Smith was kind of getting talked about. Todd Bowles, obviously, Patrick Graham, Kellen Moore, D'Amico Ryans, Byron Leftwich, Jim Harbaugh, Raheem Morris. So those were the candidates that were sitting out there in 2022. So, I mean, I'll say this to go back to the current situation and what's happening now. And we'll have and I'll probably make a video on this when we get the full clarity on the Todd Bowles situation, because they are not saying anything right now, but the signs pointing to him coming back. But we'll get into that. That's a whole nother conversation. But for this season, interesting aspect, because the team is only as good as their coach or the head coach. And what Todd Bowles has shown us as a fan base is we have a cap. And I think we can all agree on that part as far as the ceiling, right? It's almost like he's good enough to kind of be in the room, but when it comes down to saying you need X, Y, and Z to stay, that's when he got to go. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's what the part where a lot of people saying that He's good enough just to be good. You know what I'm saying? And that's like basically being in symptomatic terms is taking a pencil and a blank sheet of paper and drawing a straight line with a little downward trajectory, and then going back straight down. You know, so there's no spike. Like you don't see a spike coming in Todd Bowles' coaching philosophy. Like you don't see this team going from 8 wins, to 12 unless everything falls in place. And that's in today's NFL. We saw it this season, a lot of parity. Look at the Chiefs. Look at the Ravens. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of parity involved. In every season, teams get better. And sometimes you just have one of those seasons where it just goes really bad, and we've seen 6 head coaches get fired because the expectations was set. And when you get so many years, you don't want to. I think a lot of teams also don't want to get caught up in this. It's going to be a long time unless you like an elite coach like McVay, Reed, and Harbaugh and Tom. They've been around for years. It's gonna be a long time for coaches to get in the spot and just sit for 7, 8, 9, 10 years again, unless you just sustain success. And even those coaches are at this point they're fossils. Like Andy Reid is a fossil.
Yeah, he's on his way out.
Todd Bowles is a fossil. Tomlin is a fossil. Belichick was a
Pete
fossil.
Carroll.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like the trend now is to hire somebody 45 and under. You know what I'm saying? 45 and under from a coaching tree that makes sense, preferably the Shanahan McVay tree, because that's the hot tree. But owners want to go young, in modern day football. And Todd Bowles this season has shown us, to circle back to the current part of it, season, Todd Bowles has shown us his philosophy, his coaching style is very rigid and outdated, and I'm going to leave it right there. And I'm going to bring in somebody else that's been a part of the team for a while. I'm going to bring in Rudy Will 813. Welcome to the chat, man. He comes in and he leaves. I got to get you, buddy. You got to come on back in, click on the link, and come back in. I seen B More. I seen William 813. Where you go at? I put you in and then you left. You're correct. What's going on here? You can come on back in, but now you gotta wait because somebody else coming on in. We got OG in the building.
What's going on, y'all?
What's happening? What I'm saying?
Yeah, what's good with you?
You see the conversation. Man. What's up? The season recap, man. What you got?
Overall, I'm gonna give it a C, close to C minus.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a lot of adjusting to do. Some of the key things that I like is that we were able to sustain the division success for 3 years, although this year obviously didn't pan out. We were pretty competitive through a major roster change for the most part. I mean, if you look at it, post Brady, that's not an easy thing to do. And having to get Baker, sure, we had to, sustain some, adjustments with OC coaching. And again, not an easy thing to do and to take care of the reins from post Brady. So I want to kind of highlight that. Record and franchise standing. I think, Todd Bowles definitely developed some winning seasons. Obviously, I think you made a post, Isaiah. It was like he was only off by 3 wins, above 500 or something.
So regular season, it's 35-33 regular season, and then playoffs 1-3.
Mm-hmm. Within that 4-year, I know it's damn near 0.500, but it's still a winning season under his record book. I mean, that is just facts over feelings. So regardless of how y'all see fit, that's just the reality of it. He has a winning record. So at the end of the day, it's not like the last 15 years we're losing. So I think making a major change and releasing Todd Bowles might have been very dramatic and very drastic. And it could have just set the whole organization down again, like years in the past. So I know, again, everyone is hard on Todd Bowles and Jason and you know me, I'm always in in a neutral area. I will say though, he definitely has took in accountability. I heard some of y'all saying that Todd Bowles hasn't. It's not true. He even said himself that he would take all the accountability in that post conference today. So if y'all didn't even hear that, then I don't know what you're listening to. So, but yes, he did take accountability, and I do like that about him. And of course, you know, when things didn't go well, he did blame some of the players and the coaching staff. And let's not forget, coaching personnel does matter. Like Todd Bowles is relying on his staff to like make sure these players are ready. And so I'm pretty sure in the meeting rooms, you know, every Monday or Tuesday, whatever the case is, I'm sure he's on their ass. He might not have a character like, you know, you guys want him to, but nobody's a kid. Nobody are teenagers. These are grown adults with actual lives, and he can't talk them like, you know, he's like greater than them, and he can't belittle them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just not how it works. Everyone's grown.
Is he a great motivator?
I think he is. I think he's a great motivator in the sense of like separating reality from emotions, and that's a big idea. Like I think motivation comes in different forms, but in terms of like a motivator to the whole organization, he can separate reality from emotions, and so he's not very emotional. And when he is, he'll show it, obviously. But in most cases, he's gonna like sit back and be like, "Look, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the reality of things and what we can do and what we can control."
You know, I think a lot of people also when they talk about Todd Bowles, like I said, I don't have any. Like I said, I don't think he's a bad coach. I said this 1,000 times. So, but a lot of the concern amongst the Bucs community is we're kind of stuck in this hamster wheel. Like even this season, you know, 6-2, and it was almost like when are we going to have this downfall of this 1-4 stretch or this 1-5 stretch? And it happened at the wrong time. It happened at the back end of the season when the division it's at its weakest, and you go 2-7 the last 9 games.
I'll add to that. You're right. You know, the criticism mostly on Todd Bowles is late season slumps, like you just mentioned, and game management issues. You know, that obviously would cost the game.
4 years in a row. Now think about that. 4 years in a row of that. That's it's almost like, for me as a fan, it's like I think we've reached our ceiling. Now, if we keep him, we keep him. Cool. But I always said this, and I said it at the very beginning of the season. If the Bucs want to go to the next level, and we had the record prediction, and I've seen people with the 12-5 and 13-4. I even put myself out there. I said 10.5 because I'm expecting. We've had a couple seasons of just kind of like in the middle, you know what I'm saying? But now it's time to make at some point. Okay, next, you know what I'm saying?
Just make that jump,
to see the 2-7, it was like after 6-2, it was like, oh, we going backwards, man. Like you 3 years going into the season, you've been here. You know what I'm saying? So
you're right. That is a fact.
Something else.
I think that is definitely a fact, and I don't want to ignore that, but that's definitely one of the Achilles heel on Todd Bowles' resume, and I think it's definitely something that everyone's looking at and could cause you to, obviously be fired. I mean, it's almost like it's inevitable, right? Like life just happens and things just kind of go the way it goes. And then, you have to just, take that reality and then try to work around that.
So the reality, so to piggyback what you're saying is, so the reality of what's happening, this is going into year 5 now. So 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So what's the reality now? 4 years.
The reality is do not fire Todd Bowles because for one, it's a stupid money waste of money contract. I think one, you want to keep him because again, the contract in itself. We'll just be dumping a lot of money just to do that. And then two, the cultural change.
Will he be on the warm hot seat going into 2026?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
And I would agree to make a decision if he does this again after next season.
There you go.
But financially wise, it's not a good move to just let him go because again, one, he has a winning record. 2, he has taken us to the playoffs 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, this year didn't happen. And then 3, I mean, he's got other, good attributes. And I think to take it to the next level, that is something that, of course, Jason Light has to come in and himself make the decision on, you know, developing better coaches in all areas of the field. You know, obviously OC is one of them. I would agree to replace him, but we'll see. They're probably going to have to re-interview him again. I think that's what he mentioned. Definitely special teams. I don't, maybe not so much on the health staff because I mean, again, it's inevitable. Health just happens. People just get injured regardless. It's a very unfortunate thing, but I don't know. I think at the end of the day, I still think there's a lot of key things to look on Todd Bowles. Again, one of them is player development and, you know, developing an evolution in a player. I think it's really hard to develop defensive back, especially when they're picked later in the rounds. Again, everybody praise Jacob Parrish. Benjamin Morrison is more of a healthy scratch, but he seems like he's got potential. Zion, no one saw Zion coming up and taking over. What's his name that went to the Patriots?
Seatbelt Davis.
Exactly. So no one thought he would take over, but I mean, he did what he did, and he was able to improve, and hopefully he could do better. And again, too, no one thought that we can develop Tyke Smith, you know, the way he's playing. Now, again, I don't think they're all, you know, over the top players, but I think they're actually average or better than average in my eyes. And I think that's a plus, and for the most part. And again, this league is really hard, and not everyone can kind of do that with anyone, especially with like lower end tier players. So that's a good note where Todd Bowles can come in. His leadership and accountability, I think we talked about that. More on stability on his organization. I think he has a good level of trust factors. We mentioned, he can separate reality from emotions, and that's how he could be a leader. Obviously, he's got trust in Jason Light. Jason Light, trusting Todd Bowles for another year, of course, contractually, but he's just going to have to bite the nail with, making decisions coming up. But, last but least, here's the facts: the early season excellence. I think, starting 5-1 last year and then 6-1 this year.
6-2.
Definitely a good point. We cannot disregard that. But then again, on the flip side, we cannot disregard the fact that we had a pretty poor second half of the season. So those are my reasons right here. I think it's better to kind of sustain this for right now to see where the shoe really fits for the next season.
One more season.
Exactly. If your foot is just a little half inch bigger, we might as well just call it quits and then get another shoe. So that's just how it goes.
Yeah. I think, and I spoke on this before to piggyback what you're saying is about Todd Bowles. Half of the fan base, well, they want him gone, and some people like, no, and it's a conflicting amongst the fan base because one side saying, hey, we're tired of kind of hanging around. We want to see better. And then the other side saying, well, we kind of right there. We just got to make some staff changes. And this is where the combination of Jason Light and Mike Greenberg, the salary cap guy, and Todd Bowles got to get together and say, let's look at this roster, because if Todd Bowles come back, which most likely I think at this point he'll probably come back, but when he comes back, in my opinion, and Jason Light obviously not going anywhere. Mike Greenberg, will he get an opportunity to be a GM somewhere? I don't know, but all three of them come back. Their number one job in it, and they've been doing this for the last umpteen years, is to get that roster more competitive, more better, because every year teams are getting better. Like literally, even within our division, we saw this. We lost to 3 divisional opponents. And these teams are behind us, quote unquote, based on what we've accomplished. But you can see the gap is not big. And this is where Todd Bowles and Jason Light and Mike Greenberg got to come in and say, and I think they know this, in my opinion. I think they know that the front seven needs an overhaul. We need some influx of real high-end talent. A couple of veterans that's still good, and some influx of high-end young guys that can come in right away. Like the development guys is cool. You know what I'm saying? But we need some guys that can come on in and play right away. Jacob Parrish is one of them. Tyke Smith, year 2. So we can hang our hat on a couple guys, But even with those two, it still wasn't enough. And then we put a lot of draft capital in the secondary, and the pass defense is still bottom 8. So Jason Light got a challenge ahead of him, because if Todd Bowles is on going into the season on the warm seat / hot seat, Jason Light's seat kind of got to start kind of heating up a little bit too, because
I believe so too.
We can't.
It's got to be warm too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody's excluded. It just always saying is, okay, you come back. Okay, well, it is what it is. You come back. You regressed. You went from 10 wins to 8. And the biggest change that was made was OC. You added a draft class, changed OC, and you went back 2 games. So that's a regress. We agree with that, right?
Yeah.
So
regress.
Question.
That is a
So we're
fact.
basically saying Todd Bowles is only good as his coordinators that he have under his belt. So why not just rebuild for the whole thing?
So you saying wipe the staff and keep Todd Bowles and Jason Light?
Get them all out the door. If he's only good as his coordinators under him, so you can have one of them coordinators to be a better head coach than him at this point.
What we're saying is, for hypothetically, and most likely this might be the outcome, but Todd Bowles come back. We got to move past the getting rid of Todd Bowles at some point, right? So I'm just kind of getting ahead of the game, a little foreshadowing. So I'm kind of like, Todd Bowles coming back, you know what I'm saying? And if he comes back, only difference between 2024 and 2025 was the OC. That's the biggest difference.
Not in stats, but yeah.
So what do Todd Bowles do offensively to get the offense back to where it was in 2024? What does he do there? Because Josh Gazard, I think at this point, a lot of us kind of like.
But I want to play devil advocate for a second. Like Mopar brought this up. Do you think a part of that play calling is on Baker with him not being able to make the right reads, or only reading one half of the field with the play selection? And they actually showed us they don't trust or believe in Baker the last 4 weeks. That was clearly shown. So I mean, you got to take that two into consideration. I'm not saying I want Josh back or whatever. If he comes back, okay, but his play calling has to be better. But then again, they may see something that we're not seeing every day in practice, or maybe they caught something on the all 22 that we didn't see, or something like that. Or hey, all week in practice, hey, you look for this right here, and you look for this matchup, but you checking it down. I know he didn't check it down, but I'm just using that as an example. So that's just something to think about. But but it is difference. All OC made a big difference with 2 games, and that's a huge 2 games.
Mm-hmm. It's a very tricky situation. Like the Bucs. Here's the thing about the Bucs. And when I go back and think about the season and all the games that they did good in the beginning of the season, and then I said this. Don't get too caught up at the beginning. I say this all the time these last couple of years, and I, you see it in the chat, you see it in Facebook and X. Oh, we really like that. I'm like, look, November and December. That's where you got to find out what type of team you have. Beginning of the season, you're still trying to get a feel of it. Baker did a great job at the beginning of the season. This is the good part, right? Did a great job sustaining the Bucs, keeping us afloat. 6-2, folks. Like, that's a great job. That is a great job. As much as we give Baker hell, and we give him a lot, right? I mean,
and 5-1 is a hell of a job last year too. But and
I get it. He if Baker was drafted by the Bucs, I think it'd be a lot easier to deal with him. But since he's not drafted by the Bucs, and we saw him in Cleveland and Panthers and the Rams, so I get it. So there's a wishy-washy there, but you got to give credit where it's due. I mean, without Baker, and I will say this. Without Baker, the Bucs would probably be 3-14, 4-13. You know what I'm saying? So we can't have it one way. You got to look at both sides. Like I said, I'm not the biggest Baker fan. I think he's a decent quarterback. I don't think he's going to give us to the next level, but I think he's a decent quarterback. I don't think he's horrible. Like some people be thinking like he's terrible. You know what I'm saying? He's not that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But he does have limitations. He does have limitations. We saw that this season. Started out hot, a little front running. A little overachieving, right? And then the reality set in. What we do know is when things get a little crazy, he tried to do it, like do the Josh Allen, LeBron, the next level type stuff, and that's not him.
And can I add more here? The relationship between Baker and OC does really matter. Because if you look at Canales, I think they had a really great relationship. And then, of course, you look at Liam, they had a really great relationship together. And then when you look at Josh Grizzard and Baker, it doesn't seem like it gels well together.
Exactly.
And I think that's something to kind of take notice. But I mean, you can see the communication between the two. It's almost like it's transactional, but not really transactional and personal. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
think he trusts Baker. We saw that. He don't even trust Baker.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The last two OCs, Baker had a say in it with Liam and Josh. Didn't Baker, have an input and said like he's fine with that? Like because didn't Baker come out this past offseason saying let's keep it in house? Didn't he have a say with that? So I mean, you would have thought they would have had a good, working relationship.
But let's go a step further than that.
I think that's just kind of part of the script, like based off what actually happened. I mean, I don't think he wants to badmouth anybody. He's just going to say, yeah, let's keep it in the house. Because he's only, it's just part of the identity of the organization by him saying that. Go ahead.
And let's take it a step farther than that, though. Baker has still had a different offensive coordinator every year since he's ever been in the league.
Mm-hmm. That's actually
when
fair.
has he had a consistent offensive coordinator every
That's very fair.
Right.
That I mean, you come back year 2 in this. That is something to look at. Could they, But it depends on what you're gonna do offensive. Like if you're gonna find a darn tight end that could block and be explosive, and another running back to go with Bucky.
I believe we have our tight end.
That goes back to the coaching strategy, right?
Gave him enough playing time.
That goes back to the part I was talking about earlier before everybody got in. I had a little pocket talking about coaching and strategy, right? And looking at this season, we see the flaws as far as coaching. I think we obviously see that. Like we see the obvious coaching defensively, offensively with Todd Bowles and his situational football with his defenses in certain, 3rd and 14s and 3rd and 28s and 4th and 4th. We've seen that, right? He got some flaws there, right? The zero blitz coverage and all that. So he's done that. That's him. That's Todd Bowles, right? But then Josh Gazard, this was our first time seeing him, and I think a lot of people see like that is too big of a drop off going from Liam Cohen to Josh Gazard. Like we expected some sort of little drop off, but being that it was in house, we suspected like it'll get better. But it started good, but then it got worse and it got really bad. So it's kind of weird. Like you were saying, I don't think it's a good match. I don't think it's a good match, and the play calling showed me that.
Yeah, I agree. Which is why I wanted to add to that point. But look, y'all, at the end of the day, you have to realize making a drastic change like that will come with its consequences. Firing Todd Bowles will show. We've seen it before, and I don't know. I mean, we probably have like newer fans from like younger generation. Mm-hmm. I mean, it seems like a lot of our, audience here is more on like the older generation. Maybe mid, but we already know we've sucked for so long. And when we fired John Gruden, we were not relevant to be even the middle of the pack at all for 15 years. And I'm not overwhelming this. This is like facts. And now, sure, we got back to the top of the range. We got the championship, and then obviously the next 5 years it was all good. And then we had some questions. Now we're down to the middle of the pack. We don't suck like the last 15 years, but we're in the middle of the pack. And we need a couple of keys and a couple of players to give us over that hump, and we can be relevant to contention again.
That's
this stuff, and not just that, y'all. This stuff actually happens to all organizations. Mm-hmm. We're not the only one. We're not the only upset fans. Everybody else is upset. Mm-hmm. There's going to be 31 teams that's going to be upset.
Yep.
That's the reality of it. There's only one thing for each season, and that's to win a Super Bowl.
And that part right there, we're not even close. We're not even close.
But the weird thing is,
even with that 15-year drought that we're speaking of, there was a lot of bad coaching decisions that was made. Just imagine in that 15-year span, if we would at least just hit on one or two coaches that could have got us over the
Mark
hump. You
Dominic
know what
was
I
the
mean?
GM, by the way. He was
Dude, we signed a punter to a max deal. That's how bad it
Yeah.
was. A punter.
the organization.
And
Like before we I don't want to get too far way back there. You know what I'm saying? We saw it, and it was just a bad structured organization. You know what I'm saying? And we saw it from the Raheem Youngry and the Shiano and the Lovey
Yep.
Smith and the Dort Cutter. We can go further back than that with Sam Weiss, Ray Perk. We get it. Like I get it. We don't want to take a detour all the way back to memory lane. I don't remind me of that. I lived through that. I worked in the state. I get it. But right
mhm.
now, the Bucs are in a situation. It's almost like this will be a key season for the Bucs, because if they don't get this right for us coaching staff, I'm gonna leave it like that, and I'm gonna bring Bucket with your girl in. If they don't get this coaching staff fixed up and mash it with the right talent, a good draft class, they got some money to spend in free agency. If they don't get this right, it can get really bad.
Can
Or
I
it can
say
go
something
really
right
good.
quick, Bucko?
What's up?
Let's look at the Liam Cohen situation with Jacksonville right now. If you compare Jacksonville record to our record, 6-3, make the playoffs. Look what he done with that team. The three coaches that all left and went places this year here, Ben, Liam, and I forgot the other one. Everybody's in the
Talking about
playoffs.
the one for the Seahawks too. He left
Yeah,
Baltimore, went to the
Mike.
Seahawks,
But we
and
yeah.
don't
guess
have that
what?
situation.
Baltimore is not in the playoffs either.
We don't have that situation. We
Coaching
don't.
matters.
We don't. I get it, and trust me, I get it. But I don't want to keep going. I want to bring another person in right quick to join the conversation amongst everybody. Gentlemen, give a hand to Bucket with the girl.
What up? What up?
What's
What's
going
up,
on?
girl?
Hey,
What up?
y'all can hear me all right?
Yeah.
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 Okay, cool.
What you think about
I
this
don't.
season? The good, bad, and the ugly this season?
Well, it started off good. Don't really know what happened during the bye. There's something there that they're not disclosing as far as the players and the relationship with the coaches. The terrible is just how backwards we have gone. A quarterback regressed, players giving up. And so I thought about this last night, and I don't know. We are in a weird predicament with this team, and I know we get on Todd a lot, but what I will say is this: we already know what Todd is. He's shown us as a head coach these past 3-4 years what he is. When he sits up there every year after the season and says our end goal is Super Bowl, and you are supposed to build off of that, everything that you say every offseason, right? And it's like he does the complete opposite of what should be there. I know we talked about the whole Emeka Buka pick, whatever. But when you were in the playoffs and your defense couldn't get off the field, you should have drafted defense heavy. You did the opposite of that. You went from Keith Armstrong in special teams to another coach that still sucks. So, and I think you brought this up, Buckles, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were talking about his ceiling, right? And these OCs that get these new opportunities, and we can't get the top OCs because they know the ceiling that they have with Todd Bowles. So you have a head coach who OCs don't want to come play for you because they know your ceiling. So now you're gonna hire either in-house first year, almost every year, or you're gonna hire mediocre. So at this point, if my coach cannot give me the players to get to the Super Bowl, if he can't bring in the coaching to the Super Bowl, and all we're gonna get is mediocre, then we're at a standstill.
Hmm. Okay. It's a good point. I mean, it's kind of tough because, and going back to what you wish was talking about, Tabo's come back, and let's just say, hypothetically speaking, we do change OCs. We ain't getting no. We not getting no. We ain't getting no cream of the crop up and coming offensive assistant or up and coming quarterback coach, because they kind of seen how this play out, and they kind of like even the last couple of years, like with Canales and Liam Cohen, they came here, and the minute they got a chance to be a head coach, they was out. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't sticking around. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of a dangerous thing to do. And to hit, well, I don't think Canales was a hit. I don't know
I don't
what
either.
the affair is behind Canales. He was not a hit. Let's get that in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Liam Cohen was the hit, like as far as
Mm-hmm.
he brought to the team, to the organization offensively.
Yeah.
Right? He was a hit. Canales was average to me. And then now you got Gazard. So to me, Todd Bowles is 1 for 2, 1 for 3. You know what I'm saying? As far as OCs, in my opinion. Now you can agree or disagree, but if they make a change with Josh Gazard, would I be upset? No. Would I be surprised? No. But when you do that, you ain't finna get the cream of the crop. I'll tell you that right now. You ain't no hot coordinator or no hot quarterback coach or no hot quote unquote OC that's not really calling plays. Passing game coordinator is gonna, like, the Bucs interviewed Josh Gazard. Remember, Josh Gazard was not the first choice, the second choice, or the third choice. They interviewed multiple people, and all of a sudden, we're just gonna hire Josh Gazard. So when the door is, even though it's open, people ain't finna run over here and try to be an OC for Todd Bowles. I'm be honest. You know, I mean, we got lucky with Liam Cohen. That was his first time calling plays, and he showed everybody in the entire NFL what time it was. And the minute he leaves 13-4, you know what I'm saying? So, and then Baker drops off. So he done made his imprint on the team. And then he making Trevor Lawrence look like he really like that. Like, what?
Joe Montana.
You know, so it's a funny situation with Todd Bowles. And like I said, I'm gonna keep reiterating this because I know we got people joining, new people coming in. He's not a bad coach, but I believe what my eyes tell me, we have a ceiling and we have a floor. And it's not a high ceiling, and the floor is kind of mid, kind of, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you expecting some high, unless Todd Bowles hit on the OC and some great, you know, draft picks and some coaching staff changes, and he hits on like 50 to 60% of that, and you go from 8 wins to 12, then I'll be like, okay, he gets it now after all these years. But at this point, currently, he is who he is as a head coach.
Yes.
You like it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, either you like it or you don't.
And that's
right.
the
And I just
question.
wanted to touch on the when y'all were talking about the Baker and all the coordinators. But the one thing I think that people forget, which is a major thing, because this is my only knock with Baker. Yeah, he gives you a lot of stats and the moxie and all of that stuff, but he always has that critical turnover in the game when you need it the most. And I think that's what's always gonna, no matter, even with Liam, we was in that playoff game and they did the jet sweep. What did he do? He fumbled the ball. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, all you got to do is make a simple handoff, but you fumble it. You give up the ball. Against Detroit, game on the line. We need the drive. You throw the pick right to the defender. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's my biggest knock with him. I'm not saying that he can't win us some games and all of that, but we're talking about Super Bowls, right? We're talking about contending for real. And as long as we have a quarterback, and we can have the greatest offensive coordinator in the world, but if we have a quarterback who, when the pressure is at its highest in the game, and you're throwing that ball right to the DB, it's like, bro, like, come on. How can a OC coach that out of a 9-10 year player? Maybe, you know, a first year, second year, third year player, okay. But yo, you're 8, 9, 10 years in the league. How do you coach that out of them?
So I have a question. For you, Buckos. For this offseason, would you bring in a free agent quarterback to compete with Baker? And if the answer is yes, who would that quarterback be realistically for you?
It's kind of a hard question to answer right now because I haven't really thought about it because I'm still thinking about the season that just happened. That's why I don't want to get into the what ifs. You know, not too early. I think for me, I can't answer those questions at this point because I'm still thinking about the season, what just transpired with Emeka Ibuka doing really good and his ceiling and where he's going to be at. Tristan Wirfs getting healthy. You know what I'm saying? I'm still thinking, what are they going to do about the guard situation? You know, I don't want to get too far into the draft picks and free agency and all that because I'm going to make videos on that. But I just wanted to make this last video to recap the 2025 season and what did we see that was good and the bad and the ugly. And you know, and I always bring this up before the season starts, you know what I'm saying, all my hashtags and anything like that. But for the last several years, and a lot of you guys have been around for a while, you know, my OGs and everything like that. And one of my most important hashtags is Trenches Matter. And for the fourth straight year, here we are talking about the trenches again. And we saw it this season. You know, I made a post you know, not too long ago, or maybe yesterday or something like that. Because I was going post crazy the last couple of days, you know, and I made a post about the outside linebackers edge and also the D-line sacks. So the combined sacks for the D-line and the edge was 24 and a half. All those guys added up to 24 sacks. The highest sack guy we had was Diaby, 7. The second highest was Vita, 4.5. And everybody else sprinkled around. I'm not counting linebackers, inside linebackers. I'm not counting safeties and cornerback sacks. I'm just talking about the trenches. And how many times did we see, and this is the bad and the ugly part, how many times did we see time and time again in key moments where the D-line did not get in? Kirk Cousins situation, the Jared Goff situation. And I'm talking about, I ain't talking about the totality of the game. I'm talking about pivotal moments where we need a sack. We need a goddamn sack, and we could not get. Quinn Ewers had time. Like, it was just like frustrating to watch this season. And it's like, man, I think Jason Light, I ain't say we, but I'm gonna say we, but I think Jason Light and Todd Bowles dropped the ball on the D-line, edge, and the linebacker situation. Because
but look how long they kept putting it off though. Like, this situation just kept building on for at least 3 years to get to this point. And like you said, trenches, linebackers, like, and then the fact that he said that linebacker was their deepest depth position.
He said that going into the season. That was wild. That was a
lie. That wasn't no darn.
And look what Braswell did. Braswell did jack squat.
That's what I was about to say.
Who is that?
So Bowles also
number
said
43.
I don't know who that is.
Bowles also said coming into this season
we've been better staying in the 4-3 or going to the staying in the 3-4, because Vita had his best seasons when we was in a 4-3 when you had Sue right next to him.
Well, that was a hybrid 3-4.
That was a hybrid 3-4. Todd Bowles has never been a 4-3 guy. He never will be. So the scheme that we seen in 2025 was 2024, 2023, and 2022. In 2021, in 2020, and 2019. It's the same scheme. It's complicated, it's complex. And I think somebody brought this up earlier. Yaya Diaby spoke on this. I just watched it too not too long ago before I got on this. He spoke on the scheme, and Jamel Dean spoke on it too. You know, and Burnt Toast Dean. He was like, the scheme is complex, and if you're not ready, when the bullets start flying, you realize you haven't practiced that much. Whoa, wait a minute now. What's happening here? Like, wait a minute, you're not prepared when the bullets start flying? Excuse me, I won't say bullets, but when weapons start getting flying and real life start happening, and you in the game, you like, what was the call again in practice? Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
But how much of that is coaching, and how much of that is players?
It's a combination. There is no one side. There is no one side. Like, it's time, and it's the defense. It's a combination.
We can't hold players accountable if they just. I mean, we can hold players accountable, but we can't tell players not to go to the club or not to drink at a certain night. And when they do, they just do. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing about it. There are several players that's been in this organization that has been in Todd Bowles' defense for years.
Jamel Dean.
And they still have they still having the same bust and wide open tight ends and running backs, dump offs, and what's happening here? For Jamel Dean to say that, Jamel Burnt Toast Dean to say that was wild. The
only time he's ever looked good is when he said, what is that second year, the Super Bowl run? He said for the 3 or 4 weeks, him and Bowles sat down and watched film together every week. That was about the best you've seen him play when he did that. So I'm just like, get back in the
film. I don't want to knock Dean, but he had a good year this year. So,
and don't get me wrong, like, Todd Bowles' defense does produce some great, situations. Great scheming. When it happens. Don't get me wrong, it's not all bad. Let me make that clear. Todd Bowles' defense is not all bad, but when it's bad, it's bad. That's
what the execution's not there. It's terrible.
Yes, like it's too many times that we'll see him and that defense make quarterbacks eat their own food. They'll be like, hey, he's shutting them down. You know what I'm saying? And they stopping the run, forcing the quarterback to
Combo
throw the
defense
ball.
require people with high IQ to play defense.
Right. And that's where, but once again, but see, there's layers to this, right? There is not one person you can blame. And I keep bringing this up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have an agenda towards Jason Light. I don't have an agenda towards Todd Bowles. I don't have an agenda towards any individual defensive player. I'm looking at it from the totality of the situation. There's issues at every layer. D-line, linebacker, edge, safety, corner, DC, GM, head coach.
Yeah.
It's all a combination. No, there is nobody that's going to be separated from this. And when we watched that season, this past season, too many god darn games. It was like, wait a minute, what is the defense doing? What's happening here?
Right.
Third and
You gotta
20.
have-
That's still
you
a
gotta
combination,
have
though. You know. I mean, like when he calls that zero blitz with the safety.
Oh my Jesus!
I mean, but let me just hear this out as a former DB. When you hear that call, say you've been coached like, okay, yeah, we're going man. It's a zero blitz, but you're expected just to cover for a few seconds because you think that blitz is going to get there. How do we know that? But how do you know, like, because I know one time I was coached on a zero blitz. I was told, hey, jump the flat. If you see anybody come in the flats, jump it regardless. Let that man go and jump the flat.
Because you're expecting the pressure to get there immediately. But when the pressure don't get there, it's food. Your food. And we saw that twice in the Carolina Panthers game. Twice.
All I want to say is
that's the thing.
third and
You gotta
28.
have a mix. You gotta have a mix of high IQ guys and go get ball.
Well, look
see
how
ball,
many,
get ball.
But then how many players are actually out? That goes back to what they were saying. Look at how many players were out of position too as well. Like, I know we all agree that it's a combination of everything, but it's just like Winfield, dude, you've been there long enough. You should know the call. Like, you should know as a safety, get back. I mean, if it like and Zion, it's 30.
Prime example, the Detroit game.
I mean, just a lot of what it could should have.
I'm glad that y'all said something about that zero cover zero because
it's not a shoulda, coulda, woulda.
for the past week,
it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's actually this is what we're seeing. This is what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about what happened last season, and this is exactly what happened. Zero blitzing in multiple games, and you get burned. That is not shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like what you should have done, or what you're saying is, well, we can reflect on that, but that's the point of the video. We're reflecting on what are we seeing, and we're like, well, why did he do that? We're just questioning, like, why is this still happening? You know, we're not getting singled out. It's why is the same thing keep happening multiple seasons? Nobody is exempt. One of my hashtags is no excuses. What we saw right there keeps happening, time and time again. Too many goddamn times, and it's costing us games, or it's momentum changing plays.
I said Saturday, I was talking about Winfield's eyes. I think he has bad eyes in man coverage. You can't have bad eyes and you going to cover zero.
He's been in the defense for 5 years.
And he still has bad eyes. You can't have bad eyes playing man coverage. That's why he gets burned. Bad eyes. It ain't technique, it's bad eyes. You looking in the backfield, but your man is running away from you.
It's frustrating.
Make it make sense.
It's frustrating amongst a lot of the Bucs fans when we watch and we talked about the offense, and now we're kind of diving into the defense a little bit more in the coverage and the schemes and all that, and the situational football. Now we're talking about situational football, and we're looking at and we point these games out, and we all saw the same thing. So if you refute anything that we all saw, then I got a question for you. What are you looking at? You know what I'm saying? Because we all saw the same thing.
I can wrap it up and sum it up better for you. Take a quote out of Remember the Titans. Leadership reflects attitude. If you don't see your leadership reflecting the same attitude that should be on the field, how can you expect the players to change?
Right. The
I'm more focused on making changes internally. I mean, I think we need to fire some of these internal coaches going forward.
If we getting rid of coaches, was it Larry Foote? Is it Harold Godwin? Like, you know what I'm saying? These are people that's been around Todd Bowles since Arizona days, and Bruce Arians and Jason.
And I think that's what I really want, Bruce. I really want Todd Bowles to kind of like hone into that new identity in terms of like sometimes you just got to let the guys go that you really trust.
He trusts those guys. He been with them for years.
Yeah, it's just like I said before. It just seems like he doesn't want to take that approach.
He old school.
I would hope Todd Bowles can adapt to that new trait of personality, knowing that if he doesn't make it well next year, he's going to be out of there. So I hope he comes into the approach and be like, look, you did this. Here's the receipt. We got to let you go. We're going to find
He's not
somebody
going to do
else.
it. I mean,
And that's
he'll do
and
it.
that's
He only will do that if
that's
it comes down from ownership.
Just about to say exactly the same thing.
No, I
Because
mean, I
as an
think
owner,
he has more control here, y'all, to determine whether or not he can fit the needs of his personnel, his coaching personnel.
that's a
I
good
have a
point too.
question
That's
on
a good
something
point.
else. So
That's a good point that you
what is
was
the purpose
making.
of?
But that's a good point though. That's a good point that you was making. But on the flip side of that too is to counteract that is you keep trying to fit the personnel to the coach, but then it's not working. At some point, like this season coming up, and we'll get to that in another video. Based on what we saw this season, this cannot happen in 2026, man. I'm telling
Yeah.
you,
You
man.
think?
So what is the
Mind our
purpose of
opponents we
Arians?
got.
I don't care
The
how
same
good he's
personnel is
playing.
making it. Same personnel is making an excuse. Either you can coach or you
Yeah.
can't coach.
And I
So
Because
what is
hope
the
we talk
this
purpose of
about
year,
Arians then?
personnel
If
I hope,
Arians
I
is
scheme.
hope this
upstairs, what
year,
is he doing?
I hope this year
Like,
Jason and Todd could be like, look, you know damn well we can both be fired if we don't make things happen. So
Absolutely.
let's just go ahead and cutthroat. It's cutthroat season for the internal coaches this year. Let me just say that
Got to be
much.
something.
You got to.
You got to
You
do
So
got to
more
set an
than that.
if
example.
it's not going to be Todd Bowles, it's got to be some of these, coaches
These
internally.
homeboys, the
So
guys he's been with since 2012.
exactly. I don't mind if Todd Bowles can do that, and we see some, and he has. I mean, last year we got rid of some coaches, and
More.
but
but
if you're doing that, you're lying to yourself, you're lying to us, and you're lying to the team. We say you guys talked about accountability and stuff. It's like, okay, Todd Bowles got to be accountable too. Like, there's
okay, he
nothing wrong
did.
with
He
saying like,
was.
hey,
I
bro,
said this earlier.
your
He
defense is
already did
trash.
say. I said this earlier. He already did said he took accountability for himself for the whole thing.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what you
But
heard,
did he
but he
do that?
did.
Did he do that last year too, though? Because since outside of the Super Bowl year, like the defense been the same. Like last year, Liam was better. Like he did a better job at what he does. The defense was still horrible. This year, the defense is still horrible. It's like, bro, you want to
Todd
hire
say
the
the same
DC?
thing every meeting.
The head coach is the DC. You got to get rid of him.
Hire
We
DC.
can't play sacrificial lamb or something like Grizzard's gonna be the one to get out. We're gonna fire these coaches who aren't getting it done. If you're firing coaches who aren't getting the job done, it includes himself.
If
DC.
you want to keep his
That's
job, he
actually
gonna do that
that's a
though.
good point because what's his name? There was a reporter that asked Todd Bowles like, "Do you think you're gonna have to give up the reins of play calling for
Man.
defense?" I forget the answer to that, but I think he
You need
says
to.
that we're gonna evaluate something and go from
Nah,
there.
he
Yeah,
said
you guys got
he
other questions
Todd
like
doesn't
that.
said
You
deal
he
with
had
got
a
to.
hypotheticals.
conversation that he was going to
I'm
have to
just
have with coach.
paraphrasing. I don't know the exact words, but if anybody knows, go ahead and tell me.
Yeah,
Yep.
he
Yeah,
said he's going
he
to have
said
a
his answer
conversation with ownership about that. If that's what they want
no
him to
his
do, then that's what he'll do.
Oh, okay.
his
Well, there you
answer
have it.
his answer was he doesn't deal with hypotheticals because they asked him in like a hypothetical way, like hypothetically, would you give up the reins of not calling the plays? And he just shut it down and said, I don't deal with hypotheticals.
See, that's being cocky, bro. Like you can't. It's like if you're gonna give it the reins, that means somebody gonna come in here and like, look, I'm trashing your whole defensive playbook, and we're gonna keep it back. I'm running a 4-3. You cool with that? If you think he gonna be cool with that?
Hell no.
Right. That's what like these
I
are
agree.
egos, man. These are egos, bro. Like I've been in
I
a
agree.
situation where I had to give up play calling duties myself. I'm like,
It hurts though.
you
It
gotta
hurts
you
to do
gotta
that
take a
because
dude, you gotta literally take a step back.
But he the head
And
coach. He the top dog. So I don't even see where it's hurting him at. I mean, I know that's his
But
bread
come
and
on,
butter.
y'all. Let's be realistic. He is not the only head coach that's making play calls,
Now on defense,
whether
though,
it be
no,
offense or defense.
when you seen a head coach call defense though in the NFL besides him?
That's why I come in at. See, I like this.
hey, I like I like
Wait a
I
minute.
like I
Wait a
like
minute.
I like the coach
I can answer
who
that.
has the case out, the last
I can
Miami
answer
Dolphins
that.
head coach.
I can answer that, and I can give you multiple examples of that question. Mike McDonald calls defensive plays for the Seattle Seahawks, and he's a head coach. Sean McDermott did it for a while, but he actually gave it up at some point. But I think he has a big input on that as well.
Bill
So
Parcells.
I mean, let's not act like we don't see a lot of examples. Flores
Yeah,
did
but
it.
all of them
Well,
are
that's what I'm
good
talking about.
coaches though.
Flores.
Bill
Well,
Belichick.
And you
Belichick
compare them
did
to
it.
Bowles, are they good? Compare them to
Vrabel
Bowles.
did it.
Mike Tomlin.
Vrabel did it.
Mike Tomlin. I feel
Yeah,
like
so there's a lot of examples that coaches did dual roles, but we can't put
Robert
Todd Bowles with
Saleh.
those guys.
That's my point.
No, I don't think we have to compare him like that. I think, Todd Bowles has his own identity, but at the end of the day, it's not abnormal for head coaches to take control
I'm not saying
on the offense or defensive side, regardless of the situation.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I just say it shouldn't matter. I'm like, dude, you still the head coach. Like, you have the headset, you have the final say so. Like, you hear everything that's going on in that radio set. You can veto it, shut it down, or approve it. That's all that's the only thing I'm saying. Even if he didn't call plays, but he's still gonna have his input on it. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you imagine him giving play calling duties to somebody else? And in the game, it looked like he don't do nothing in the game anyway. It looked like he be standing there, bro. Like,
he calls the plays.
He called the plays, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, maybe it's a combination of everything. They're not tackling. They're not in the correct, area where they're supposed to be in a specific play call or zone or alignment. They're not doing that, and that's like its own coaching as well as the players. It's a combination. But I mean,
I will say this: as much as the scrutiny that Tabo is getting, it's not all bad, but the bad is bad, right? So on the flip side, though, Tyke Smith and Jacob Parrish, though, on the good side, I mean, we're talking about a lot of bad stuff, but on the good side, to change the conversation. On the good side, though, Tyke Smith and Jacob Parrish are good stepping, are good pieces on the defense to kind of build around. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let's not forget Winfield. Let's not forget Winfield. He's still young.
Like, let's just not bang on Todd Bowles the whole time on the bad and ugly side, but there's some good to this too, folks. That's why the title of the video is Good, Bad, and Ugly. We're doing a lot of bad and ugly.
I mean, I think everybody can agree they're gonna have to revamp that entire front seven some kind of way.
But the good parts, Jacob Parrish and Tyke Smith. Now, is there any good in the front seven that you can hang your hat on?
Yeah. I like it.
There you go. Right. So let's dive
in.
Elijah Roberts.
Can y'all play outside of a 3-4?
Well,
I think
it's hybrid.
I think he'd be better in a 4-3.
I like Elijah Roberts. That's
can we just get a deep rotation? I mean, that's all you need on the front.
Well, I get that part. But Yaya had some good moments. You know what I'm saying? 7 sacks, a lot of pressures, right? We just need him to finish, right? So the good thing is, can he build on that in year 4? You know what I'm saying? Can Tyke Smith take another jump? Because I think he outplayed Winfield Jr., in my opinion. And Jacob Parrish, I think he probably should play corner, a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Not just stick him in the slot and pigeonhole him, because he's a very sticky cover guy, and he outplayed the second-round pick, Benjamin Moore.
And he does show a lot of flashes of high IQ.
Right. Yeah. Like he covered Tech McMillan on a deep ball, and he covered him very well, turned his head and everything. As a former DB, I was happy about that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, he got the talent, he got the skills, and low key, he might have been underdrafted. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should have been the second-round pick.
Do you think more? Do you see any good in Morrison, or the jury's still out? Do you see anything to build on with him?
The injuries covered up the good. And then he had a soft benching, you know what I'm saying? And that wasn't a good look. He had to sit a couple games to learn, and then he came back and he had some good moments. So he's behind the curve. I would say Jacob Parrish is our best, defensive back.
Can I throw a small comparison on Benjamin? I think first year Zion and first year Benjamin, I think Benjamin far exceeds Zion in terms of IQ and a little bit of the physicality. But go ahead, I digress.
He has a sprinkle of Jamel Dean in him, though. He has a sprinkle of Jamel Dean.
Would have been a little better.
He has a sprinkle of Jamel Dean in him. The injury stuff. I don't like that. I don't like all the nicks and crannies, the hamstring and all. It's like you already came into the league injury pro.
That's why I was shocked they took the second-round pick on him. Like, he had an injury bug in college and was coming off a major injury, and you still took him in the second round.
And he stayed hurt all season long. You know what I'm saying? And the good side about it, though, at least the cover hole is not there. Like, as far as like we don't have anything. I would say that. You
Can
know,
you say anything about the linebackers? Positive.
that's the ugly part. I don't want to talk about that. I want to stay on the good side.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think I honestly,
The
if
good
you
side on the front four or front seven, definitely Elijah Roberts. I think that was a good
I
pick.
like him. I like him.
He'll be a good
Rotational
rotational
piece.
person.
A good
Yeah,
rotational piece.
and he has the ability to actually take it to the next level, maybe more so than
He's disruptive. He is very disruptive in times. You know what I'm saying? He's still learning.
he puts on a little bit more weight, keeps that speed. I mean, we might have a little hidden gem there.
And then we're still waiting on David Walker, you know what I'm saying? The 4th round pick too. So he got hurt, in training camp, I believe. Was it training camp?
Yeah, training camp.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was out for the season. So 4th round pick, undersized, ed guy, kind of like a Shaq Barrett clone, 6'1 1/4, 240-ish. Probably very powerful, very stout, but waiting to see how he looks. We got Diaby, you know what I'm saying? So it's not, and then Vita maybe got another season, maybe 2, because
What about Logan Hall? He's still be a good rotational piece.
he's a rotational piece.
He's a rotational at best.
I need him to develop IQ though. That's the only thing.
A little
Go
better
ahead.
this year. Here.
He played good the last half of the season.
I need so bad for Logan Hall to develop better IQ. That's all.
Yeah.
But the bigger question is, are they going to bring him back? Because this was his rookie contract. He was up. That's going.
You know who?
I mean, that's
Logan Hall around me up. William Golson.
A smaller version, smaller version.
He's gonna be around for a while. If he get this second contract with the Bucs, he's gonna be around for a while.
Yeah.
But
I think Yaya, I do believe Yaya, with it being a contract year, I do think he would take it to the next level just because it's a contract year.
Their contract years. You know how they
So there's some upside, but definitely, again, when we talk about rookies and IQ does matter in this league, in this game. So
what's so crazy about that too? When you look at the defenses that's good, a lot of those defenses have good young core pieces. Yep. Like, we can scatter around the league right now, real quick.
Go to Atlanta.
Seahawks, Atlanta, New Orleans. Like when you look at these defenses, they can point out 3-4 guys on that defense. Like we're gonna build around that. And then the Bucs, it's like, do we have that? Do we have those cornerstone pieces?
We only got one right now. Winfield Jr. I would say him.
Yeah, that's one.
And but him and Winfield the same player though. They can be cornerstones, but they're the same player. I mean,
the question that came in is: do you move Zaki back over to nickel, or do you move?
I said
or
that.
do you move Zion back over to nickel?
No, you put Ty. I'd rather put Taki back at nickel and put Paris outside and move Zion back to safety.
That's what I like. I like that because I get
Can Zion play safety though?
Here's the thing about it. I get better awareness at corner with Jacob Parrish because he played it in Kansas State. Go back and watch the tape. He played cornerback at Kansas State, so he knows how to play that very well. And then
did Zion ever play safety at SMU?
He actually played some snaps at safety last year when people got hurt. Remember that? Y'all forget this stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
He played. So, and the thing about Zion at safety, it will help with the speed back there because Winfield Jr. is a little slow.
You got a bigger safety back there.
Like I'm a little slow back there. He's a little slow back there. Let's be real. Now I like Winfield Jr. I got a jersey and everything, but he's a little slow back there. You know what I'm saying? Like
he's not a ball hawk. He's not a free guy like that.
I think Winfield Jr. is more of a box safety at this point because his big play potential has regressed. And of course, injuries and all that. I think he's still a good player, but
like
he's a lot more disruptive in the line of scrimmage. Like around the line of scrimmage, he's a lot more disruptive. Like
how tall is Tyke?
Like 5'9",
5'10". Both of them 5'9" and
5'11".
No, he about 5'9", 5'10".
Short.
We kind of need like a Charlie Gardner kind of quarterback there in the corner.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want Winfield Jr. by the line of scrimmage. That, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? Because I think he's more disruptive.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's where he can make his most plays at. If you have him way back there, he ain't making no plays back there. He can't see. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's not reading. He missing his keys. We saw that this season a few times. But if you put him by that line of scrimmage and let him blitz a little bit, let him drop in that little shallow coverage, man, he can make.
Do a rendezvous.
He
He
making
need to
hella
do what
plays.
Rondé did.
So
Right.
Winfield's 5'9" and Tyke is 5'9".
They small.
They
Yeah.
about they ain't but like an inch or two difference in them.
That's
I
why
think
I wanted
Tyke
the
like
Bucs to draft a
5'11".
big safety. I wanted the Bucs to draft a 6'2" safety, 6'1", 6'2" safety. None of this small stuff. Like we gotta get more intimidating. Is what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm trying to move people around and say, let's get more better IQ at cornerback with Jacob Parrish. You take Zion, put some speed back there at safety and some size. Because Zion he be laying some wood too sometimes. Let's be real. He be throwing his body around and be knocking people. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. Now we saw that. And then you bring Tyke Smith, put Winfield Jr. at strong safety, and you put Tyke Smith at the nickel. That's what I like. And you have Benjamin Morris at the cornerback. I think that's positive.
Something that Todd Bowles said earlier today, he said, yeah, we need a couple of more dogs back there on the defense. We need a little more nastiness.
Because too many guys, like I think when you look at the Bucs defense, right? A lot of too much teeth are showing, smiling. No, we need some people that's gonna talk some noise. That's gonna be woofing.
I
Like,
don't need no more Jerry McCoys back there.
yeah, well, I don't want to see no more of that. I don't want to see people smiling and all this.
I need somebody with that Jesse Bates mentality.
I want you to lay the wood on somebody and be like, yeah,
I need that James
17-0.
Harrison.
You know what I'm saying?
I need that Jalen Carter gonna spit on you or something before the game. Just don't care.
Like it's hurting the defense. And Todd Bowles' defense is a very aggressive defense. Like his scheme in general is very aggressive. It's not made for soft kitty cats.
What's Todd Bowles like specialty? I know he played safety, but you know, like every player coach, he played DB, right?
Yeah.
So most DCs or defensive guys who coach in the league or played football, they have their own position. So if they're a DC, they're like, you know, they're tight niche with the secondary, or
That's
they're
what he
tight niche
normally
with the
did.
linebackers, or somebody like every DC. All the good DCs that I see, they have their own position group. Like they coach like linebackers and they call the defense, or they coach linemen and they call the defensive plays, or they coach safeties and they call the defense. What does Todd Bowles? What's his niche?
It gotta be the safest when he was a DC.
I'm just saying you're saying that because he played it, but I'm saying like
no, I'm saying I saw him practice when he was a DC. When he was a DC, I saw him work with the secondary. When all the practice. Yeah, when I went to see him practice, he was always with the secondary. When I saw him,
I always saw him with Jamel Dean and stuff like that. But if that's the case, why the secondary so trash? Then you would have figured like they're in his hip pocket.
Safety. I think it's just safety, bro. It's the only thing he's hit on.
I would say this though, as far as like the good side, if the Bucs can add, and I think the secondary can look better with a better front seven, and we only have maybe 2 pieces in the front seven that you can hang your hat on. And we spoke about this with Roberts and Diaby, and now Clancy. Don't forget about that guy. His injuries is frustrating to him. Like his injuries is frustrating a lot of us. We like, dude, you're not a bad player, but you gotta stay healthy, fam. Like he had the heel injury his rookie season.
Yeah.
Then he had the pec injury this season. I'm like, God, Lee, man, like, what's going on here? But don't be one of these injury prone. You already undersized. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't have that. And you're a first round pick, so we need you to hit. We need you to hit.
Don't they have to pick up? Don't they got to pick up his 5th year option or not this year, or is that next year?
Next year.
Next year, okay.
And the thing about
there's some promise to him. I know it. He just got to stay healthy.
He had 7 sacks last year, right? I think it was 7.
It was 7.
And he's not, like I said, and I think he's a good piece, but we don't know what we got with him because he can't stay healthy. We don't know what we got. Does anybody know what we got in College Gansey?
Nope. He get hurt every training camp.
We got a 7-sack player who was also hurt that year.
Better than y'all.
That's why I say particularly everybody who we drive the scene has the injury bug coming in the door. But all the players that we potentially want Atlanta get, and these be dogs that Atlanta be getting. Like, hey, would somebody in our draft room be leaking information about our players that we be wanting to go after? For the last 3 years, Atlanta has been taking the players that we should have been picking.
I know one thing. I will say this about, I think the culture is. I'm not saying it's lackadaisical, but I mean it looks like a fun culture, but it's like, it's stoic, right? It's kind of dry, but I don't think there's no mean streak there. I mean, we got a couple guys that got a little something in them, but we don't have a lot of enforcers. I was watching the game last night, the Steelers and Ravens, and I watched some other game, like the Rams and Seahawks game, and I watched the other, Texans game. They got some enforcers. Man. Where's the Bucs enforcers?
Yeah.
You ain't got that no more. I mean,
Anybody?
you ain't got it no
Last
more.
time we had that,
You ain't
last
had
person we had
enforcers.
that was
That was
It was
99.
Devin
You
the
got
White.
a
last
team full
enforcer
of.
that we had.
Say what?
Devin
Devin
White.
White
Was the
talk that
last
talk that
enforcer
talk.
that we had.
Dude,
Devin
Devin
White.
White.
man, y'all.
Like
Watch
Yeah, he
Jason
talked
like
that
try to
talk.
bring him
they make
back.
a tackle, like even offensively, right? Like you make a great block, or defensively make a tackle. It's kind of like, oh yeah, like get up and be like, damn, we here. You know what I'm talking about? We here. I'm
Yeah.
on all day.
You
Devin
guys
was
don't look
always
like they
talking that
All
enjoy
shit.
day.
playing together anymore.
I
That's
don't
why
know,
I
man.
say leadership reflects attitude on the field. Like it's
No,
no
that's
fire.
not true. But all right, I
I'm
digress.
gonna be honest, bro. The not practicing for me is I'm over it.
But
I,
it
I
showed.
that right there is all I've been talking about the past few years. I don't think they've been practicing. So for a player to come out and say that, and then I got a problem. I don't want to hear nothing else about Todd Bowles.
But they're
Like,
professional. They are professionals, so that's their craft. Like I understand you got to work, but like the way the game is now, and all the CBA agreements that these players got in fault for, and they're not practicing, they got to be able to come out there on game day and just do what they need to do. I
That's why
This
they
is
mean,
play a lot
seven.
of
Big
This
Buck.
is a seven.
Big
This is
Buck.
a
That
7-year
shit sounds
defense.
hot.
It's a 7-year defense, and we're still having communication. There are Super Bowl champions on this team still. So I don't want to hear nothing about that. Winfield is a champion. We have all of these guys. They should know what to do. I asked somebody before, y'all sure the culture with Brady hasn't finally evaporated out the building? Nah. We still got it. We still good. No, the
That's gone.
preparation is
That's
gone.
gone.
What you're
Brady was
why
looking
in
at
they still
now,
town.
bringing up Brady though? He's gone. It shouldn't even matter if
Yeah.
Brady was in the business. That's
The
what I'm
prep,
saying.
but the preparation.
The
So
mentality.
that the mentality. See, we
Mm.
haven't won nothing. So when you get somebody in the building like that, that shows you this is how you need to practice.
Right.
I don't think we have one guy on our team that understands, hey man, this is really what Kirk Cousins likes to do. This is what he likes to do. So I got to look for this on the field.
I know.
Instead, we're having lapses when we're playing the same teams. Like no one is watching film. No one is doing it. No, but they're not practicing. That is an issue. That is an issue.
I will say this real quick. We're gonna add David Ryan. Mopar Buck just came in, so round of applause, man. David in the building. Yeah. So,
What was your question earlier? I don't know if you added me earlier. I hope you didn't because I was still kind of working. You had a question earlier.
well, in general, the conversation is about what we see this past season, and we touched on a lot of things, and I do also, and we'll jump back into the I don't like we spend a lot of time talking about Todd Bowles, but I do want to jump over to the special teams.
Okay.
Can we have a conversation about special teams this past season? What did y'all see?
So here's what I like Cam Johnson. I know y'all don't like him, but I like Cam Johnson because I rooted for him when I did a little research on him and hope he made the team. He has potential to make some shake. There's been a few times I thought, oh, he's going to take one back to the house, but the blocking technique it's been so bad that if we get a 40, 50-yard return, it's coming back every single time. And that's more than what Darden has did, the other cat that we had. So it needs an overhaul for sure. It needs a whole overhaul. The coaching, we don't even need to discuss that. Willis, what is that guy? Thomas McGahee is his name. I keep wanting to say
Yeah, he's
Willis.
the ex-Giants. I was talking to a Giants
Yes.
fan. I was talking to a Giants fan about him. They was like, "Y'all not gonna like him."
Yeah, he's been in the league for 20 plus years and only I think has maybe 2 kick returns. Like 2,
Yeah.
That's bad.
I was warned about him. And watching the special teams, the fact that you got to kick the ball into the end zone, conceding the 35-yard line. That's how bad it got. You're conceding 35 yards because you
Yeah,
have no confidence in your coverage unit.
but that goes back to Bowles allowing that though. That like
It's
you
a
have
game.
to. I know, but man, when you finally say, you know what, we're gonna let y'all have it at the 35, that's a problem.
That's crazy. That's a
That's
crazy.
really how the Rams beat us. That's really how the Rams. I know that. I think no, they weren't the Rams. That was the Buffalo
Bills.
game.
The
The
Bills had
Buffalo game.
234 yards of return. I'm like, get alone. Like, God damn. Like, Todd Bowles, what you gonna do about that? You
They
kept
started at
this
the 50
dude.
plus every time they got on the field.
You kept this dude after seeing that.
Us.
After seeing that game, I was like, Todd Bowles gonna have to get
Yeah,
rid of
that's
this game, dude. Nope. And then it turns around and it burns in the butt a few more times. Like, come on, man. That can't happen this season.
However, I do agree with the coaching part, but Jason Light at the end of the day, those guys supposed to be the guys that's supposed to be grinding to get closer up on that roster. So that's a problem in itself too. You got to think those are where your Josh Hayes come from and all these other guys, Thunderbergs and all of this. Those are the guys that typically, yeah. So if they suck, that's an automatic indication of how bad the depth is.
Mm-hmm.
Look how long it took to cut that one headbutt guy. Look how long that took to cut him.
Bullock. Yeah.
Don't bring that up.
I'm not going to acknowledge his name.
Don't bring that back up.
I'm not going to acknowledge his name.
That was bad. That was bad.
Why would you do that, though?
On to me, yeah, because there's lack of discipline. Y'all say we ain't got no animals and no enforcers. Do you really want this team to enforce? Boy, you know that's an unnecessary roughness. You know that. They don't even know how to tackle. I don't want nobody, none of these dudes, I don't want them laying wood. Bring some people in that know how to do it, come from college doing it. Not these guys. They're going to get us a flag. They're going to get us 50 flags.
What is the probability of Todd Bowles taking action on Thomas McGahee?
He got to.
He has no choice.
He ain't got to. I mean, come on. What, the last 6 weeks, you just said we're not going to even let her get a return. We're going to give up give up 35 yards off the bat. One first down, you down there at midfield.
Like, you know how much of an effect that can have on the game?
Jason Light has already made that decision. Jason Light and Glaze has already made that decision. He's fired. He just begged them to keep his job just to get a paycheck to the end of the season. That's all that was. That was his homeboy. He already, when they put the camera on his face. Yeah, bro. When they put the camera on, you ain't never seen Thomas McGahee face on no TV screen. When you seen his face.
You wish brought this up too. Like, you know, I think me and him on agreements on this with Todd Bowles coming back. Well, okay, cool. But staff changes is needed. Staff changes is needed. Let's be real. Like, let's not sit here and act like it's all, you know, peaches and cream. But special teams coach, I've been looking at that block kicks. Remember the beginning of the season, block punt, block kick. I'm like, and then the back end of the season, it showed itself again. We just saw it.
I mean, did we set a record with most block kicks this year?
Nah, we tied for first.
God.
We tied with somebody else.
How many field goal blocks did we have this year?
Yeah,
was it 4?
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't even done that many times in a video game. They've done it more in real life than on a video game.
You know what's so crazy about that is you would think 1 is not bad, 2 is not bad, 3 is not bad because of the number itself. But when it comes to block kicks, that's bad.
Bro. That's bad. That used to
be
crucial
times is when we get blocked. It's always a crucial time.
What was the most recent block? What was the most recent block?
Miami.
Yep.
But what I'm saying, with Todd Bowles, because he's cut from that cloth, bro, it's either going to be all or nothing. Because I think he's going to stay loyal to the soil until it ain't his call. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that. That press conference seemed like he sounded like Keith Sweat up to me. I'm not. You won the division. I get that. You're bringing up injuries. That's a man that knows this might be it. You got players telling on you. You have here's the problem. You've allowed your coaching staff to make you look worse than what you actually are.
Hey, can I get in for a second?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was sitting here listening for a while, And we and I hear people say here talking about Todd Bowles took accountability, but that was only in the presser. What about throughout the year when all these things were happening? He took no accountability all year, and
Right.
just because he come into a press conference, he's taking accountability now. That's BS. That's
Yeah.
fireable offense
You wish.
off game.
And, and then
Get him, you wish.
honestly, and then hold on, you hold up. And then honestly, he didn't really take accountability. It's kind of like when somebody says, "Yo, I don't mean no disrespect," but then they say something disrespectful. It was the same type of
Facts.
situation. Oh, I take all the accountability, but we got injuries, and oh, but this and but that, and this person and that person. Like, bro, that ain't accountability.
That is not
Why you ain't
accountability.
right when your players weren't playing with no heart all
All right,
season
define
long?
what accountability is, y'all. Please.
Oh, here we go.
To
Just
me,
keep it
to
Account.
fact
I got
before
you.
we
I got
speak
you.
with emotions.
You get when you
Accountability is saying that when you have 3rd and 28 and we have 2 downs to get off the field,
That's not a fact.
it's my
That's an
fault.
emotional response there, buddy.
Nah, accountability is, oh, I called this defense knowing that it was a 2 down situation. I gave up an explosive, and now I have 4th and long, and I called a certain defense knowing well that they had to get to the sticks. You should have played the sticks, but I called this defense. I thought that we could have got them off the field beforehand. That's my fault. I shouldn't have
you
called that. That's
Did you not
accountability.
hear
Nah,
the press conference after that game?
and I have to make
about
sure real
about
boy
about wanting to
There's
care.
knows.
been
He talked about having a livelihood. It's your livelihood and caring.
no.
that's
I'm gonna
not
be
accountability.
honest.
No, that game
Yeah, hell,
specifically that you're talking about, Dada, he
That's not,
literally was cursing out everything.
yeah, but that's
BS.
yeah, but
That's
that was
unheard of on Todd Bowles.
so he got
That's
you with
cause
that.
that's cause he know he about to get fired. So he's like, all right, bro, I got like
Get it.
he
Okay.
probably
I
pissed
digress
off.
on this
That's
conversation,
emotion.
but go ahead.
He played, yeah, that is emotion, bro. I'm in sales. That's emotion. He dropped F bombs and you believed it. That's
Yeah,
not gonna work.
That-
that
Here's the problem. You as a head coach got to understand. Dan Campbell, I've heard him say it. Hey, I should have took the points right there, because he knows he gambles a lot. I let my team
yeah,
down. I let them down. Ty Bowles, you've called wrong plays at times. Coverage
that's a
busts at times. You've done that. Granted, they could play it better, but you overall called the wrong defense and got us hit across our head. That's accountability. Accountability is understanding we was a favorite to win this division by a mile. You have now put yourself in a situation where you allow rebuild teams to catch up to you. And Jason Light shares that same stuff. They share it too.
I don't even care about all those mistakes and stuff that was made. But when I'm sitting here saying, if you want to say accountability, the biggest accountability is you're the head coach of the team, and you telling me you allow your offensive coordinator to do whatever the hell he wants to do, and you don't have no say so. You say, "Oh, I'm just gonna stay hands off." You don't get paid to be the damn defensive coordinator. You get paid to be the damn head coach.
I'm gonna disagree on that.
No, you're the head.
If you think them 30 runs wasn't Todd Bowles, you're sadly mistaken. I definitely think there's games this year that's got Todd Bowles red marker all over it.
And
And
that's why he needs to be fired. Because
And
first of all, you're paying all this money to your wide receiving core, and you telling me we're gonna run the ball 30 times against the Carolina Panthers. Who
yeah,
can
we have a winning. If
this,
you haven't looked at the stats, we have a winning record when we run the ball 30 times. It
that's
with Baker.
analytics.
No, it's not analytics. It's a fact. We have a winning record as a team since Baker's. I posted it today. Baker has a losing record when he throws more than 35 times.
But then you got a quarterback issue then.
No, just don't throw it 35 times.
When they were throwing 35 times when they had Tom Brady. So
That's Tom Brady.
you got a quarterback problem. It goes back to what I originally
Nah,
said.
it's called playing to your strengths and understanding, like Liam Cohen
But
did.
this
We're gonna
team is
go
a
ahead and dink it and dunk you. We're gonna dink and dunk.
accountability is when the game's on the line and we're right there past the 50-yard line and it's 4th and 2. He punched the ball, and then we lose the game because of it. And like you said, you'll hear Dan Campbell say it, but you won't
Yeah.
hear Tom Moore say, "You know
Uh,
what? On that 4th and 2, I should have probably went for it right there. We probably
you
should have
gave Josh
maybe called a
Allen the
timeout."
ball back. You gave Josh Allen the ball back and said, "Yeah, I thought my defense could stop him." They
They
haven't
ain't stopped
stopped him
nobody all
all
year.
day.
Right.
Can I read this
So
super chat right quick? Rudolph Williams 8064 $5 super chat. It's time to start over before we get left behind. And also A Rod with a $2 super chat. So we're gonna run it back with JPP next season again.
You down with JPP?
Yes, I agree. Yes,
You like that signing, didn't you?
I'm
You
trolling.
you like that? You know you like that. You like that J. You know you like that JPP signing, bro. You optimistic, man. I like you though,
But
man.
I will say this though. I will say this.
I'm neutral.
I want
Honest
to
with you.
keep this, fair
I
for
like the
everybody.
signing.
And I get it. I can hear the frustration in everybody's voice when it comes to certain parts of the team and coaching. But let's remember, folks, we are on the same boat. We
Oh yeah,
are
most
on
definitely.
the same boat. I just want to
Most
kind of
definitely.
reset a little bit. I will say this too. And we're talking about, and we kind of mixing a lot of stuff in, but we talked about a few things, like breakout players and need, areas of needs of improvement. And injuries, we didn't dive into the injuries all the way in the roster challenges for this past season. Like, so I want to kind of dive into that too, because those injuries did play a key part in the 8 and 9 seasons. We can't exclude injuries, like, and it's not an excuse, but we can't exclude it though, because that was a part of the season. And
Thank you.
those injuries
What?
affected the record outcome as well and games, because I get it. Like, and I mentioned this before everybody got on, when Bucs was 6-2, Allen was hurt, Bucky was hurt. I think Evans got hurt around that time too.
The O
Third
Right
line
before,
string
was hurt.
guards.
yeah. So
Yeah,
we were six
But
and
it was
two.
MVP, so it didn't matter then. It was MVP Baker.
My,
That's
my
Tom. They
point
didn't make.
is, my point is that the injuries played a part, not an excuse, but it played, because all teams were injured. You know what I'm saying? But it played a part for us. We could not overcome. We don't, and this goes back to the roster, right? Our depth, in my opinion, is not good.
It's
it's
horrible.
And
terrible.
we could not overcome the injuries, and it goes back to the Emeka Ibuka pick in the first round last year. And everybody was like, "Man, why do we do that?" And I was kind of like, "What?" Because I wasn't expecting that. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I wasn't expecting that. And then J Mac got hurt, and because of Teddy Bridgewater hospital ball, and Baker almost got Mike Evans hurt on the hospital ball, just like J Mac, and on the Falcons game, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And Godwin came back a little bit too early. So the Emeka Buka pick did play a role early in the season, but then he got nicked up a little bit, and then he went downhill. So injuries did play its part. And then I'm hearing Baker Mayfield had a oblique tear also, and it's like, wait a minute. All of a
Baker's
sudden,
trash.
oblique tear? Like, where are the injuries coming from? Like, and I think Greg Allman, he listed all the injuries for Baker Mayfield. I'm
Yeah, it's
like,
horrible.
dang, like what?
Hey,
So
but
Baker
you
should
Horrible.
have
think
sat down. Like I said, Baker should have set his ass down
Here.
after that LA game, sat for 2 weeks, and came back on the short week against
But
Atlanta.
joint,
what difference would
knee.
that make? He's doing it. His style. Y'all love Moxie, right? Well,
No,
Moxie gonna get you 80%. 80% of the season injured. That's what Moxie gets you.
he too
That's
small,
exact.
man.
It's every season with him. You're never going
Man,
to get a full season of a healthy Baker because he wants to truck D linemen. He wants to pull away from people. He
Okay,
wants
we
to.
can't take back being a dog if you're gonna say that.
That's not being a dog. You a
it's
that's
called
being
crash
playing
dummy.
smart at quarterback. Get
You
the
a
hell down.
crash dummy, bro.
I
What is
mean,
you
y'all want some
saying?
dogs or not? Come on now.
You call
I
hey,
don't
hey
want my
not some
quarterback
dogs.
to
You
be a
Y'all
say
dog.
want,
I just want
man.
him to
Y'all
be a
be
Dogs
leader.
or
black and
not?
white with this,
hey,
y'all.
You want some
okay.
dogs or not?
Hey, listen.
I don't
Well,
want my quarterback to be a dog. I want
I
him to
don't
be the
listen.
leader. That's
Listen.
it.
Golly.
Yeah, that's mange. That's mange.
Y'all want these players to be dogs or they
You want
gonna
some
get
dogs?
hurt? What y'all
Nah,
want,
that's
man?
yeah,
I
I
want
want my I
yeah,
want my defense to be dogs, not my
that's cat.
quarterback.
That's cat
Oh,
dog.
yeah.
That's
I
cat
want my
dog.
defense to have a couple of loose screws.
Yeah, bro. I don't
You have
mind.
your defense become dogs, they're gonna get
I,
CTE and they're gonna be
I
out.
the
That's all
dog that
right.
I
And
want.
that's what I want. They gonna lay everything out in
Oh
sight.
man.
But
I
that
want.
style of football ain't coached no more.
You're gonna get
But actually,
concussion. Y'all be mad because they not there.
D'Amico Ryan's coached the Texans like that, and then Mike McDonald, he coaches the Seahawks like that, like lay
Yeah,
somebody out, what I'm saying?
yeah.
So,
Do it on
but
defense.
I will say
But
this
their
though,
quarterbacks got
but
it too, though, in their
I will
arm.
say this though with the injuries, like, and the injuries came at crazy times. with the Cody Mulch injury. What was the second game of the season or the first game? Was it first or second game?
No, can I back it up on the injury for a second? Let me ask you this. I mean, I should have asked you this a while back. How did you feel about the Tristan Wirfs knee procedure? Do you feel like he should have got that?
That was wild, man. That was wild.
How do you wait till training camp? That's when you decide to do the procedure.
Well, I know why they did it. In my opinion, I think they just thought it was going to heal on its own. I get it. I've been hurt, and I think a lot of us has been hurt at some point. And some of these injuries do heal on its own. Remember, the body heals itself in general, right? Now, with football injuries, it's a little different, right? So they get body parts hurt that we don't get hurt because we out here. So with Tristan Wirfs' knee procedure that happened so late in training camp, or right before training camp, I believe it was, and it was a shock for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It was like, wait a minute, where did this come from? And it's gonna keep him out for the first, was it 4 or 5 games?
2. He missed the first 2. He came back on the third one. Then he missed 2 more?
Right. So he was never 100%. You know what I'm saying? So it just, the injuries for this team, they cannot sustain any injuries. Like, it just can't do that. They don't have the talent behind the talent to do that. And
it wasn't just the talent behind the talent. It was just more. Like, could it get any worse? And it just did.
And people talk about this too, and which is a good conversation too, to piggyback on that part, is on top of my part, which is the talent on top of talent. But when you gotta have how many different O-line combinations we had this season? Oh my God.
Third string guards.
It was crazy. That was crazy.
Fourth string guards.
That was crazy. And you literally saw it affected everything. Not to say it's an excuse, but we just saw it. We saw what happened. Michael Jordan and Dan Freeney. It was crazy. They was getting molly, and then you had him right next to Graham Barton, who already in question.
Did you see Brown?
It's a perfect example of a bully taking somebody's lunch. That easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Graham Barton, look, he was a first round pick.
We could have had Jared Verse, man,
and they put him at center. And I said this when he got drafted. Guard, he's a better guard, and we've done this with Luke Gedeke. And I remember you was talking about this, and we was on Luke Gedeke about being a guard, and I was like, no, put him back to the right tackle in Central Michigan. And they put him back at right tackle, and he
took off.
He took off, right? And now Graham Barton, it's the same situation with Graham Barton. I think he'll be a better guard in my opinion. You put him at guard, and you draft a true center, a true damn center.
I agree.
I definitely
might be able to pick one up from free agency if anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Bingo.
I mean,
look, the only problem I have with our audience is that we pick up free agency players. I don't want y'all to go back and be like, well, they're not true Buccaneer players because
I say that.
We just gotta be fortunate that we get good players.
I don't mind a play.
All across the board. Because for the most part, for me, when I say that, 90% of our players are from the draft.
When I say that, when I say true Buck player, I'm referring to if I'm going to get the jersey. I'm not saying that or to be like shape them like that. I'm talking about I'm a diehard Buck fan, so I'm going to root for the guys that's homegrown. No offense to the guys that come in. If they help the team win, great. I'm gonna get behind them. I'm speaking on from a fan perspective, jersey stuff like that. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not looking for those guys to get autographs and jerseys on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll never see me wear a Brady jersey.
Richard Sherman or Darrelle Revis?
No,
hell no.
That's just
I get where you coming from. He got all them jerseys in his closet. That's what that is.
I do got a Darrelle Revis jersey. I'll tell you that much.
That's just me though. So it's not a shot. It's not a shot. It's not a shot at the players as far as I don't like them, nothing like that. It's just how I am as a Bucs fan. I always been like that. You know,
I agree.
You'll never see me wear no other body. You know, like if Jason Light didn't draft you, I'm not wearing jersey. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you this about? Do you think if Reddick wouldn't have had the ankle injury throughout the year, do you think he would have been more impactful, or he would have been about the same what he did this year? He was just looking for a quick payday.
Maybe he would have got you 5 sacks. Maybe.
You know what I think this issue was? Really, I'm gonna put it on Vita Vea. He did nothing this year.
He had 4.5 sacks.
Vita did nothing this year like he normally does though.
But he's a post tackle. Y'all expecting he's not a 3 technique. I mean,
but the problem is
no, hold on. And we talking about injuries. I don't want to get off. I don't want to start a whole nother conversation yet.
Right. Well, Vita was pretty healthy this season though.
Yeah,
But
that's what
why?
I'm
But look how
saying.
much he was on the sideline though. That's where I had the problem
He
with Vill.
350 pounds.
I don't
Yeah,
give a darn. You got enough to rotate. Critical downs, his ass need to be in there.
yeah, I
And
was
I would
just
say
saying,
Bruh,
this,
you
yeah.
bro.
can't disregard like the idea of endurance. All right,
Um,
endurance
okay,
is a
Jordan Davis,
key
Vill and Jordan
factor.
Davis the
These are
same
not
size.
soccer players, Buck. This is not soccer players. They
Jordan
can't be
Davis
running the
and Vill
field
Bay weigh the
all
same.
game,
That's
bruh.
all I'm saying.
I
He's
just
But you know
thought,
350
what's so
pounds.
interesting? Like
Jordan
Endurance
Davis weigh the
matters.
same, and he got more snaps than Vill.
Stop it,
if
bro.
Vita
Vita
always
was doing.
so since Vita came in the league, he always been around 70%, 75% snap count, right?
Yeah, but
You
they
I'm,
know,
said he
I'm
lost
not saying
major
he can't
weight.
get break.
I
I'm
thought he
saying
lost major weight.
critical downs. He's not in the game. Why is he not there? That's what I'm. That's
He's
all I'm saying.
gassed out.
After one play,
Oh man, stop. Ain't no just one play.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
yeah, I'm gonna be
Bruh,
real, man. I think he took the
endurance
season
matters.
off. He took the season off this year. I'm sorry. And
This
I'm
year,
yeah, he took the he was decent. What he had about seven? How many sacks he
Vita
had
ain't
last year?
did shit. Vita
last
ain't
year
No,
he
did
had
yeah,
shit since he
six and a
got
half,
paid.
7.
yeah, he had about seven. And he didn't he lead us in
He
sacks
led
last
us in
year?
sacks
What I
2
said
years
is,
ago.
what I said
2
this
years
for
ago, he
Vita.
led the team in sacks.
I said
Six
this
and
for
a half
Vita.
sacks.
I said this for Vita, right? With Vita,
A nose tackle job is not to get a lot of sacks.
right,
He takes up blocks for the other
Yeah,
players.
but the
right.
problem is we draft
That
and
is true
create that
too.
pressure from the interior though. Unfortunately, that's
Now,
how.
if y'all want to talk nose tackle, I'm gonna bring 2 names up that
Okay,
always.
big buck,
I'm
big
just
buck.
saying if they want to go there.
Man,
I'm gonna tear
Okay,
their
man.
ass up.
Okay.
Sam Adams
hey,
and
All I'm
y'all,
Saragusa.
saying is, all I'm saying when it comes to injuries, it did have an effect on the team. It did. Like whether we want to believe it or not, it did.
So everybody safe.
Exactly. That is
So
a
so
fact.
so
Yeah,
so everybody safe then. That's why Todd Bowles brought it up. Everybody safe.
Mm,
but
No.
but I,
No, I need
but
That's
Todd
still
Bowles
an
to do
no,
some
excuse.
but that but
cutthroat
that
on coaching personnel
I am a
no
and
you
first
players.
year. I am
mo
a first
you
year OC. I lost my receivers. I had a rookie receiver for. I didn't have my true O line. I lost my starting running back. I am a first year OC. Never called plays. You gave me you gave me shit to try to make a salad out of.
Hey, the
Gonna be back
49ers
next
had
year.
all
Tell
49ers
that
had
tell that to the 49ers. Thank you. Go
49ers
Wait a
didn't
ahead.
minute.
have
Say what
a
you
Wait,
about to
wait.
say.
whoa. They didn't.
whoa, no, let's keep it on
49
bus. Keep it on bus,
49ers
bro.
had the most injuries this year.
Nah,
I know, but I'm
nah.
just making the case
But
for
they
a
had
new
depth.
OC. I'm making a case for a new rookie green OC. If we're gonna talk about injuries, that's on the table.
All I'm saying is it happened. That's all I'm saying. It happened. It happened right in front of us.
Somebody did make a point, and in a normal, he got to be somewhat good, I guess, because that screams 2 wins.
No, all I'm saying
Green,
is with the injuries, I'm saying they didn't trust Baker down the back end of the season. We saw that from the OC. And to your point a couple of days ago, Gazar is probably seeing something we don't see at practice is why he's calling the plays a specific way. I mean, I think it's a lot that goes into that.
oh yeah,
That
I agree with that. I
and
think
and and we're talking about injuries. I think that really affected his play calling this entire season.
But
If you
how do
want to,
But
we? How do? But this the
at the
problem
end of
though.
the season when he got all his weapons back.
your
Yeah,
whole
now that
line wasn't bad. You didn't have your full
I,
old line.
I'm a
We've had a left guard problem for the last 4 years.
Hold on. What do the guards got to do with the with the quarterback throwing the damn football?
Oh my God,
overthrows,
man.
Oh,
underthrows, throwing to the DB.
Wait,
whoa.
Come on.
The
We
guard
really
the
got to
guards
answer
the
that
guards
question?
that's
open up.
called that's called that's called that's called. I get what he's saying, but
I understand
that's
it, but we're
yeah. I'm
talking
just
about
Guard
saying
injuries. That's
that
all
boy
I'm saying.
that boy just disregarded
the
interior
guard's
rush.
job is to open up holes.
Now you're
Please, time out, Isaiah, please.
hold on. No, no,
I'm
no.
answering a question about injuries.
I get what he didn't say it right, y'all. He's saying what does the guards got to do with Baker's decision making?
Thank
what?
He
you.
did,
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
bro.
that's what he's saying. He didn't
Thank
say
you.
anything
Thank you.
about the line blocking. So you don't say that no more, bro. Don't say that. The interior has a lot to do with a quarterback that is 6 foot. So the guards really matter for him.
They got to allow him to
Hey,
look straight
but
down the field.
what's crazy though is Baker, if you watch him play, I mean, regardless how the line is playing, I see Baker step up in the pocket. I see him side shuffle. I see him step out the pocket and create time,
Constantly.
and he throws it to no one, or he throws a pick,
Well, that's the
or he takes
injury.
Oh,
That
off.
but that's the injury, right? And this goes back
The injury
again
of
to what
who?
Bucko.
Who's injury?
Baker's injured, bro. He's been injured. He's supposed to sit down. If the medical staff clears you, unless you need, if they clear you, you're playing. And you got to think this is one of
I'm
them
not gonna blame that on
situations.
the injury. I'm not gonna
Watch
blame
what
that on
we hear.
injury
Watch what we
because I
hear with
seen I
Baker.
seen Baker
Watch
Baker.
now the season's over. Watch what we hear when it comes to Baker.
Yeah,
You gonna hear a
but
bunch of
Nah,
injuries
it's
come out the
Injury.
next 2 weeks.
that's a
That's
narrative.
excuses, man.
That's a narrative. That's a
Well, I mean,
narrative.
I mean, I
it
don't
That's a
think so.
narrative.
actually it actually hurt. I mean, what you want
I
me
mean,
to
of course they gonna say that he trying to still
Bro,
get paid. So of course they gonna
say?
put that out
Okay,
there because he regressed.
the
Tom
last
Brady
couple
had
of
a
weeks when
whole
he
injury the
threw
year we
picks,
won 12 games.
a lot of the picks that Baker threw, if you watch the picks that Baker threw and all of the interceptions that we like, why did he throw that? Or what? Like, there's a lot of interceptions that he thrown, and it was like,
It,
yo,
it was
he had
decision
Bucky
making.
in the flats wide open.
That
The
ain't
the
nothing
fi- the
new to
pick
us though. We've
That ain't
seen
that
that
the
ain't
break
pick
the
nothing
whole
against
new.
career.
Philly, the
That
pick
ain't nothing
against
new.
Philly when we lost that game, he had somebody in the flats wide open. The
But he tried to throw it in
interception
the end zone.
in Carolina when it was kind of short when the DB got the pick, it was like somebody's wide open though. So I'm
So
not
so
I'm not
so
going.
so
Which
so
pick you talking about against Carolina? One this last game or the first game?
The
well,
first
hold on.
game.
First. Oh,
Hold on. Back to the injuries though. So what? How do you? This is the thing though, Buckos. This has been a problem with these injuries. Like this injury cloud has been Ty Bowles. It's been an issue
They're not
with Ty
practicing.
with Ty Bowles. I brought it up with Sal earlier. That got to be not practicing. And these guys is just not. Are they in game shape? Are they ready to play? Because you can't have a guy healthy, practice great all week, and then Dean goes out on the first play. We can crack jokes all we want and say, okay, he's Mr. Glass, but that's a
Would you
problem.
say that?
No, but
Yeah,
I'm saying that's a.
but you
I know I
can't
did,
you
but
can't
You
that
call him
you
Mr. Glass
cannot
I
practice.
do,
on
I
the
You
do,
first
I
play?
can't
do,
you
I
can't
do. That
bro, you
Mr. Unpredictable.
cannot not practice football and think that you can just go out in the game. I don't care how professional you're supposed to be and how many millions you're getting. If you're not hitting, if you're not doing all of that rigorous stuff in practice to keep your body ready for game day, all of that shit's gonna come to a head, man. And
I will say
clearly,
though, I will say this: the injuries did bear some fruit. If we, I mean, I would say that. I mean, we kind of saw with Mecca, like when
Oh
Evans
yeah,
was down and Godwin was down, and it was like, oh Mecca, and it was like, oh, he stepped up. So they did bear some fruit. Yeah, we had some
right,
injuries, but it did bear some fruit.
right.
Sean Tucker, I guess, but
Yeah.
but yeah, where even though I feel like we should keep Rashad White, but that's another topic.
Nah,
He's going to
Um,
Washington. He's
I know he is. He played with Daniels in college, so I
He
could
missed
yeah,
Jalen Daniels. He missed him.
yeah.
And
Ricky
then
We need to
Ricky.
get
also
we
with
need
the
to get rid
injuries
of he
too. Also, now it did bear fruit, and then we also saw some spoiled or rotten fruit from the injuries too. So
Yep.
it's two
Like
sides of the story, right? So 8 and 9 with all that going on, the coaching, the player personnel situation, the scheme, the OC. And then I think what also, and I wouldn't even call this a cherry on top. And I never said injuries was like an excuse because I'm not a fan of that. What I'm saying, I always say hashtag no excuses. But the cherry that is not really on top is kind of like, and it's sitting right at the top, but it's not a cherry. It's the NFC South. It's not like we're going against tough
yep,
coaching.
nope.
yep, yep.
Nope. You
The,
exactly right.
the cherry on top exposes the fact that what the cherry on top honestly is like he just said, because it brought Jason Light to the forefront. Whoa, buddy, you built this team. You brought these guys in here. You re-signed a lot of these people. And these guys can't beat the NFC South.
Yep.
They barely
They
could beat
have.
a
They actually
Jets
have.
team.
I mean, 3 years straight, they
Yeah.
did. I mean,
They see, but that's where I argue with people at. Did we really?
Yeah.
yeah, we did.
Yes, that
We
is a
did.
We
fact.
won 3 straight. Where's
Can't
the
We
win
change
did.
at?
that
Man,
narrative,
I'm
man.
sorry,
Like 3
cuz
straight. I
Wait,
mean, it
wait,
sucks,
yeah,
man. Like, what you mean?
it just feel
Mopar,
I'm sorry.
no,
Mopar, I'm gonna give you
I'm just
something real.
man,
Mopar, I'm gonna
I'm
give you
just not I'm
something
not
real quick right here.
I'm not impressed.
Mopar, I'm gonna
I'm
tell
not
you something
impressed.
that you're not gonna like right here. Todd Bowles has a winning record, regardless,
Mhm.
Against the Saints only.
entirely.
Yeah, 35 and 33 regular season. 35
Oh
and 33.
man. Jesus.
But I'm saying, what's your argument
My
to
mom
saying we
said
can't
Jesus.
win? We ain't win the division like we outright
did.
won it 3 years in a row.
3 straight. A bad
Like
division.
I'm sick of the box of chocolate outcome.
Oh
Like,
my
come
God.
on, man. What are
I
we
mean, out of all three, now the thing is, the last 2 times we won it, it went all the way to week 18. Now the 2022, we actually won the division before week 17.
And that was an 8-9 season.
that
Yeah,
was 8-9.
but we had won the
Listen.
That
division before
answer
the end of the season.
that
To answer
Oh
the
answer that
question,
answer your
to answer the
question,
question, we
Mopar.
did.
Even though we won a division, we not like that. With
man,
the
listen.
division wins, we was
People,
never
people,
like that.
I'm gonna be real. People calling us we the banner crew. That's what we are. The banner
Mopar, do you
crew.
think
I
the
said we
Panthers
the new
fans
Atlanta
even
Braves of
care
the
that?
NFC South is
Hold
what I
on.
called us.
The
What you say?
Panthers fans are rejoicing.
What you say?
Yeah,
What you
do you
say? You
think the
wish?
Panthers fans care about 8-9 season right now?
Well, here go the problem with
Real.
a
They
team
stand on
Because
like
the logo.
that.
they haven't won since
Whoa,
2015, ain't it?
hold
Yeah, they
on.
stand
And
on the
they
logo.
won an NFC title with a losing record in
And
2013 or
Yeah, that's what
They
I'm
14.
stand on
One
the
of
saying.
logo. They
hold
stand on
on,
the
you
logo. They
wish.
stand on the logo.
And let's be real. Why would they not rejoice? They was already okay with understanding we're going to be third or fourth in this division this year. It's going to be between the Falcons and the Bucs. So to
Hey,
basically,
spin it how you want to spin it.
we're not
Tabo has
spinning
a
it.
winning
No,
record. He went to the
nobody had,
championship the last 3 years.
nobody had. Here's what I'm saying. Nobody had them winning the division. So at the end of the day, here's what I'm saying. There's a reason we're one and done.
them.
You keep like
We
I.
Prediction,
don't have no bread.
facts.
So
There's a
let me ask you this
reason.
then. Let me ask you this book. Let me ask you this Mopar book. What was your schedule? What was your record prediction at the beginning of the season?
11 wins.
And so basically, in under your prediction, we underachieved. Or
We
are
did.
we right? Are we right where we need to be at, or did we underachieve according to
Let your
your?
mama go look at it.
I feel embarrassed having to basically publicly say I was wrong
It
with
happens.
the prediction of I don't mind at the end of the day having a game or two laps. This is this was wrong.
But
I
can I
mean,
ask?
This is this ain't a good feeling. There was a point where we was like, okay, this looking like this might be a Super Bowl window, Super Bowl bust type. We have a high flying offense. We
Hey,
got
that hurt his feelings,
top
bro.
a top five. We got a top five run game, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, oh, okay, this might work.
Now
Do you
I gotta,
see what I seen, man? You know how many
bruh.
jerseys
Mopar,
I bought?
Mopar,
Dog,
how
you
long you been a Bucks fan?
Go lay down.
What? I'm from
How long
Tampa,
you been a
man, my
Bucks
whole
fan?
life. But
All right, so
but
so
hold
let me
on.
tell you
No,
this. Do you
no.
not remember 15 years of losing?
But that's exactly. I'm glad you said that because I was waiting in the background. I'm finna get on you about that. I'm glad you brought that up. I am not a fan of you. Well, it could be worse. Hey, bro, you can do all that all you want. I am not no fan of you. Remember what it used to be. What have you done for me lately?
Right.
We are excited. Here we have
All right,
embraced the.
lately,
Nah,
3 years winning the division,
All right,
and
bro.
lately we
Okay. Okay.
still have a winning
When we
record.
won the
I
Super
mean,
Bowl,
what do
we
you
didn't
want
win the
more than
division.
that?
Man, look, bro. I hear what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. Right, but here go the problem. We've embraced the
Mediocrity.
bad years so much
Yep.
that any amount of success is great to us.
We're
Yep.
That's
okay with
why it's
mediocrity.
like, come on, bro.
So I
Even
got a
our
question, you
mediums,
wish.
man. Come on, man.
I got a question, you wish. So are you okay? So you're perfectly fine with winning the division every year and just one and done in the playoffs?
he on mute.
He on
Yeah.
mute. He going to go count all them other jerseys he got from people we ain't drafted.
Because I'm gonna be honest. I would rather us be in second place and going to the Super Bowl and all that than just winning the division and being one and done every year. That's just
Man,
I,
look,
I,
tell
I
me the
get.
last time
We
three
never been
teams
like that
won the
though.
division. Tell me the last time three teams won tied and one team had to wait the next day. Like, come on. We were relying on Tyler Shuck. I told people, hey, bro, I'm not rooting for this. I'm not rooting for this. This is not this. If Tyler Shuck delivers, I'm not watching the playoff game. I don't care because you did not earn that. You didn't beat your way into the playoffs. You accidentally fell into the playoffs because of technicalities.
Well,
Come on, bro.
let me ask Mr. Buck everything. You still there?
me.
Mr. Buck, everything. I see him in the corner
Oh,
over
sorry.
there. I was just trying to see if he's still there. Because if he's not there, I was gonna turn up the volume here and
Talk to him.
Mr. Buck, everything. Are you still there?
They said breaking news: Todd Bowles fired, or he trolling.
Probably
He
trolling.
might be for sure.
Man, don't do that.
Man, don't do that.
Stop
I'm looking
playing
at
with
my
me.
phone
Yeah,
now,
stop
What you
playing.
too.
mean? I'm a halfway
Stop,
do a backflip.
stop playing with me.
Hey, I do want to ask y'all a question. What do y'all think about that Rams defensive coordinator? Because I think that dude,
Can you hear
I
me?
think he's going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. The same thing happened to us year before last with Atlanta. And Atlanta dropped them last 2 games when Carolina beat them last year, and the same thing happened with that right there. But the thing is, what we celebrating is this right here. Teams don't respect us because of the fact that the last 3 years we've been in a weak division, and we should have been mollywhopping every team in this division, and we've been skating by 8-9, 9-8. How can you be the best of the best in the division if you barely skating by every year?
Yep.
I mean, we got to be honest with ourselves. We lucky for the last 3 years.
Yep.
And can't put
Mediocrity.
together
And when
with
it was time to win weeks ago, we played conservative. We ain't play aggressive. We want to get up there like we're gonna go for it on fourth down. All the teams know we ain't going for it.
Yep.
In actual all reality, I think the situation should have been reversed. Todd Bowl and them should have got fired this morning. Him and Jason, like how Raheem and their general manager did. At least the Falcons players fought for Raheem the last 5-7 games to save his job. What has our players done to save Todd
They
Right.
Bowles?
hugged each other in the back. That's all they were doing.
Well, Todd Bowles said, and I quote, "I have won this division 3 times in a row. I think that says a lot." Unquote.
See, I don't like when grown men try to lie to me to make it
But
seem
see,
like it's not it's different. You trying to
this is
lie to
why,
you trying to lie to me, bro. I don't like when people try to lie to me.
and this is
He
my
treating
thing
us
with
like
him.
we the naive
He talk
girlfriend or
he
something.
Yeah,
trying to
like
talk to me
first
like
of
I'm a
all,
sucker.
bro,
Like, did you really
I
see
want
me
to
at the club? Like, yeah, bro, we saw you all year,
I
man.
want to tell him so bad. It's like you want to say you earned the right. I want to tell him like, but you keep saying every single offseason the goal is the Super Bowl, so you failed at that goal. What are you talking about? At the end of the
Todd
day, when
Bowles,
you look at your clipboard and you can't cross off Super Bowl on your goal, you failed, and you're doing
Speak,
nothing to improve that.
speaking
Your
of the
team quit
board,
on you
Bowles,
speaking,
after the off. I mean, in the middle of the season.
I want to read another
speaking of,
Todd Bowles
Todd
quote.
Bowles has said the same thing on every interview from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. I got
speaking
to
of
coach it better.
clipboard,
We got to
don't
play it
Bucko,
better. We got to
he
do this better.
Hey, he said something different after the Atlanta loss. Now that was the first time he went the hell off. Like I was just
Well,
like, what
let
the
me read
hell?
let me read another quote from Todd Bowles. I don't really have a message to the fans, other than true fans are true fans. We are going to try our best to go out there and win for them. They're going to feel how they feel, but that's not the coach's problem. The coach's problem is to make the team better. That's accountability.
But him and Light ain't making the
And
team better. We signing the
he not
same
doing
people
that.
every year.
That's
Man, he
accountability.
not doing that, man. He not doing that. Hey,
oh
man,
yeah,
stop lying to me, bro.
no, no,
That's a bad feeling for a coach to have. That's not
he
a
a
good look for a coach
manipulator
to have.
because
You
we
that's
want
a
better.
fireable offense for saying that like that. Not to
Because
your
we want
fans, that you don't care what the fans think.
I
You
mean, you
don't
You
say
just
can't.
that.
came back.
I
You
The
mean,
got something
fans is
for us,
what pay
DJ?
your salary.
I'm just reading to you what he said. That's all I'm
so
doing.
because we strive and want better, we're not real fans.
And he also said Grizzard
Because
did
we
some
don't
great
want.
things, and he learned some great things. I'm just like, bro, like seriously, what did he learn?
All he did was go up there and talk and speak on his own eulogy. That's all he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Right.
real,
When you at
y'all.
a funeral, you gotta say
Y'all
you
must
gotta say good things, bro. Like you ain't finna go
y'all
up there and
must have
knock
forgot.
yourself.
Y'all
I
forgot what they
guess
did
my
to Tony
question. I
Dungy.
guess my
Tony
question for the
Dungy did
my
his
question
he
for
did his speech and got fired
my
afterwards.
question my
Well, he
question
said
for
I'm
the
gonna
he
chat
said
say.
is:
well, he said he earned the right to return in 2026.
Do
He
you agree
lied.
with that?
Alright.
Do you
No,
agree
he
with
lying to
that?
me.
I'll say this
No.
though. I'm gonna repeat what Deion Sanders said about Tom Brady. They're not. That team is not chasing Pro Bowls. They're chasing Super Bowls. Jason Light, you don't have a winning quarterback in free agency that is going can bail you out and bring all these top Hall of Famers and all these players in. It's on you. He gave you the blueprint. Y'all just went the other way.
I'll go back to even
Shit.
You
something
have
a
to
The
little
be able to
deeper.
2002
show
squad
that you're
gave you the
chasing that.
blueprint.
I go back to
They
something
not
that even a
showing.
little deeper before Tom Brady got here. What they used to call us all the time, the Succaneers. When we
Yep.
won that Super Bowl with Tom Brady, that Succaneers went away. So I guess Tampa go back to being ordinary again. Everybody just expected us to have this big drop off. So the question was, if Baker had all these injuries this year that you known about, what was the person having Teddy Bridgewater on the bench instead of sitting Baker down and say, Baker, sit down, rest up a couple of games? Teddy got us.
I'm gonna be
They
honest
didn't
Like
with
trust
you.
Atlanta
Teddy either.
had their Kirk Cousins. We should have had we should have had more quarterback competition this year here.
You I'm
But
gonna tell you what that was. That was an scapegoat because for Jason Light, that tells you how bad the other quarterbacks was, the backup guys. That tells you if we had to go grab a guy that just got finished coaching high school, and you wanted to tell us how you wanted him when he came out in the draft, and you would have drafted him in this love story of what could have been, then we didn't truly have a backup quarterback coming into the season.
then what was the purpose of letting Kyle Trask go there? As much
Because
as
he
we
was
didn't
trash.
care for Kyle Trask, but
He was gonna do the same thing Teddy did. Sit down.
Yep.
Well, I will say this.
You paid him that money.
So a lot of the ex-Bucks players are talking about it and stuff like this, and they're kind of saying he got to make some. And I think me and you wish kind of agree on this too. Coaching staff changes. You can't come back with the same staff. You just can't do that.
Are you looking at what a half staff or 2/3? Like how much of the staff are you looking at? All
I
special
don't know
team
what it
defense?
is, but something you can't run it back. The running back shit is over. Excuse my language. That's
Yeah,
over.
I agree with you there. Like I
You
was
can't run
just
this
saying.
back. You
I was
cannot
just saying.
run this back. Whether it's you remove yourself from the defensive coordinator position and stay head coach. You remove Josh Gazard, special teams coordinator. You got to make, and I keep saying this, significant changes. If you want to see better results and you stuck, you need to.
They're gonna bring Raheem Morris in
You can't
for
like if you keep
DC.
doing the same thing over and over again. What is that called?
Oh, that's
Insanity.
insanity.
Right. So what's happening is what has I think Tabo might be at a point where he ain't got no choice but to change. Whether it's the coaching staff or how he got to do something because the seat is obviously warm. The fans are speaking. Don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. The ownership they get messages from people that's close to the social media scene. They know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And don't get it
Yeah.
twisted. They know.
Yeah.
And somebody brought it up earlier that they fired the Manchester U coach today, which is
Yeah. But I also heard they
Yes.
backed out. They don't have too much control over that no more, but they definitely did.
and then
And I'm
also
seeing a lot of
his job security, and we don't know officially yet, but they're going through an evaluation stage right now. So nobody has the official word about Tabo. So don't let anybody troll you or fool you saying he got fired. It's evaluation process right now. So in a nutshell, the Bucs are not going to be a knee-jerk reaction like, today, Black Monday, we're going to get rid of Tabo. They're going to assess the situation and saying, and I'm pretty sure the conversation is going to be
And
like,
they should.
where do we go from here? Like, we've seen enough Tabos, but you tell us what's the next steps. Like, the conversations, you know what I'm saying? Like evaluation.
Like Gruden did when he came in with his plan, and they said on the 50th anniversary they didn't like the direction because he wanted too much to fix what had already went wrong.
And I would
They
say
wasn't spending no creative money.
the Bucs are not at rock bottom. Let's make that clear.
No, they're not at rock
I
bottom.
don't know.
but we're not an attractive spot for free agents since Tom
Coaching
Brady is
matters,
gone though too.
man. Coaching matters. Ben Johnson never been a head coach. He got a quarterback that paint his fingernails that people are calling a bust. And even if his offense is not on point, the Bears as a team, from defense, special teams, offense, they're playing collectively. They're competitive. Like no one would have took Trevor Lawrence after he made all that money saying that he's a high caliber quarterback. Liam
I
went over
think
there. Liam didn't even get all the coaches that he wanted. And he turned it. Boy, them boys won 13. The Jaguars, they won 13 games.
Tied
Liam
the
Yeah, but
Cohen,
franchise record.
You're
Liam Cohen,
But you
lying.
don't
Liam,
gotta look at it
Liam
like we
Cohen.
already knew Trevor Lawrence was that dude. Trevor Lawrence for years just did not have the
Ooh,
weapons.
yeah.
No. After Clemson in that first year, nope.
No, because Doug
They,
Peterson
they,
was going.
they.
nah, but
Doug
it,
Peterson wanted to get
yeah,
rid of his
yeah,
ass.
Let's
man.
be
That
real. Nobody knew
Hey,
Trevor Lawrence
Liam,
was going to do what he did this year.
I mean, he was
Liam Cohen
projected to
picked
be.
Everybody
his
thought
own
he was
general
ass.
He was
manager.
Yeah, he was projected. He was projected to be that though coming into the
He was
league.
projected. Hey, Liam Cohen picked his own general manager and won 13 games, bruh, with
And
the
Liam
Jaguars.
only
And the
brought
Jaguars is
over
the
Robert Hainsey.
technical foul. Because
man.
I'm not a Trevor Lawrence
Liam
fan
picked
at
his
all.
own general manager
I'm
and
not
he didn't get
neither,
the offensive line coach.
But I
but
will go back and say this, and I spoke on this plenty of times, and I even said it before all the success that the Bucs had. Coaching matters, and
Thank
a
you.
lot of people, and a lot of y'all knew, or some of y'all know, my approach back in the day has been pretty much consistent. You know, I'm not biased. I talk about everything, but I always said coaching matters, right? And then for a long time, basically pre-Tom Brady, nobody really cared. It was the focus was the narrative was one player. Fast forward to the current situation now, you're hearing coaching matters and this and that and O-line and all this, but you see what winning does, which is a good thing. Winning does bring these conversations to the forefront. When you're losing, nobody cares. We got to find somebody, a scapegoat. But when you're winning and your expectations go from the Super Bowl 11-5 Super Bowl, 13-4, lose to the Rams, and then you go 2022, you go 8-9, you win the division, 9-8, win the division, 10-7, win the division, 8-9, don't win the division. So there is a drop off. So the expectations for a lot of Bucs fans are like, wait, we're kind of going the wrong way. We're going the wrong way. And I think the caution to the wind, a lot of us is like, okay, if we ask what's the direction, and we listen to Todd Bowles, it's like the same old story. I think there's a song about that too, like the same old story. We hear you, but the results are kind of stagnant.
same old love story.
And there's no significant changes happening for that to go back up. That's what I think. That's a lot of people's concerns. Like, okay, we hear you, Todd Bowles, but what changes? Whether it's roster, coaching staff, like you can't stay this way, right? Like, I mean, if you want something different to happen, you got to do something different, right? I mean, it's one of those situations where, as a fan base, it's like a tug of war right now amongst the fan base. It's like, man, I want my team to win because you got a taste of the Super Bowl. You got a taste of that 13-4, NFC South championships. But it is a watered down division, so we gotta keep it 100. It's a watered down division. It should be much easier to win and dominate. I think that's another thing too that people are kind of disappointed. Even in this season, when you look at the last season results at 8-9, 3 teams are tied with 8-9, and the fact that they had to go to a weird tiebreaker, and the weird tiebreaker did not favor us. Think about that for a second. So it's almost, as a fan, you got to be like, well, what is this? How the hell did we miss the playoffs in a watered down NFC South with Dave Canales as head coach, a Raheem Morris led team that he's been fired? He got fired Sunday night, and then you got Kellen Moore with a rookie quarterback. That should have been an easy slam dunk. 10 wins, 11 wins in the division. But it wasn't. So I think that's why a lot of people are frustrated. It's like, this should have been easy. This should have been another 10-7, 11-6, kind of upward trajectory. And I think the trajectory right now, as of now, going from 10-8, it's the other way. And we're just, as fans, and I can see the frustration, I can hear the frustration. It's like, well, everybody's kind of like, what's next? Like, we as fans, do you even believe that we have a plan? Like, like we're talking about it now, but just from the outside looking in as a fan, can you honestly ask yourself, like, we got a clear plan? We got a clear plan?
No. No, if he remains as coach, we're gonna come in here with coping mechanisms. Well, if he gets a new coach, y'all, then knowing when the season kicks off, there's a possibility we're right back here next year.
And that's the dangerous part.
Yep.
That's
And that
that's
was gonna be
that's the danger part. Like we don't know what's gonna happen. Now, I will say that we can do
and that was
hypotheticals and
gonna
all
be
that.
my
That's conversation pieces, but it is a dangerous situation for the Bucs organization to be in. I said this about 30, 45 minutes ago. The Bucs are in a weird situation because here's the thing: the quarterback situation when you're left, you got a coach. His seat is kind of warm. You got an OC that has not shown that he's going to be any better than what he is, and it was too much of a bigger drop off. A roster that's in flux, especially in the front seven defensively. Then you got questions at O-line, interior. There's so many like yellow flags around this team, and it's like there's no clear direction like the Texans or the Seahawks or the Rams. Even though they got Matthew Stafford, that old Matthew Stafford, but the roster is good. Their GM is good. Their head coach is good. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have that setup. And I think that's the concern for a lot of us. Like, well, we've been winning, but where is the actual set in stone plan, like, in place that we're going to continue to win? And then this happens. That's not good. That's not good as a fan to look at and say, you see all these other teams that's nicking on our butt, like the Falcons. All they got to do is get a better coach. And the Carolina Panthers, they're kind of like, and then you got the Saints, they got this kind of thing kind of going on. It's like, then you got us.
Well, Bucko,
Baker Mayfield.
Did you hear what Atlanta possibly might be doing? Hiring Matt Ryan, and Matt Ryan going back over trying to grab his old offensive coordinator to come back to Atlanta to be the head coach over there.
Well,
But he told Atlanta's he told the owner, said, well, if you want me to come in here and be the GM, you need to fire the people, not me, so I can bring my people in. I don't want that to be
Matt Ryan is not going to be the GM. He's going to be the president of football operations. He's going to report to the CEO, which reports to the owner. But the CEO is going to, or the CEO/team president is going to let the football operations president kind of handle the football operations, day-to-day operations. It's kind of like Chris Spielman. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of setup, you know what I'm saying? Or, that setup. So there will be a man in between the ownership and the football operations. And that's Matt Ryan, supposedly. It's not set in stone that it's Matt Ryan, but they're going to do
kind of like a Brady.
Kind
of like a Brady, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a guy in between the ownership and the football operations. And Matt Ryan would not really. It's not like he's going to be like this like football guru guy. He's just a guy to kind of give some sort of like direction. Because they have a whole consulting firm coming in to evaluate the entire organization from a football perspective. Think about that. Now, I've been in a situation where on an auditing team or a consultant team where you go in and evaluate somebody's situation and you tell them, you give them the best opportunities or the best, options to say, hey, you need to change this. You need to get rid of this position. You got too many people on your coaching staff. And the Bucs in particular, and I'll tie this in with the Bucs have a huge coaching staff. For what? Why do you have 50 million coaches?
That spills over from BA.
Yeah.
That spills over from
all
BA.
these damn coaches just on the sideline, standing around, arms folded. But what are we doing there? It looks weird to me, but I digress. But the point I'm making is, as a fan, a longtime fan for myself, when I look at this team in the current state and what I just saw, I got to scratch my head. I can't hang myself. I can't put myself out there. I did it last year. Well, this past season, I said 10.5 wins. But if you had to ask me that right now for the 2026 season, granted it can change. I wouldn't even think about 10.5 wins. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even think about that just on what I just saw. And most of our Bucs said it earlier. What have you done for me lately? And what I just saw was an 8-9 season with no clear direction at all. And that was concerning for me. And in this postseason and this regular season video recap of the season that we just saw, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the fact that we got some good, it gets overshadowed by the uncertainty.
Yep.
And when that last game was finished, the Ravens and Steelers, how many of you thought about what is the Bucs gonna do?
Yep.
Like, did you immediately go to your phone and was like, man, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? Did you wake up the next day? Did you wake up the next day after the Falcons beat the Saints? Did you wake up Monday morning today and say, okay, what's going here with the Bucs and Bulls?
I was looking at this Sunday night, actually.
Because I spent the whole entire day posting stuff, all day looking.
That's what I see.
Because uncertainty, with fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD, it brings a lot of questions. And this is why we're here. We have a lot of questions because there's some fear there's some uncertainty, and there's some doubt when it comes to what this team is doing or as an organization. And I understand the frustration with the defense and the offense and the GM, special teams, and Logan Hall and the Chris Braswell, as y'all call him, 43. I get all of this happening. That's all that uncertainty and doubt. And then the fear, I can hear some of the fear is if you move on from Todd Bowles, then what we can lose again. What we can go down the road of, bad seasons. But also on the flip side, if you do make a change in it, what if it hits?
Yep.
What if it hits? Because it can go two ways. It can't just go one way. You can't just say it's going to go bad and we're going to go back to losing. But what if it hits? I guarantee you, if it hits,
Got to change the culture at some point.
If it hits, a lot of us going to be like, granted, because what we don't want to do as a fan base, and we just went through this. We just sat here and watched Liam Cohen take a bad Jaguars team and win 13 goddamn games. And then here's the funny thing about it. Let's just say most likely the Bucs don't do nothing, which I think they're not going to fire him, but they don't fire Todd Bowles. And let's just say 3 of the coaching hirings this cycle, they actually do better than Bowles in 2026. That's going to be bad. That's going to be really bad. And then also another dangerous part about this. If Liam Cohen 13-4 goes to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl, that's going to be really bad. That's going to be really bad. I'm telling you right now. That's going to be really bad. That's going to be bad. Like, it's the optics, right? I'm not saying like.
I think if he just win a playoff game, it's going to be real bad.
It's just from an optics perspective, right? And
I think it's pretty bad right now.
Here's a double-edged sword. If that happens, if the Jaguars win a playoff game, they go to AFC Championship or they go to Super Bowl, which they can, and turn around in 2026, and Liam Cohen possibly has another successful season than Todd Bowles, that's going to be extremely bad. Yep. Extremely bad. So the Bucs are in a weird. I keep saying this.
Can I say something and add to that? I could see how it would seem extremely bad, but we had no control on bringing back Liam Cohen.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking on optics. I'm not saying the particulars.
Yeah, we did. We could have put a dirt cutter. They just was burned by the dirt cutter experiment, which is why we didn't do that with him.
You think that's not going to be talked about? You think they're not going to talk about if Liam Cohen does what he might do? Like, it's going to be the optics going to look crazy. They already don't like.
I brought that up earlier.
I would say it's a good thing, and that makes Jason look better personally.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking on optics. Like,
but yeah,
they already don't like us in general. We're a small market, quote unquote. So they don't really talk about us, right? So they already don't like us. They and a lot of the times they only here for a player. You know what I'm saying, or two. So if that happens,
hey, can somebody mute themselves for whoever's eating?
Yeah, that's crazy. Hungry, ain't you? But if that happens, if that happens, as an organization, is what you don't want to do is you don't want to get caught holding a dirty bag too long. You know what I'm saying? Like you know that bag dirty. You know that's dirty, but I'm gonna hold on to it. I can clean it up and make it a little shiny. It's still dirty. And meanwhile, three coaches this cycle get a job, or 3 coaching hires, and they turn out to be successful, more successful than Todd Bowles. That's not going to be good because they're like, why did we wait? You know what I'm saying? So it's a weird situation. I think they're going to keep Todd Bowles, but
I'm going to take it a step further, Buccos. It's another problem.
It can go 2 ways. It can go good. Obviously, it can go bad. But, man, I hope it don't go that way.
The Liam thing, that's one avenue. But you have an issue now of what the Falcons could potentially do. And I've already said this. Suppose they hire their Liam. Now you'll let 8-9 wins. Oh, it don't cut it no more because they didn't got somebody that's can turn that franchise into 11-12 wins easy.
And you know what's so crazy about that is that's fine. I think I would say this: if that happens, well, for me as a fan, then we know what's going to happen with Todd Bowles.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. I think we all 2026.
But why wait on that though? Why wait on if that may happen?
Well, the optics say, well, from what I'm gathering, he's not going anywhere. At least one more year. So if that's the case, if you want to compete at a higher level, significant changes need to be made. I keep going back to this. Significant changes, coaching and roster. That means Todd Bowles and Jason Light gonna really have to lock in in 2026. Free agency and draft class. They got a little money to spend. So that's not, we can't use this. They ain't got no money no more. That's over with. They can restructure Chris Godwin contract. The Lavonte David gone. You know what I'm saying? Like they got some money. So I don't want to hear this. Oh, they can't do nothing. They can't.
Mike Evans on another contract coming up too, isn't he?
Yeah. So like, don't give me this. They ain't got no money crap no more. That's over with. That hashtag over with. You can't use that you can't use that angle no more. We ain't got no money. We still playing Tom Brady and Gronkowski and no. You got some money now. Do something.
Evans needs a contract, don't he?
Yeah, and then they'll figure that out. Mike Greenberg will feel that.
Not breaking the bank.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Because I was finna say I vote for not bringing him back.
But my point I'm trying to make
agreeing with you too.
I don't want to at Mike Evans.
What I'm trying to make is I'm just trying to give us some sort of like, and I think I brought this up one of my hashtags, optimism, right? You know, I'm just trying to give everybody some type of like, because everybody don't have like the clear vision of what the team doing, but I'm just giving you the possible outcomes, and we can say this offseason is a pivotal offseason for the franchise direction. You have money, right? It's are we agree? Do we agree to a certain point that the Bucs are some type of a destination like you kind of want to play at, and that we can?
It's a destination if the head coaching spot is available. Because what was the OC that you were talking about at the beginning of the season that said he didn't want to come over from the Rams and coach under Bowles if he didn't get the head coaching job?
Yeah, Nathan. I can't pronounce his last name, but there was a few guys that they was like, "We good." But I'm just saying. All I'm saying is the Bucs can make a jump, but where they came from this past season, that ain't gonna work. You can't bring all that back. It's no way you can bring all that back. You can't.
Yeah, Larry Foote got to. I'm sorry, Larry Foote got to go. I just don't like he toast, man. He toast.
And then with the Mike Evans situation, you're not going to give him a huge contract. I think he knows that. He knows he's not going to play with nobody else. He's not going to play with nobody else. He's going to probably take a decent deal. Now, what I don't want to see with the Mike Evans situation,
it better not be over $20 million.
Right. I don't want to see
it better not be over $10 million.
I don't want to see the Chris Godwin situation, the loyalty contract.
Oh my goodness.
And that ain't, because I'm telling you right now, I got Chris Godwin jersey. I love me some Chris Godwin. But the production on the field don't match 20 something million dollars. It just don't. Like it just.
But that's not Godwin's fault on that. Godwin got hurt again with the time.
And that's business. Like they're gonna have to restructure that contract. His cap hit is crazy.
You're saying that's not his fault, but another GM that's thinking with his business hat would have said, we got to move on from this. How many major injuries can we keep rolling the dice on? It's just like getting these rookie OCs. How many were you going to get before one of them was going to flame out?
And I don't think Chris Godwin complained about restructuring his contract, to be honest with you. I don't think he'll complain at all.
No, I don't.
And I don't think you want to like let somebody go because of an injury.
Right.
Now, technology nowadays is far advanced, especially medical technology. So,
but also on the flip side, technology does one thing. I'm in the tech field, but also the human body also plays another role too. Remember, as a receiver, you don't get better after 30. You don't get better. I don't care how much technology you use. You don't get better. That's a lot of tread on them tires, especially with injuries. Injuries add a lot more tread. You know.
Look at Nick Chubb.
That's how.
Look at Nick Chubb.
Yeah. So that's how.
And let's not forget too. Economically, it's better to retain legendary players such as a Mike Evans, such as a Lavonte, and such as a Chris Godwin.
Yeah, don't get rid of
them. No,
don't get rid of them.
You need to retire as Bucs.
What did you wish? What did you wish to say? Whoa, what did you? You wish? Repeat that.
Economically, it makes sense to keep some of these players because it makes sales.
Okay, so you weren't on Pewter Report when all these bunch of guys
selected of all things that come together. It's not just one thing or another. I'm not thinking black and white.
I mean, yeah, I hear you, but when I'm hearing season ticket holders saying they're not renewing.
All I'm just saying, from a business perspective, just restructure the contract. It'll look a lot better. Just restructure.
It got to be restructured.
It doesn't add up. You know.
So does Lavonte David come back one more year?
No, sir.
Just to break Derrick Brooks' record.
Have you not watched what Lavonte David been saying the last few hours, like his post and what his interview, his outgoing interview and all that? Like even him leaving the field, like you can see the body language. It's like my body can't take this no more. When your body say it's done, it's done. And he plays
tired with Derek though.
His body can't even do it. No, his mind is there, but his body's not. That's how it works. And remember that you don't want to be the guy that stayed too long. You don't want to be that guy.
That hurts you in the long run. You overstay your welcome.
Right. So look at D-Hop. Look at D-Hop. DeAndre Hopkins. Really good receiver. He's just bouncing around. Julio Jones. We've seen this. Like what
a
are you
literal
doing?
definition of hopping.
Right. Like, what are you doing? Get your butt on the sideline and just chill. Go be a receiver coach or go be a linebacker. You know what I'm saying? You should not be out here trying to be on the field running with these young men. Not for long. You can't stay here forever. So with Chris Godwin gonna be 30, right?
Yeah.
He's not getting any better. He's not going to get any faster, but his hands will stay the same. It's like swinging a baseball bat. But the hand-eye coordination won't be the same. You can still swing the bat, but can you hit that ball consistently? No. So with Chris Godwin, his hand's going to be always there. His savviness, his IQ going to be there, but the production will not match $22 million? And then it's like, I think the cap hit I read was like almost like $30 million, something like that. No, you can't put that out there for Chris Godwin.
But to be fair, it was a low ball offer compared to Patriots.
And that's fine. And that's totally fine. All I'm saying.
And y'all also got to look at this right here. Lamar still looking for that deep threat receiver for Baltimore. And he has not gotten yet.
Right. So contracts matter. So Mike Greenberg, and as I transition to that guy, he has he got some things he got to do with the Vita contract. You know, the Winfield Jr. possible restructuring, maybe moving Christian Wharf situation. Move some money around. He's done a great job with that. He's gotten us out of the Bruce Arians, Jason like go all in, you know, saga, right? We went all in. I said this was a 2 or 3 year run, and I was right. And now we've been paying for it the last couple of years. Now we coming out of that, right? Mike Greenberg has done a great job with the contracts.
Okay, what about the Zion?
You don't want to look like how the Saints did with that salary crap hell.
Can we do something with the Zions, or we got to wait a year?
You got to wait a year on that.
1 more year.
Oh man!
But they gave the guarantee money. It's kind of weird. It was crazy.
It's $30 million guaranteed.
I was like, no, everybody. I guarantee you, a lot of us was like, when we saw that contract, we was like, what? And then here's the thing about that contract: you're not paying him to be CB1. You're paying him basically CB2, CB3 money, but he's number one. That's not good.
I wish we could have got Jalen Ramsey when we had a chance.
No, I would say this with the Zion contract. You should have waited one more.
You should have just waited.
Let this season played out and then just took the risk. Like if he balled out, you have to pay him. If not, you can lowball him.
Yeah, but you didn't get a full season of that. You got a back end season and got him the man got that type of money off playing half a season.
I think his contract is good. His guaranteed money is bad.
That's what
his guaranteed money was 30 million?
Yeah.
If it was just maybe half that or at least 20 million, I would have been okay with it.
Yeah, I'd have been fine with that. That contract look crazy right now.
He's not getting top tier quarterback money.
Not at all. No.
I ain't hating on it because he got paid. Let me state that. But I'm in agreement with you. Which like if it had been 20 million guaranteed, I don't think his agent probably wouldn't have let him took that deal if they would have offered.
Even incentive based, right? You know, like because he has not shown that he can intercept balls.
2 interceptions in 4 years.
He's not even getting his guaranteed money. I feel like could have been a great veteran this offseason.
Yeah,
half that 1 year prove it deal.
But even that too, and I'm gonna go back and I say this with Mike Greenberg. We have about $34 million in cap space, right? You know,
that's before the new cap number hits, though. It might go up.
We ain't got to worry about Hassan Reddick, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Lavonte David, obviously gone. Then you got the Sean Tucker. Then you got the Izian. You know what I'm saying? You got the Logan Hall situation. Those can be minimized contracts. Not saying minimal contracts, but you can, 2 year, $10 million. You know what I'm saying?
Are we done with that Tom Brady money?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like that part right there of the Bucs. Now we're talking about business. Now we're talking about contracts. That part right there should not be an issue when it comes to getting the roster better. Free agents, you know what I'm saying? But once I make that video, because I'm going to gather some more information and get the top 100 free agents and get the real salary cap and all that, and I'm going to make a separate video. Now that video will have nothing to do with 2025. Any video after this will have everything to do with 2026. You know, this video was just a recap 2025 and how the Bucs look as a roster going into the next season, right? And what do we see? Like, what is your hashtag? What does your eyes tell you? And from the kind of the majority, what I'm hearing, question marks, you know, and disappointment. You know, there is some, and I don't live on the hope thing. I live on reality. But is there some hope, a glimmer? Right? It's not all bad here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to look at the Bucs and say it's terrible. They played terrible, yes. But are they in a terrible situation? Are they the Jets? Are they the Titans? The Cardinals? Hell no. We thank God. You know what I'm saying? Like
I said before, the last 2 years we're not there. So
we had the Jets picks.
Like, but we also seen all you got to do is change the coach and get a draft class, and you can change the game. You know what I'm saying?
Ben Johnson with the same Bears team from last year, except for a couple of draft picks, and look at where he at now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
like,
just different colored painted nails.
But look at the coaching cycle, though. last coaching cycle had some really hot candidates. It had some really hot candidates. Like, this coaching cycle got a couple, you know, but we're not in that. We're not in the sweepstakes yet. Like, we're not thinking about a head coach right now. And now, mind you, from what I'm reading, the Todd Bowles won't be meeting with the owners till later this week, so we won't get the true answer until now. We got to sit on pins and needles for the next couple of days.
How long? When did they fire?
They didn't even give Raheem that long to do exit interviews. They said, "You out of here."
No, Dungy had did his press conference, and wasn't it a week later he got fired?
No, that was
the next day.
Dungy was fired right after
the next day.
Right after the meeting. Okay.
That was Gruden that was fired 2 weeks after the season.
Gruden. Okay, I knew somebody did the press conference.
What the Glazers are doing, they're not going to. One thing I say about the Glazers, they're not a knee-jerk reaction type ownership. They actually wait. Now they do make some crazy moves. Like we've seen it with the Gruden, we've seen it with the Dirk Cutter, Levy Smith situation. We've seen it, Shiano. So they made some like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like they have the ability to shake up some. Throw you off a little bit. Remember the Chip Kelly situation? Remember that?
But he Liam called us. That's where Liam got it from.
Yeah. But the Glazers, my point is the Glazers can throw you off with some moves. So don't be surprised whether it's coaching staff or head coach, whatever. Something got to change. I think they know. I think they have to know this. Can we agree? They have to see this. Like, there's no way you can't say we on the up and up.
We know they do. Jason Light was sent down from the top to the field to observe with his own eyes, and he reported back to the Glazers and said, "Yeah, it's bad."
But I would say the good thing about it, though, the good thing about it is when Black Monday hit, you know, our fan base, you could see our fan base just from a feeler perspective. It was ready to explode. But I'm kind of glad the Bucs organization didn't make a decision right away. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everybody got to like soak this in. Black Monday, nothing happened with the Bucs, with Todd Bowles or anything like that. Now we got to sit back and calm the hell down.
Hey,
So question: Robert Saleh or Todd Bowles?
No, that's the same guy. He's already did this for the Jets. Robert Saleh was at the Jets.
I'm gonna tell you this. I do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do y'all. I'll do this. I will come back when the Bucs have their official press conference with the Glazers decision and all that, and they keep Todd Bowles, which I think they will. I'm gonna make another video just on that.
Hey, I was watching Pewter Report earlier today, and I think with Scott Reynolds came out and said they have insiders that's close to the Glazers that's saying that Todd Bowles is not likely to be back.
Look, I'm gonna make a video. Look, a couple more days, folks. A couple more days. We'll have our answers. A couple more days.
Yeah, I seen who was that? Joe Glazer said yesterday his job is not safe. That's Adam Schefter spreading false narratives and Bruce Arians.
Well, see, look, Bruce Arians is going to advocate for Todd Bowles. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm
not tripping on that. Like, I wish he would go away. But anyway,
man,
he's annoying at this point.
Man. Well, tell him to shut up.
Yeah,
I just
like
don't even want him in the building no more, bro. He has nothing to do with this team no more.
just be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like, just be quiet, play golf. You know what I'm saying? Like, and do your little
But
podcast.
what is Bruce Arians for role in the team anyway?
It's not a role with the team. He's a
He's just a
consultant.
voice. He's a
But
damn voice. Annoying.
he
Brady
get a
got him
prepaid.
fired, and they didn't want to make it look bad, so they gave him that little advisor role.
Yeah, and that
Do
he
y'all
don't even
not
do that.
believe in advertisement or no?
Who?
Advertisement.
And pertaining to what?
Like, Bruce Arians giving us good notes and, making us look good. And
Man,
you don't believe in that? I know you made a
Bruce
comment
Because
about
my
Arians,
Skip
thing is, if
Bayless.
for
Arians is
offensive minded that Arians is, why he's not in Todd
Got to
Bowles'
take
ear
the clout
about
somehow.
hey, let me work with your offensive coordinator. Let me coach him up a little bit. Let me help him on some play calling.
Jason,
It
like,
should be not. It should.
Bruce Arians is an egotistical. I'm gonna just say it like he's a very egotistical guy. So he has a huge ego. Like, go back and watch his documentary or the Steelers documentary on how he got fired.
Yeah, bro.
He damn near got Big Ben killed with that no risk and no biscuit crap. Mike Tomlin was like, "You out of here." And he never got over that. Never. So at this point, where Bruce Arians, thank you for the Super Bowl, but shut the hell up.
Yeah, bro. I agree.
I just think we need people in the media representing us. That's all.
But he's not
representing the Bucs.
He's not representing us. He's just stirring narratives and BSing. There's no reason for you to still be in the building. That's why
go back and watch Bruce Arians' little situation with Steelers, man. That dude is
Where can you find that?
I'll go back and watch it.
Where can you find it?
You trust me, it's on YouTube. Just type in Bruce Arians and Steelers.
All right.
Okay.
And you will understand why they moved on from him.
I mean, I get that. I see how Big Ben was beat up. I get that.
And how he acted behind that. And then he went to the Colts. Remember that
got
too?
Andrew Luck killed.
This is a track record. It's a track record with him. It's a track. That's why I'm like, be quiet, Bruce Arians. Be quiet. Be quiet.
The only thing I say about good Bruce Arians, he got the most out of Jameis before he got rid of Jameis.
Well, actually, it was a free agent, but I digress on that too. He didn't get rid of him; he was a free agent. So, yeah, that's Google information. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be careful with the media. He didn't get rid of him.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get
narrative.
Yeah, he was supposed. Yeah, he's a free agent that's supposed to be re-signed. He was due for a big contract.
Yeah, so let's not get carried away with the media stuff. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, with the Bucs now, with their situation with the ownership and GM and head coach and quarterback, because that's kind of all in sync. Because they got to be in sync. But would we be complaining if this was a young staff, like, Baker's 25, 26,
nope.
not 30?
No.
But he's 30, he's about 31, so it's like, wait a minute, we ain't got all day with you.
Nope.
We can't sit here and wait for you to get your act right. And everything can't be perfect for Todd Bowles or Baker Mayfield or Jason Light. Everything can't be perfect. Can't be. There is no perfect team in the NFL.
No, you lost the division to Bryce Young, bro. I mean, at the end of the day.
Let me ask the question on this right here. Let me ask this question. So who is Baker bailout man when things get bad? Because Brady had Gronk, he had AB.
It was Evans.
Drew Brees had Taysom Hill.
It's his scramble.
Cam Newton had Greg Olsen. So who's Baker Mayfield bailout man?
It's his legs, his scrambling ability.
We got to think about that. Baker doesn't have a bailout person. When he knows this play is breaking down, he always know I can always count on so and so to get this ball here to get me a first down.
He can't see him because he's not looking.
You also got to be careful. Like, we're not expert. That's why I'm not tripping. That's why some people that trip on Baker, I think their expectation was extremely high. Like, coming into the Bucs, I already knew what Baker was. I wasn't what I'm seeing now. What I seen last year, I thought last year was an outlier to me, but whatever. And then his first year with Canales, so if you put all it together, 2024 was an outlier. If you look at his career, 2024 is the lone outlier, right? So when you look at this season in 2023 and 2024, and you put it all together, right? When he came to the Bucs, I was not Super Bowl. Nope. I was like, well, we got to build. You know what I'm saying? We got to build something around him because I saw it. I watched that. Like, remember now, I watch a lot of football. So I don't just watch the Bucs. So I track all this stuff. So when I watch these games over and over again, I see how Baker plays and his tendencies, and he likes to run around and be tough guy and all that. He was hurt in Cleveland.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when he gets here, he's trying to prove himself. So he's going to play extremely hard, basically above his talent level.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So what we're seeing right now, him coming back down to kind of like settle in where he kind of really at his career. He's looking for one more big contract, so he's going to play his heart out.
Yep.
He ain't getting nothing after this. This is last big contract opportunity.
He got the ball out next because that's the last year. He got to.
And we might like that Baker. You know what I'm saying? Like we might like that version of Baker.
But now moving forward, even on a contract like this year here, we definitely not giving Baker no $50 million. So we should be keeping it somewhere about $20-25 million for Baker.
It'll be like probably like a Sam Darnold contract. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that. But you know, that's all. I don't trip on Baker like that. I really don't. Like I'll be like, man, some people be going hard on him, man. I'll be like, what is wrong with y'all? What y'all thought he was gonna be? Elite? what y'all thought y'all was getting with Baker Mayfield?
They put him in the elite. That's why you got people like us that bring them back down. No, we're not doing that.
But I mean, I thought that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Like I'm like, cause I'm looking at Baker and I'm like, okay, 6'1". You know, he has a high level of torque when he throws the ball. He can't see with O-line. He struggles in zone defense. He's 30-31. He ain't get any better.
Turnover prone.
That's why I asked the question, who was Baker bailout man? Because most quarterbacks have one guy on offense that they always say, that's my go-to man right there.
You've been watching Baker. You've been watching Baker since he's been here. That's his legs, man.
And the sad thing about it, the thing what used to kill me with Baker is Baker would try to go for the big play instead of taking what's underneath or what's right there. Too many times this season here.
We saw that. But we saw that the last 9 games, and he threw he had consecutive games with interceptions or fumbles, whatever, or turnovers, period. And people was jumping up and down, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, what did y'all expect? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he has it. Remember, Baker has his highs, he has his lows. You know, and then you got to take it you got to take what comes with him. Why is everybody acting? We've been through this before with that type of quarterback. We've been through this. Why is everybody tripping? We've been through a volatile quarterback. What's the issue? Why is everybody freaking out? Oh, Baker throwing interception. He was already a high volatile quarterback. So what's the issue? He never will be elite. Never. Because he had one season that was an outlier. People think he's elite.
What he threw for barely over 4,300 yards?
Oh, yeah. No, he had 4,500 to be.
Oh, 45.
And a lot of that was because of Liam Cohen, as you can see. Remember, I said this before. Things have to be perfect for him to look good. I'm still not proven wrong. Because guess what? When things were top 5 run game, he top 5 passing. The facts are there. The minute he don't have his top coordinator, OC, big drop off. And he can't make an OC look good. He don't have that type of talent.
Or the OC can't make him look good.
Right. So remember, you won't see Baker make a receiver better. He'll make them play harder, but he's not going to make them more talented, more better. That's not his game. Baker's not a bad quarterback. He's a good quarterback, but if you thinking NFC Championship and Super Bowl with Baker Mayfield, well, you better get an elite coach.
So he's a Kirk Cousins in a way, waiting on the right rookie to get to the team.
If put Baker in the same situation of Sam Darnold, or put him on Minnesota.
I'll put it here. He's a system quarterback.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like
exactly,
you got to give him a Kevin O'Connell, a Liam Cohen, a Sean McVay type. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him that because he's going to excel.
A lot of these quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. So I just.
Right. Well, once again, it just proves my point. Why is everybody tripping on Baker? He is where he is. Like you ain't going nowhere. Like at the highest level, you're gonna right where we at. That's the peak. That's where we at with Baker Mayfield. It's either y'all gonna accept it or not. Because if you're thinking it's gonna get extremely better, then I need you to come sit down with me and explain to me how you see that. With Todd Bowles, Baker Mayfield, Todd Bowles combination, how do you see this going to get extremely better? Meaning, when I say extreme, I'm talking about NFC Championship, Super Bowl. Explain to me, anybody, Baker Bros, whoever, right here. Tell me how the current setup is going to take us to the NFC Championship, Super Bowl. And go.
All right, so I would say protect them, establish the run, and have a good gel with the OC.
You see that? All these things got to be in place. Nothing's perfect. Meaning, if you got to have all that and it's got to be all make sense. Top 5 O-line. Running game got to be on point. God damn. Ain't that much money to go around to get everybody like that. Because you got to pay the defense. You got to pay the offense. Hey, man, look. We're going to give you some great set of receivers and some good tackles. Try to get you a center. Come on, baby.
Us to have these minutes, for the one thing about it, for us to have these minutes on tight ends on the team and not utilize the tight ends more often during the season to protect him, to give him extra blocking, it was sad.
And on top of that, you stuck in with Todd Bowles. Or vice versa, whatever, how you want to put that. But them two, like, what? What y'all thinking that's going to happen with that combination? You got a conservative head coach, not bad. Then you got a quarterback that's a little bit more brash and more of a risk taker, but he needs things to be perfect around him. And you put those two together. And you think that's going to be NFC Championship, Super Bowl? Come on, guys. Wake up. We're going to have successful seasons, which we had, which that is a fact. 9-8, 10-7, NFC South division champs. Great. Now y'all want more.
One of the biggest narratives was always, if Baker went down, who you replacing him with to keep up to keep the team going until he get back.
And I always ask this question sometimes, just in life in general. At what point is it going to be enough? At what point are you going to be like, I'm good? But now in football terms, at what point you're going to ask yourself with this current constructed team and ask yourself, did we peak or we can get better?
I'm sorry. That word peak in this team, man, look.
12 wins, 13 wins? That's our ceiling? I doubt it.
With Bowles, there's nothing that says we can get 11, 12 wins.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, remember, I just said this about 2 minutes ago. Like, what are we expecting? Like, we're going to have some good seasons. If you give Baker 2-3 more years, okay, great. He's getting older. Now what?
I would say this. Based off the current opponents that we have to play again next year, AFC North.
Man, we'll worry about that later.
All I'm saying is what we just saw in 2025. What makes you think it's going to go 8-9, and all of a sudden it's going to go 13-4? And we think 4 years of Todd Bowles as a head coach.
How did y'all come to the realization? Well, the decision to determine that we could possibly hit 10.5 or better. Like I said 9 and 8 again.
I said this. I said, look,
this was a 10-6 season.
If you go back,
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I went back. And if you go back and watch my video, I said, I'm going to go out and say this. And y'all know how I kind of do my record predictions. I've been kind of decent, one game away. I said this season, I was expecting a jump.
Me too.
10-7. We right there. Like, okay, 10-7. We got to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? We lost. Okay. We lost to the Commanders. I didn't like it, but we right there. A couple more changes of draft class. We go to 11 wins.
Yep.
Okay. So
that was talking about
the
current roster. The roster from 2024.
The Miami game.
The draft class. That's all.
The Miami game would have put us at 10. And what was the other game?
New Orleans.
The Saints. The Saints shouldn't have been a loss.
Even when we were 6-2, I was like, okay, we're doing good, but let's wait till November, December. I just wanted to make sure And we got to the to where football matter, quote unquote, and they fell apart. And I was like, damn, like how do we go from 10 and
Hell,
7?
we should have had the Eagles game if you really think about it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do we go from 10 and 7 and have a drop off? You know what I'm saying? Look, like I talked about this with the factors with injuries and stuff like that, but I'm like, but our roster, we just needed the draft class, show up some couple things, Josh Kazar, continuity. I'm factoring in all these things. And I said 10 and a half, 10, 11 wins. And here we are. Here we are, 8-9. Which goes back to there's a pattern, is what my point I'm trying to make. There's a pattern here. 8-9, 9-8, 10-7, 8-9. That's a pattern. Is that a pattern? Am I tripping?
It is.
That's all I'm saying. I'm a math guy. I'm an IT guy. I'm an engineer. I'm always thinking about CICD, continuous improvement, continuous development. And right now, what I see with this team, there's a pattern here.
Yep.
And if I had to assess the team, if I was an assessor, if I was a consultant company, I would go in and say, we're going to have to change some things up. He got to go. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I would do. I'm not walking back and saying, I'm not, if I'm in that situation, you think I'm going to walk back into the 2026 season with the same staff from 2025? With the regression? Nah, you asking for failure. Remember, the Bucs, I said this. When they lost, I said the Bucs are close to falling apart. This past season, and what did they do?
They fell apart.
They imploded.
Yep.
Right. Like this, it's just natural for me as an engineer to see things about to fall apart. When you design something, when you structure something, when you design something, you build a foundation, you design it, you make sure there's some what they call it, some fault tolerance. You know what I'm saying? Fail safe. All these things, I'm looking at the Bucs like they ain't got no fail safe.
But be real, Buccos. Since the last season of Brady, when have we ever headed into the playoffs, felt good?
13
like, okay. No, I'm saying his last season when we felt good.
It's about 8-9 season.
8-9, like when we felt good, like hey, they better watch out.
When Todd Bowles first got here, 8-9. So it's like that's kind of like all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it still was kind of a bad look too because of Tom Brady there too. You know what I'm saying? But and then the next season,
you caught the Eagles at the right time. They was imploding at the time.
We get Baker, right, and then we get Dave Canales. As Sal called him, Snake Oil Man. And the hype was around Dave Canales, and I gave out a back runner behind him. I was like, 9-8. I was like, slight improvement at best. And then we go into the next season, 2024. Liam Cohen, he never called plays, but he's from the Sean McVay tree, and then 10-7. Franchise records offensively. I'm like, the Bucs are going up, which led to the prediction of 10.5, 11.
Same thing.
That's all I was looking at.
Same thing. There's no way you could look at that offense and think it was going to be this bad of a drop.
Right. That's all I was thinking about. I was like, we going up. And then we drafted Emeka Egbuka. I'm like, oh, man, what's going on here? They trying to really go after people for real. They finna be on people's heads.
We thought we're dropping 30 plus.
Man, everybody did. Evan, Egbuka, Godwin, J-Mac, Bucky.
So that's where some folks got this idea of 13 and 14.
Nah, we can't speak on that.
I just was amazed. Folks, one guy I was on it was a podcast. A guy was saying he said that he was trying to make his case, dude. We should have been at 13 wins. I was just like, where do you see them 13 wins at? Like, I get
it. I think they was looking at it from a perspective of we're going to make a big jump.
But the foundation wasn't built in the trenches, man, and that was the biggest issue. They have been totally ignoring it on both sides of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
This team will become slightly dangerous when both offense and defense can kind of work as one somewhat.
That's how you build a team, though.
And but that's been our issue. It's always been a season of y'all know the defense won us those games. Y'all know the offense won those games. Like we haven't had just throughout the
Complimentary
season,
football.
complimentary
Well, we just saw
football.
that. We just saw that in the 89 season. We just saw that this past season. We saw there was no compliment. Like it was no balance there. It was like even just like from the just if you had to go drill down even farther, even in the units, man, it was like is the O-line and injuries, right? You know what I'm saying? Like then you had the quarterback down the scene. Did he get hurt? Then the receivers got like it was no kind of like you couldn't hang your hat on nothing. So it was like, man, there was no synchronicity between the offense and defense.
Yep.
1 minute the offense played good.
My question is this: what game could we hang our hat on out of all 17 of these games this season and say offense and defense was all on the same page and we put that stink on them?
The only game I can say, and I'll go first. That's close enough to me. 49er game.
Yep, everybody got to say that one.
That's the only game.
Because you could say the Saints, right? But that first half, people forget how that offense was looking.
Yeah, that's why I said.
You can't get to the red zone and get stuffed. Damn near 7. They got a flag. We got a fresh set of downs and got stuffed every time. So that one's second with an asterisk, but it's the 49ers. Anything else would be you. I'll say this: we competed.
I would say that first Atlanta game
with the Bills. No, sir.
I mean, they made some plays, but
that was a low end shootout.
I was at that game.
I mean, that was special teams. I mean, I would say. I mean, I agree with you, but let me ask you guys this, and then I'm gonna let y'all go. The Buffalo game.
Mm-hmm.
In thoughts of that, I mean, if you just take out the stats, you would have thought the stats tell you that it was a complete game.
It was. It was, and I'm gonna tell you why. Right?
I mean, you put up 32 points. You won the turnover battle. You were able to run the ball.
The special teams ruined that one.
Well, you said complete game. I'm thinking like offense, defense, special teams.
Yeah. In my own opinion, you ain't got none. You don't have one. If you want to be truthful, I can't think of a game.
The 49ers game.
That's what I'm saying. The closest game I can point out was the 49ers.
The closest. But would you say it was a fully complete game?
It was.
Yeah, 3/4 of it. You know.
See what I mean? You ain't even confident enough to say the whole game.
But I'm saying.
But I get where you're coming from, though.
The closest game I can say is the 49ers game.
Yeah.
But the
clear dub.
49ers, the harder their defense got hurt that game, and that's when they went down.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the Texas game myself.
That was close. 20-19. It took a Baker Mayfield get out of.
I mean, we didn't let them score so much, and we were able to improvise. We had
that was like a revenge game for us.
Yeah,
and they had all of their players. I think that was a pretty good game that we actually took over.
Which one?
The Houston game. Yeah,
the Texas game. Okay. So,
that was a revenge game.
I can understand, but I'm gonna go with the 49ers. I'm gonna go with the 49ers game, which was I thought it was a good win. I know I get it, but I'm just saying, just if you watch the game, we was in control of that game.
And that's what I said earlier. That one bad call on that pass turned the whole momentum on that game because we would have won that game.
What are your thoughts on the with the exception of special team, because that's probably where you guys are going to go with this one. But the Seattle game, what was your thoughts on that outside of special teams?
Defense, what the hell?
That was just a shootout. That was a shootout game.
That was a defensive game.
But go back to the Bills game. The defense was playing bad, but y'all remember we got that interception.
It couldn't score.
Couldn't score.
That was bad.
And that's with a bad defense. That's a bad Bucs defense that turned over Josh Allen.
And the Buffalo Bills defense was worse than ours.
And we run.
Yep.
Man, ain't no defense in the league worse than the Bucs, man.
Nah, Buffalo is worse. Buffalo defense.
Wait a minute, where my sound effects at? Hold on, goddamn.
Yeah, you must don't know the Jets.
Man, Bryce Young. And when Bryce Young can go right down the field on our defense.
I mean, but that's a rivalry game. You got to cut that some slack. Those game plans come down to execution. Rivalry games come down to execution, always. Same game plan. We ran the same game plan we ran against them when we played them 2 weeks prior. They did the same thing.
I'm gonna like switch up the convo just to piggyback on the Jaguars. I was looking at the schedule that they had against some of the teams. 8 teams they beat that were under 500.
I could see that. So same thing with Drake May. So it was 9 teams over 500.
You said
Possibly.
8. So you said 8 under 500. So that leaves 9.
Yeah, and they had some good wins. So yeah, they
Yeah,
Here's
had
the
I'm
some
saying.
good
problem
wins
though.
against some
I'm just
good
saying.
teams.
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying.
here go the problem though. You wish like those
But it's
bad
like half
teams
half. If you
they put them
take
away though.
advantage of the teams that you're supposed to beat, then you
Man,
obviously
the
could push
Jaguars was
past.
not playing. They were not playing this year. They were beating the brakes
They beat the brakes off people. You wish, and that's my issue
physically.
for
Physically,
Todd
they were
Bowles.
picking people up.
That was the bar for me. If you want to earn my respect, I'm not a fan of Todd Bowles at all. He's the coach, but I'm just not a fan. Beat this division.
Beat them up.
Beat like if you swap the Rams over here, like I get it. They lost to the Panthers, and people could say, but you know how that goes. But you put a team like that over here, McVay and them over here, it's a wash.
Let me ask you this: you wish? Did you watch the Jags and Texas game?
Yeah, but I think they split with them now.
Right, but I'm saying, but did you watch the game? Did you see the intensity? Did you see like just how raw that game was? Both of them.
No, I just saw highlights.
Right. So both of those games told me everything. And remember that we beat the Texans. Remember that we beat them by 1 point. Let's make sure we understand that part. But who got better?
The Texans.
Right. So it's not about how you start. So when you watch the Texans and the Jags, in particular the Jags played with an edge. They played. It was like, you're not going to play us and think we just finna lay down. Remember now, the Jags was like, oh yeah, the Jags, oh whatever the Jags, we're gonna just beat them. Remember that for a few years, nobody cared about the Jags. Bad ownership, you know what I'm saying? Da 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 da.
Oh, you know what? Okay, hold up. It's 9 games they beat with teams under 500. I forgot about the Chiefs, but yes.
So watching the Texans game, like when you look at the Jags and how they played this year, they played with an edge, they played with intensity, they play like they know they can win every game. When I watched the Bucs, they didn't play like that.
No fire, no confidence.
They didn't play like they can win every game. And we saw that the last 9 games, whether it was offense or defense or both. I'm like, what are they trying to win or are they trying to lose?
Yeah. I mean, the Miami game, like I said, but you saw what I was posting, man. I said a team throwing the game to you, and pulling players, and just probably the most embarrassing loss I think I've ever seen a team.
But to go back to you wish about the Jags and stuff like that, if teams can make their own schedule, great. Just like, because we didn't complain when we had an easy back end of the schedule at that 10-7 season. You know what I mean? Just saying, we didn't complain about that.
We supposed to have one this year.
And then now here we go. Wherever you place it in your division, that's your schedule strength. So you control that. You know what I'm saying? Like the team control that. So if you lose games, you're going to get an easy schedule or half and half. If you win your division, you get a hard schedule. And guess what? Now it's time to put up a shut up against teams that's equal or better. And the Bucs this season couldn't cut it. It ain't the Jags' fault or the Bucs' fault. It's just how the schedule was made. Wherever you
they definitely got some notable games as far as the Jags winning. They beat the Chargers. They beat beat the brakes out of the Chargers.
Right.
They beat
games too. We got some notable games. We beat the Texans, we beat the Seahawks, we beat the 49ers.
They beat the Broncos. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it just, I just thought I'd throw that out there. I mean, I know we want to overhype the Jags, but I mean,
and that's good. That's good that you put it out there. But when you do a comparison and contrast between the perspectives of teams, and the reason why I brought the Jags up because it's the Liam Cohen thing, right? Everybody talking about that. But I'm just saying, just as I watch them play, the arrow is pointing up.
Yeah, you can't think they're gonna be bad next year.
If they drop off, and they get a first place schedule, obviously. But if they drop off, I mean, you think they're gonna fall off like the Bucs? You think they're gonna go from 13 wins to 8? Possibly, maybe, maybe, but with the arrow and the roster being built up, because they already had good players, they had terrible coaching. Or Doug Peterson. What was the other guy? Doug Peterson, like he fell off, and there was another guy there. I forgot who it was. Damn, what's his name?
It's the GM.
Then you got Trick Bulky. So they had some players, Devin Lloyd, and they had some Brian Thomas. They had some players. Then they traded for Jacoby Myers. So they made some moves that made sense to fit their culture, the organization, and better the team. And the results say 13-4. And this is also a fact.
Oh yeah, Urban Meyer. They had to get off of that.
Urban Meyer, that's who it was. They had to get off of him. So you can make bad decisions at coaching, but once you make the right decision, this is the results. 13-4. I guarantee you this. None of us will be complaining if we were 13-4 with that guy.
Nah.
Exactly. So my point is with the Bucs in 2025, going into 2026, you can't run it back. That's over with. If you want to get more competitive, something significantly has to change. If you want to play with an edge, you want to play with better coaching staff, you're going to have to make some tough decisions. Period. Or you keep, like people say about the quarterback situation, you keep drafting one until you get it right.
Yep. Same thing.
I understand it. But on the coaching perspective, with our situation as Bucs fans, we got 4 years of Todd Bowles. And obviously we're going to have, well, in my opinion, we'll have a 5th year of Todd Bowles. All I'm saying.
He got 7 years with his defense. 7 years with his defense, though.
Yeah, but as a head coach. All I'm saying, if you pull the sun again, Black Monday will be easy to think about.
It won't even be that. We're going to see the first time an in-season fire.
I don't know about that.
Man, look, because here's the fans
have ever done that.
Man, they haven't, but they haven't seen trash get thrown at their field before. The boos getting loud, man.
That's the fans. They frustrated. They want to see the team better. We all thought the team was going to be better. Like I don't think there's anybody in the chat or in this locker room thought that, oh, this is an 8-9 team.
Hell no.
Let's be real. We all thought the team was 10 or more wins.
And if it was 8-9, it wasn't an 8-9 tie with the Panthers and Falcons.
That's wild.
Come on, dog.
And the season ticket holders went down significantly this year. Like this upcoming year, it went down a whole lot already.
And it'll probably go down again.
Yeah, they was posting on Pewter Report yesterday saying since the 70s, fans from the 70s, they will not be renewing until Todd Bowles is
I'm going to do some more research on that. I'm going to dive into that part because remember now, this is the effect of the product. The product is the team. The product is what have you done for me lately? 8-9. Fans don't want to see that. We just was 10-7. We was just 10-7. Yeah, we was just 10-7, and here we are.
And Jason Light, before seasons, is talking about boat rides through Tampa. You can't sell that to us and then do that, man.
That's what I'm saying. I when they come back, in my opinion, when they come back, Bowles and Light, all I'm saying, when they sit down in them chairs, it ain't cold. It's warm. It's warm.
That joke is hot.
One more season.
That joke is hot.
Muy caliente.
I think, to me, if they produce them, the noise will go away. Do we agree with that?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Right? So if they come back and win 11 games, then we're going to be like, cool.
But I'm going to be real, buckos. I think Bowles he has to do – people see this and they mirror it with the Jets, with his Jets head. It just – he can't escape it. They look the same. This don't look no different from what he did at the Jets. It looks like you took a 13-win team and immediately turned it into the Jets. Next season ain't 9.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest.
What I'm saying is your record.
There are two different teams and way different records.
No, right. Your head coaching. You took a team that had a better record, and the very next year it went downhill.
That's because they changed the coach, right?
Yeah.
What you mean they changed the coach? You inherited.
They went from Saleh to the coach now, right?
No. I'm talking about when Todd Bowles was at for the New York Jets. I'm not talking about this year.
Oh well, okay. I see what you're trying to say. So the Jets situation, we're not the Jets.
No, we're not. We're not. But that team was better in the hands of who was there before him now?
I think it was Rex Ryan. It was Rex Ryan's guys.
He left him a good defense.
It was Rex Ryan's guys, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And he went 10-6. He was 4-12, then he went 10-6. And then he went 4-12 again, and then they got rid of him.
Come here with a better
He didn't
team.
repeat that this year or this
He didn't do that.
We got more talent. You just added 4 wins to your total.
I mean, that's the fact.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't do that over here. Like there wasn't. It was a drop off, but then it didn't drop all the way off. Okay, he went from 13 wins to 8, then 9, then 10, then back to 8. So
And
it
he had
wasn't
Mark
like
Sanchez.
yeah, what Mark said. I mean, come on, man. Like
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
yeah,
I mean, we got a Ryan Fitzpatrick right now.
So Bowles, like I said, Bowles, he improved as a head coach? Yes, from the Jets days. He's able to he sustained something here in Tampa. But the question is, will it go up or will it stay the same? I don't think it's going to get like, look, can it go 4-12 or 4-13 next year? I could see a scenario, but not high probability that it goes 4-13 for Todd Bowles because he has some sort of foundation here to prevent that. We don't have a terrible roster. We damn sure don't get on top 5, top 10. I would say that, but we have a roster good enough to go at least 8 wins minimum.
Yeah, but if you subtract the last minute Baker comeback heroic wins,
Come on, man. You doing too much math here. Let's just keep it.
I'm just saying.
Let's just keep it face
Listen,
planted.
I'm with
what
both
it
of
is
y'all.
right now.
I'm with
Yeah,
both of y'all.
Trying to, going
I'm
back,
with both
and
of
you're
y'all.
like, what if this part, we did
Nah,
this,
8-9.
what if we did that?
Like 8-9.
Okay.
It's not that
we'll
big
stay
right now.
We'll stay at 8-9.
It's a 2-game drop off, which is not a fault. It's not like a dramatic fall off.
Right.
It's not a New York Jet fall off.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. But I think a lot.
I
of
know
the
it
fans,
feels that way.
Yeah, it feels that way.
I'm not saying that we fell off that bad, but I'm saying I just think a lot of the fans look and say that guy did not have success as head coach. And
now, if you say, okay, his record here with the Bucs, and you wish brought this up, it's a winning record, 35-33.
That is
Now
a fact.
with the Jets, it was 18-36.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 18 and 16, 48. So it was 18-48. So it was a 4-4 and a 10.
You are what your record is.
That was with the Jets.
Man, that dude.
And then he comes here, he goes 35-33. And being that you just said that, that's above 500. Basically mediocre.
Yeah.
Only a couple people away in a healthy stretch.
So it's not as bad as people think it is, but we just I get the concern. But I'm gonna say this again: it's not a terrible situation.
No, it ain't terrible, but it's.
But y'all talk like that though.
No, I here's the thing. You're right, but I think it's the disappointment, and you don't want to see. I cracked the joke earlier and said, bro, we can't get 50 years of Buck history in one season. That ain't good, bro.
I think Todd Bowles. I don't want to see Todd Bowles fail. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to see him fail. But as a football fan and as a Buck fan, I do have expectations.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to see.
We see the same thing out of Todd Bowles every year, and you see the same things every year.
But what did I just say 15 minutes ago? A pattern, right? We see a pattern here. Yep. I see a pattern.
Every year, it's a mid-season slump. Every year, we and here's the problem: the media always views us as, oh, but they'll get out of it. They'll go on these weird losses, 4, 5, 6 losses, and then we'll normally get that. Everybody,
we didn't get out.
Yeah, and you know why? Because we look for those easy games on the back end of the season to even the season out. Well, now those easy games have gotten better. Yeah, now those easy games have gotten. Those teams are getting somewhat better. We can't even beat them no more. That's a problem.
What I'm expecting in 2026, and like I said, I'm gonna make a fresh video on 2026, but and I'll wrap this up and we'll give our closing remarks. But I do want to see, and this is like the future part, but not too far in it. But I do, and I'll make a separate video. I do want to see separation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see us come back down closer to the Panthers and Falcons and Saints. I will say that.
Nope.
You know, if I see that again, and y'all know how I am on my channel, I'm gonna call it out and I'll see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call it out. Like starting out, like I hope everybody learned their lesson. 4-2, 6-2, 5-1. We really like that. Relax. You know how this play out. But we see a pattern here. You know how it plays out. We're gonna start out fast. We're gonna front run. We're gonna go on the losing streak. Then we're gonna win a game or 2 or 3 or 4 in a row. And then we really like that. Calm down. It's a pattern here. There's enough information to let us know there is a pattern with Todd Bowles in his mid-season slumps, or this season was the end of the year, but there is a pattern. We will get a weird slump. That's enough information.
That's unacceptable, man.
I know.
That's unacceptable. That should not be normal. Hey, y'all know we're gonna lose these next 5. But be real, but we got the Cardinals coming out like, come on, dog.
But we got to be careful too, though. We got to be careful with this pattern. We can't settle for it.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Grislow? Grislow is in the building. What's up, man? You came at the right time, man. You came at the right
I just got off work.
time. What's happening with you, man?
What's up? What's up?
We just how
I know you've been live for 4 hours, but I was like curious if anyone brought this up because appreciate it. I was curious if y'all brought this up or not. Did y'all hear Yaya talking about how walkthroughs is not making them prepared enough?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, bro.
That was kind of crazy to say that, though. He should have kind of
that comment. Yeah, especially because he's under contract. It is kind of wild that he said that. I can't lie.
Yeah, he could have kind of just not said that.
Yeah,
Jamel Dean said something too. Jamel Dean came out and said some.
Yep.
Like, what's happening here, man? Y'all gotta be. What is happening here? Jamel Dean on some slick stuff. I don't even why he.
Well, he probably on the way out, so he could just say it. Honestly,
he's on his way out, and
I appreciate that though. Like, you got to keep that in house.
Like, yeah, but
no, for sure.
Yeah, but guess what? But that now raises questions because
exactly
we now figured people. We thought like communication issues shouldn't be this bad. So now we know why. It's all cerebral.
Mm-hmm. And it hardens on like what we like talked about earlier or what we've been talking about like the last couple times is, and we try to like give it the benefit of that, like all teams do this, but no, it looks like we do more walkthroughs than anyone else.
And you know what? I don't know if you wish brought this up or somebody in the chat, but the locker room situation. Remember there was a this narrative that the locker room was kind of like fractured and it was like something was going on.
Oh, me when I talked about that.
So is there? Remember that when there's smoke, there's some type of fire there. You know,
I think
and you hear these comments. It's like, was there some type of, we ain't trying to hear that type of situation going on? I don't know.
So yeah, clearly there is a rift somewhere. Clearly not all of them are on the same page with Bulls. I mean, there's a player that says we need to go harder in practice because we ain't ready to play when it comes time to do so.
Yeah, when the bullets be flying, I'm like, what?
And he's like, what? His second year, right? Rookie?
Mm-hmm.
Or like that's his second year, guy saying that. Yeah.
Third year, yeah. He says,
third year.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was like a complex defense. And when you get out there and what you practice is, when the bullets flying, you get kind of thrown. I'm like, no, Dayabi, you got to be quiet on that one, buddy.
Yeah, because that right there, the bullets flying part, he's right on that part because now you're exposing your confidence level. So now we got guys on the field, but if they don't have confidence in the technique and what they're doing, then are they truly bought into what it is that you're selling them?
And he even said it too. He said there's some guys in here that like just they shouldn't be here. They don't get it or like something like that too. So he said that too.
You see, and this goes back
that goes back to
it goes back to what I was saying. And I think we were talking about this back and forth about Todd Bowles. And we got to be careful, as fans with Todd Bowles, and me included. That's why I got to understand, after this press conference later this week, like, I need to, like, as a fan, I need to see what's happening. Like, what's the clear picture? Like, because all this, pillow talk and, and I get accountability and all that. Look,
they caking to the media. We love it though.
There's a pattern here. Like, we, as a fan, we got to see this. There's a pattern with Todd Bowles. If you can't see that, then I need you to come sit down next to me and tell me why you can't see a pattern here with Todd Bowles. Yeah. When it comes to, we got 4 seasons, enough information to say every year there's going to be a drop off in the middle of the season.
And to piggyback off of the practice thing, we had 3 weeks of players yelling at other players, going off after games. Lavonte David did it. Baker did it.
Been going off on the O lineman about Christian Wars trying to play mediator. Like, what is going on here?
Because
but that's what I was about to allude to. Because Todd Bowles' comments were players get into it all the time with each other. We still a family. We still in this and that. But it's a bad look when a fan sits at the game and video records the whole thing, and you don't know nothing about it.
Yep.
They're recording every time.
And you got your star player yelling at you on the sideline.
I was like, damn, Mike
yelling
Evans,
at the coach.
what are we
Then
doing?
Mike Evans.
What the F are we doing? I'm sitting at the game like, oh my gosh.
He was dead after the last game. Did you see him?
His legs was gone.
No emotion. He that because he's not used to that. That man wants to win. Them dudes come back from them injuries, and that's why
he gave 1,000% in that Falcons game, and then after that it was a wrap.
Yeah, man.
He wanted that game. He wanted that game. I was at the game. He wanted that game so bad. It was always like he almost had a panic attack. I'm watching my.
I know, and then once they didn't win it, he checked out the rest of the season. He was like, "No, this ain't happening."
It was a great show, right? I was in the stadium club access seats. You know, that's like $200-$300 seats, whatever. I got t-shirts, I got cups. You know, they the food was good, so it was all set up. 50th anniversary, the halftime show, Geico. It was. You can tell Mike Evans was like, "I'm finna get this dub. We finna get this dub." And when they got to that 28, and that 4th and 14, or no, I'm sorry, 3rd and 28. When they got to 3rd and 28, it was 3rd and 28, and they made the pass to Kyle Pitts. And
then it was 4th and 14.
You can see Mike Evans screaming. What the F are we doing? He read by Todd Bowles. He read by Todd Bowles, read by him saying all this. I'm like,
he screamed all the way down the tunnel saying the same
all
thing.
that.
Yeah.
Vita was getting on Hassan Reddick about not rushing the passer.
Yep.
I'm like, what is happening?
But do you think there's a situation, Buccos, though, where some of the teams that the players that should not be on the team remain? But
Hassan
then you got
Reddick,
these captains. Then you got these.
One of them. Hassan Reddick is one of those guys to not be on the team. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
So you think?
No, he was.
So you think his loafing around on the field bled off onto the other players? It bled off.
I'm telling you. This is why I tell people, and you've been to games. This is why I tell people when you go to games, you see the sideline interactions.
Oh yeah,
you see it. Vita don't rock with Hassan Reddick like that.
No, he don't.
No,
he don't. He don't at all.
Our leader, Vita.
I don't think none of them do. I don't think because I think they realize he an old guy still he stole paycheck. The man stole the whole.
He was,
and I know, and you could tell Lavonte didn't rock with him either. Like none of those guys on defense did for the most part.
Watching that, man, like every time they came off the field, you know, the defense get together and all that, man. They was kind of like, man, whatever, dude. Like, and then after the game, that what made it worse. Like, and somebody mentioned it just now with Mike Evans from the time that the game was over. Matter of fact, before the game was over, when they made that 14 and they kicked that field goal,
he was in the tunnel.
All that time, he was screaming and hollering. The body language was bad all the way to the tunnel.
He walked to the tunnel immediately after they covered. He already knew. He was already going.
Hands. He didn't want to shake no hands.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and it spilled over to that Miami game because somebody that I know, they play a lot of prize picks in DraftKings, and they said somebody explained to me why Mike Evans only had one target.
That was wild.
The whole first half of the game.
Yep.
That was wild. That's what I'm saying. It was some discontent in that locker room, and it spilled out.
I think it's. I'm gonna be honest. I honestly feel like a lot of it too. Somebody saying something to Baker. I wouldn't be shocked if Mike Evans. Hey, bro, you threw that ball in the wrong spot, bro.
I would say this: that Falcons game. I'm telling you, man. I tell people go to the game.
He almost killed Evans. That wasn't
man.
A good look.
After that play, man, Evans' body was like, you could tell Evans' body was like, oh my gosh, I'm not 100%. He was not 100%. I'm gonna tell you that right now. He was not 100% that game. He came back to try to get that dub because he knew that game was important.
But 100+ yards, did everything he could.
Him. I'm gonna be honest. It's like him and J-Mac sat to the side, trained by themselves, and came back with vengeance.
He was hot.
Them boys was like, we're gonna test these injuries out and see how they hit when we get tackled. If we make it, we off.
This is what I'm saying. And somebody brought this up too. I got a super chat here. Let me Alge 335 $10 super chat. Can we look at the current? Can we look at the current truth? This is a business, and the Glazers need to focus on us than Man U. Lights got through the Brady cap years, but we need to go after it on free agency. Okay.
They fired their Manchester coach today too.
Yeah, we like I said, I will have a separate video about the free agency and the guys that's available or that's leaving the team that we can possibly get. But I'm gonna let everything. I'm gonna wait till after the Todd Bowles and Glazers interview. Press conference, whatever. But going back to I told y'all this. The Falcons game is what broke the straw, broke the camel's back, because they really wanted that game.
Yeah, you had no business losing that game.
Nope.
It was set up for them to win.
Them dudes put their bodies.
And if you win that game and keep everything like normal, you're in.
You're in. And they knew. Mike Evans knew the way things was going with that team just based on his body language that game. I believe, in my opinion, hashtag what did your eyes tell you? He knew this is not going to end well. We got to get this game.
Yep.
We got to get this game. It ain't going to end well.
Yep.
And what happened after that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, went downhill.
That defense made Kirk Cousins like Joe Montana.
It was 28-14.
Yeah, that's a bad conversion, bro. I'm sorry. That's
why I say you got some teams that get up that come play us harder than any other time.
If I'm the Glazers in the office, I got a projector and I'm just replaying that play over and over again when he's in the meeting.
I'm sorry, bro. That's a bad 3rd and 28 to 4th and 14. Like
I think that's the worst loss. That's the worst loss on the schedule.
You can't. That's not something you convert, bro.
No, you're right. That is the worst loss on the schedule because you got to think about it. The loss changed everything, and a win changes everything. Literally,
hell no. The Dolphins was the worst.
No.
That Atlanta game was the worst.
The Dolphins.
Atlanta game's the worst.
The Dolphins is the worst.
That Atlanta game and that first Carolina game where he threw that interception on that ending drive when we was going down the scope.
That game was rough, man.
You up 24 and your defense is basically has the best down of their life. 4th and 14. You can't mess that up.
But they were trying. The Dolphins wasn't trying at all.
They weren't trying. Were they? Was the defense trying?
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you why the Dolphins is an ugly one, right? But the problem is we had already been losing so many games anyway that one there felt like, okay, we finna lose it. But that Falcon game, nah, bro, 2 receivers.
That changes the South. You are the South winner if you win that game, period.
I don't care what happened out there. I don't care what. Keep everything the same. Just win that game. Just win that game. Keep everything the same.
You win that game, you win the South. Yeah, like you said.
You at home, Crane Sickles, all the legends there. Literally, there's got your 2 guys come back. Like,
hold on, and y'all forgetting the other. That's the night the damn documentary dropped.
Yep.
Yeah.
On Amazon.
Yeah. That's the night.
I always say the creamsicle is janky on Thursday nights and Monday nights.
We dropped 50 years of history.
You know what's so crazy? You know what? I'm gonna say crazy, but you know what's so sad about that game? When this is the body language, you got to know how to read body language. When the clock hit 0, when he kicked that field goal, you can see the Bucs' entire sideline, all the players, the coaching staff, they just put their heads down.
Yep.
They would. It was almost like they was like, I'm ready for the season to end now.
No, they're like, oh, young Hoakuza in there. Damn, yeah, I forgot he got.
That's why I say that was the worst game, because it took everything for them to try to win that game, and they still didn't win.
Hold on. There's another aspect. 19 flags.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
19 flags.
And the Falcons had 19 flags on them, dog. 19.
And Bowles turned down a few more. Bro, you supposed to win that game.
19 flags.
22 flags.
And they booed Todd Bowles.
We did. No, I was part of it. I booed so loud.
Yeah, that was fresh cow manure that
Todd
night.
Bowles. I was there. I'm telling you, it was a scene like no other.
Yeah, I was there too. I booed him. I was one of them.
I tell people all the time, go to these games. Go to the game.
Yeah, when you go to the games, it's different. It
hit different. It hit different because
it does.
Remember, as you watch this game transpire, you looking at the game like even the win probability was like it had us at like 90% or 95%. How in the hell in the last 6 minutes you lose that game? Even the models don't even project you to lose that game.
No.
AI was like, oh, they
I'm
got
gonna answer that question. Atlanta came in with the mentality saying, if we don't go, you don't go.
and also they played hard for Raheem Morris that night. They played hard.
But let's be real.
Raheem wanted that game more than anything.
But be real though,
That game
Bucko.
meant more to Raheem to beat us
Yep.
When
than
does any other
anything else.
team in this
And
division
he
don't
still
though?
get fired.
But when does any other team in this division, like, when do they not play harder than us? When have you seen us lay wood on somebody? Special
No,
teams.
but I'm saying more problem. But that particular game, you got
It meant more to Raheem.
you've been to the games.
Yeah.
That particular game meant a lot because remember the setup, right? The setup. It was like it was given to you on a silver platter. Atlanta's not a good team.
Kirk Cousins playing now.
He's not
Remember
playing
what
good.
he did last
19
year.
flags.
Everything's
is going your way. And halfway through the fourth quarter, you fall apart. You get outscored 15-0.
What he yelling to the camera? Call that.
Call that.
So we got two hashtags. You like that and call that.
That was so embarrassing. Like Grizzlo said,
you ain't lying,
they were
man.
booing Todd Bowles and they were saying fire Bowles, toilet Bowles, all this stuff. I mean, disrespectful too.
So I heard it, and that's I heard it to the point where I said, "Damn, that shit coming through the TV, bro, that loud." And that's not even our field. That's not even our field.
It was sad when the Atlanta Falcons players was going into the locker room, looking into the camera, saying,
"Yep, I saw that.
Beat who? Who was gonna beat who?
Yeah.
Who was gonna beat who?" I said,
And at that moment, I realized,
bro, and they turned over the ball like so much, or like they just lost the ball. Like what, 2-3 fumbles
after the
that
game
game
when they
too?
was going into the locker room.
No, I know, but I'm saying during that game. I'm saying during that game, there was like 2-3 fumbles that they.
Yeah, that was
messed up.
Backbreaker.
And that was a weird call, even on that one right there. I know which one you were talking about, because they said they couldn't determine who had the ball at the bottom, so they gave the ball back to Atlanta. I'm like, I've never seen a call like that before.
Things like that told me when I rewatched that game several times. By the way, and Mopar Buck said this: they wanted it more.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Golden State in the third quarter. They make a run, and the Bucks had no answer.
Mm-hmm.
So in Todd Bowles' final interview, he said he ain't worried about the fans. I saw Todd Bowles walk in the tunnel, and he looked at the fans, and all he could do is drop his head. I watched him. So there's no way in hell he could sit here and say,
"No, they already reported on him in the locker room." Yeah, it's been multiple times this year. They said the boy looked like somebody stole his whole bank account. Like remember before the game was over with, the Zane Gonzalez, the kicker that was the former Commanders kicker who beat us in the playoffs with the Commanders. Before that kick, the stadium was like, we're still rocking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We like, oh, he gonna miss it anyway. It's the Falcons. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when he kicked that ball, and that thing went in, when that thing still went in, you can hear the stadium.
Died. Stadium died.
They literally died.
Bro, even on that fourth and like what 13, bro, that when they converted that, oh my god.
Died.
I
could not believe it. I was like, what just happened?
I couldn't believe it either. I'm sitting in awe.
Adrenaline rush, like when your body kind of feels a certain way. It's like you getting like, oh my gosh, like nervous, like, oh, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
My body was so tense watching that kick. I was like, he's gonna make
it. I'll tell you, Bucko. But when I had to come down, I came down.
but that's the problem. Why do we have to keep finding new inventive ways to lose football games? We're just adding to the new legendary ways of losing.
Franchise record for flags against the Falcons.
Like this, that almost.
The Falcons?
No, that was their most flags in the game.
Oh yeah. Obviously, it broke a record.
It broke a record.
It broke a record.
And guess what? It broke our original record.
The Raiders in 2016, the Raiders had I think like 16 or 17. The Falcons beat that by 2.
But that was on us. That was the Raiders versus.
Yeah, it was the Raiders game. Yeah, exactly.
Damn, that Falcons game was the moment when I realized Lavonte David is going to be his last year because he was the very last player to walk off the field.
Yep, he absolutely was.
Yeah, he was. Yep.
He absolutely was.
Mike Evans was the first. He was the last.
No, a lot of us fans talk like fans like they go just leave, right? It didn't go down like that. Like we were still trying to figure this out. Like talking to each other.
No, people were sitting in their seats for a minute. Like, what the hell?
Like we were talking, like even outside the stadium, like you could just hear the rumblings. Like, what just happened? Did we really just lose on Amazon Prime Time Thursday night?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
That was the most embarrassing loss I've seen since. Let me see.
The Houston Texans, CJ Stroud, and
the 38-3 game against the Saints.
Yeah, no, that game was bad.
His name that would not be called. That was a safety and got stiffed on by that Steelers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we ain't seen him since.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say, I think the 38-3 game was terrible.
No, it was really bad.
That was prime time too, by the way.
I was lucky that it was COVID and I didn't go.
That Houston game was pretty bad with CJ Stroud going 98.
Yeah, that was bad too.
Man.
That was bad.
That he did that in under a minute. I'm talking about walk-off
98 yards, walk-off touchdown.
That's the thing. Think about it. Like our worst losses, like in this Bulls like regime, is either when the offense that is trying to score against us starts out like they're way back territory, they go all the way down and score. When you got like that 4th and 13, you're just
we can't forget about the Colts game now.
Oh Lord.
No.
I mean that one's still gonna rank high of all time. You want worse than that.
35-14.
The Rams playoff game with us in the playoff game.
That was just a busted coverage. That was just a busted coverage, bad play.
It was a heartbreaker though.
Yeah, I know, but that Colts game.
That Colts game was terrible.
It's on the documentary.
Oh yeah. Somebody just said this. The Falcons was the first team in the NFL history to win a game with the most flags.
That's crazy.
What's happening to us?
We break records for all the wrong reason every single time.
Yeah, we break. Yeah, Ty Ball.
We had the most heartbreaking games, and then when you got to go to work against the football tribunal, when you get to work, they just shake your head. Come on, stand up here. You stand your day in court.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
About that Falcons game, I have to go back to that game last year. I literally watched that game like over 10 times.
I bet you know how many steps Vidor took in that last drive.
The full version and the condensed version. I was just trying to understand. That Falcons game.
Hold on, didn't this game they beat us with Kyle Pitts? Right, he hadn't done nothing. Yeah, they beat us with one guy.
That's Kyle Pitts' contract breakout game.
Yeah, because of us, he's getting an extension.
Yep.
But you got to look at
and then the following week he does nothing.
Nothing.
Yep. Hey yo, just how the Falcons fans were disrespecting the Bucs in the stadium, bro. That shit was crazy. Like they were doing what kind of dance was they doing?
Oh yeah, I saw that. They
were doing the Dirty Bird.
They doing the Dirty Bird on? I got to go to the game next year.
Matter of fact, let me jump into that real quick.
I can't have that.
Let me jump into that real quick. And I brought this up a few videos ago about having a yearly kind of like Buckles Locker meet and greet at a game in Tampa every year.
Okay.
And I got to start talking about that in the off season. And hopefully by May, I can kind of get a head count. Like when the schedule comes out and we'll pick a game, a divisional game, more than likely the Saints or the Falcons, that we meet once a year. And we have like a tailgate or meet and greet, whether you want to tailgate on the outside and watch the game, or whoever wants to come inside and watch the game. And also, when it comes to the tickets, stadium club access. Everybody money ain't the same, but I'm just saying I like stadium club access, the Hyundai Club stadium club access. But I want to do that once a year and kind of make it a yearly thing.
The East Club is better, yo.
It's better.
Get there, East Club.
Right. So in general, in a nutshell, either way, I just want to kind of make it a yearly thing, whether we get game day or the day before, we kind of like, meet up. And,
I like the tailgate idea. That way everybody can at least
got one area to kind of conjugate right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I kind of want to do a Buckles like a yearly tailgate, game. Like we get there early, we tailgate, and whoever got tickets to go in the game, you go in. If you don't got tickets, just hang out right there. We coming back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go live. Do a whole video setup. You know what I'm saying? Have a TV out there. I just kind of want to do the whole thing, but I want to make it a yearly thing. And I'm just trying to start collecting like information, like who's really down for it, like who's gonna show up and just hang out.
You get a picture of all of us. You can make that the banner.
And I was thinking about, and this is gonna be kind of, we'll see how this works, but get a suite. I'm working on that, but we'll figure that out.
I'll bring my championship belt, guys. I got a championship belt.
But I want to eventually get a suite for, and a suite can hold, I think when you get a suite, it's like, I think 14, 15, 20 people, whatever.
Yes, sir.
It's something like that. And I get a suite and then 20 people, come on in. You know what I'm saying? We in the suite watching the game. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
but these are things that I want to do every year.
I got an idea and I want to throw it at you.
Mm-hmm.
What about a draft day party? Because it ain't nothing in here like going on in Tampa during draft day. Unless you go.
I think about that too because I have to book the tickets. Well, once we get the draft, when is the draft anyway? April what?
Around 21st. Is it 21st?
Once I get the actual date, I can kind of see how the tickets look and all that. And if I do it, we can do something like that too. You know what I'm saying?
I can look at venues down here. I mean, I know a couple of us stay down here in Tampa.
Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to do like, as far as like the regular season game, every year I just want to get together for one game and we just have a good time. You know what I'm saying? And I was talking about this with my old lady, you know what I'm saying? And, I'll maybe rent out a house close to the stadium, you know what I'm saying? Like things like that. So these are a lot of ideas that I'm coming up with, trying to just basically take it to the next level, kind of like start doing it every year for the next 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
I'm down. Just let me know when.
I'm down. I'm good with it.
So I mean, I know
make sure it's Sal there. I got to meet Sal in person at least once.
A lot of people stay in Tampa.
Oh yeah, me and Sal gonna hit the Dallas game because I see we play Dallas at the stadium. So
I know a lot of people stay in Tampa, so I'm pretty sure doing something like that, people will show up. I mean, if I get 20 people, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like 10 people is cool for me. But
the tailgate thing for sure. Like me and you before the game, even if we don't sit together, that's dope. That's dope.
Like that'll be cool. Whoever shows up, and eventually it'll get bigger. Obviously, that's the goal. You know what I'm saying? And to the point where we got a whole big section on the parking lot, VIP parking, obviously. Mm-hmm. And we got the whole thing blocked off with 60, 70, 80 people, 100 people, eventually 200 people, you know what I'm saying? We just having a good old time. And it's a yearly thing. They know who we are. That's what we're do right there.
You need to get them Bucco's locker room t-shirts.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about a lot of things. Like even like when I do every year, like giveaways, you know what I'm saying? Like some, surprise, prizes to give away to, subscribers and things like that. So these are all ideas in 2026. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So, but it'll be pretty dope to do that. And I'm going to do it. I just want to, it'll take time. Got to build on it every year. You got to build on it and build on it and build. But these are the things that I'm looking forward to doing moving forward, 2026 moving forward. Just every year build on something, do something different. Like still the same foundation, do the tailgate, but just do some things. One year get a suite, one year get a house right by the stadium.
I'm gonna tell you, I went to the stadium for the draft party and it sucked, man.
I went that.
Oh man,
I get it. But I think I want to make sure when I do it, I want to have a great time. Like, and whoever wants to chip in as far as trying to get things, because I don't live down there, obviously, right? So they kind of like help me kind of like do the logistics and all that stuff, and the stadium parking and VIP park, because it's gonna be right outside the stadium. I don't want to do away from the stadium, not too far from the stadium.
Well, so, I work at the stadium, so therefore, I can help out with parking and get the parking and stuff like that.
Oh, see, look at that. We already getting. So I'm gonna talk about this quite a bit in the off season. So these are the things that I'm going. Like I said, the videos won't not be like doormat for like 45 days. I'm gonna be talking about this, throughout the off season because I kind of want to get things ready. I want to have things ready by training camp, like the game picked out.
Can we kind of agree on maybe doing two of them, like do a jump off for a preseason game?
Could be a possibility. Yeah, that could be a possibility, like a preseason, like a warm up type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring for a preseason game.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, we'll look into all that. Like, anybody got any inputs, ideas, help? You know what I'm saying? Like, because all help will need it because I can't do it by myself, obviously. But just ideas. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just throwing some foundational pieces out and build from there. Because the first year, I want the first year to kind of be like the intro to the tailgate thing. Buckles like a tailgate. Kind of like just introduction. Nothing too crazy, but make sure we get that spot out there at the VIP parking outside the stadium or across the street from the stadium. Make sure we get that first and build from there. Food, we gotta have a TV out there, the big old, the big TV out there, and whoever, do I need to go buy one? You know what I'm saying? Go get like a 70-inch TV. They cheap anyway, and get a stand, and roll it on out there with the truck, we'll figure all that out. But I kind of want to have that nice little tailgate set up, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we might be.
Man, we better win that game. That's almost there.
We might be the only ones there. It looked like some people online talking about boycotting, saying that if they can get half the stadium not showing up this season, it'll be a total of $15 million loss in revenue.
What I do know, just on this conversation and reading the chat, there's some folks that's cool with it. Like they you know what I'm saying? I'm with it. I'm down. You know what I'm saying? Which is good to hear.
That means the ticket price is gonna be cheaper.
Yeah, like so the goal, the objective is to build a community, a yearly function to look forward to. Like basically every year you're gonna look forward to having a tailgate party.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I'll be
with it.
And this can go on. Obviously, it'll go on for years. You know what I'm saying? So we'll watch each other grow basically from 2026. All the way until whatever. But it'll be an every year thing. Every year we're gonna do this.
And whatever you need down here, I know we got a couple brothers that down here to help you.
Oh, for sure. And that's good to hear that too, man. Because I know a lot of y'all been following me for a long time, and I've just been thinking about this for a long time. And to do something like that, I think it'll be pretty dope. Every year to do it, like every year, you just know we're gonna have a big tailgate party every year. Rain, sleet, or snow. Well, it don't snow, but every year. Every year. And I'm gonna make sure everybody know in advance. I'm gonna make sure everybody know in advance so they can get their plans together. I'll make sure everybody know the game that we're gonna do it to. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's gonna get a last minute, we're doing this game. No, you're gonna know when the schedule comes out in May 2026, you're gonna know this is the game we're going to.
And you want to do a division game? Like you want to do a division game?
Well, most of them will be division game because it makes more sense.
When do usually preseason starts though? Preseason start like the beginning of August or the middle of August?
I think middle.
It's in the middle.
Middle beginning.
So what we say in the middle is like
the Hall of Fame game is early August.
Yeah.
The Hall of Fame game.
I say like the 10th ish. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah. So once like I said, once I get the schedule and it comes out May 2026. So that's my birthday month. So once I get that out, I'm gonna have a big video and say, hey, this is the game I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And some years we'll do like those, bigger games, those those big time games, those like prime times. We'll figure all that out. But the first year, it will be a divisional rival. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Probably the Saints or the Falcons. Falcons probably be better, easier. And we do that. We kick it off the first annual Buckles Locker Tailgate, annual party, and we rock from there. Food, drinks, grill, whoever, we'll figure all that out. But this is just the beginning part of it. So stay tuned for more information on that. I'm looking forward to that and doing that every year for everybody to come out and have a good time.
I'm just praying there's something to cheer for around that time.
It don't matter. We just gonna be out there having a good time. Trust me.
Yeah.
People gonna know. Them folks over there, whoever they are, I want to go with them. I'm gonna go with them.
Yep. Like we rocked out in Dallas. Bucko's good company. We rocked out in Dallas, bro.
We're gonna do music, Florida music, obviously. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, we will be juking.
Yeah, we ain't doing none of that extra. We doing all Florida music, so everybody everybody gonna know who is them over there.
Yep. You going home with a
I want to go join that. I want to go join that. They leave. They tailgates come over here.
We're gonna send y'all. All y'all out of towners sending you home with a Cuban and the Jam Pony mixtape.
Yeah. On the menu will be Cuban sandwiches.
And devil crabs.
Yeah, some Cubans out there.
If we
devil
even
crabs,
talk about doing
peanuts.
August, I got to come to Tampa Bay August anyway.
Yeah. You know, we can get some Polar Cup out there. You know what I'm saying?
Pineapple Fagos.
You know what I'm saying? Polar Cup, Tahiti treats, the juicy.
Hey,
Boiled
peanuts a serious thing down here, bro.
I know.
I got a peanut lady on deck in Brandon. Trust me.
Brandon.
All I gotta do is call her. She's in Brandon and they Moses. Trust me.
Hey, you remember the 18?
Brandon.
Y'all got the spicy ball peanuts down there?
Yes, sir. Boy, she put neck bones in them. All that. Yes, sir.
The old 18 slogan. I love it when a plan comes together. You know. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be real Tampa. You know what I'm saying? And you know, hopefully, you know, it'll start out. You know, all these things they all start out small. You know what I'm saying? And they just grow. Yeah. Just got to be consistent.
They got some crazy boiled peanuts too in Plant City off of 60.
Hey, Rod. That's Rod's Peanuts. They got the little green truck. I know the wife does.
Yeah.
She doing with pineapple, sweet, spicy, whatever you want, bro.
Ooh. I ain't never heard of like that now.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, she
remember now. I want you to know this too. Now, remember when we do our first annual, I'm all about memories and moments. So you'll never forget the first one, right?
No, I'm 100% now.
Right after that first one, you know, a couple years from now, you're gonna turn around and say, "I remember we started out with 10, 20 people. Now it's 150."
You got to take pictures.
Oh yeah, we got to flick it up. Got to.
Oh, we're gonna have. I want a cameraman out there.
Oh yeah.
I want to record all that. I want to record, you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I get all those
minutes. Because you can make that in a montage and everything.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, y'all gonna see, man. Like, I got some ideas, man. And that's one of the ideas. And like I said, one of those years, I'm going to do it big. Get a suite.
Yeah, we got to get a group picture, too, especially for the first one, 100%.
Yeah, it might be, you know what's crazy? It might be a crazy turnout. It might be
I know.
Right away off the top. Like, first one, 200 people. I don't know. But, you know, that'd be dope. Like, look, people are already saying, like, and it's just like, you know, small audience, but once the one, and then people know people, you know, you're gonna tell other people, hey, my buddy coming down Tampa, he got a big old party, you know, I'm gonna bring my friend. Cool, bring whoever.
Do we need some bodyguards? My cousins stay in the Springs. My cousins stay in the Springs, man. So I get my cousins, man, when I come back home.
Peace, right, to keep the peace. You know?
Yeah, man.
But I think it's gonna be all love. I don't think we're gonna have that type of audience.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Yeah, no, you gotta be careful. Baker bro gonna try and jump you, Bucko.
I hope not. You get baby yoke right there in the parking lot.
Yeah, but and I would say this though, when it comes to that extra stuff. Now, a lot of y'all haven't met me in person, but I don't play that game, and I'm not doing all that talking. I don't do all that. I'm not doing all that. I'm gonna come get you. You know, Uber app.
Oh yeah,
Uber app.
You know. So.
Yeah, we're gonna play. Yeah, we're gonna play Jam Pony Children's Story.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a great time, man. The food gonna be good, the music gonna be good. You know, cameraman, we're gonna take pictures, videos, and then I want to do a live stream of
Rocky Ride, Slick Rick, all that.
You know, a live stream of Bucko's Locker, like literally live streaming right there.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope. They're gonna be dope.
Have a little table set up, the little microphones. You know what I'm saying, and you know. And everybody come on, you know what I'm saying? You know, like, what's up? You know, so everybody can see, like, oh, these mother, like, okay, like, dang, they really doing a live stream.
Hey, that'd be dope. But you need T-shirt with Bucko's Locker up there, so yeah. I mean, we can expand the channel.
Yeah, I'm working on a lot of things. Like, I'm in the background because this is a good off season to kind of do it. You know what I'm saying? So I've been thinking about it for a couple of years, but it was like, things. You know,
yeah, if the Bucs ain't gonna upgrade and change things, we gonna change things.
I ain't gonna lie, Bucko. You get them shirts, you can get about 400 them things pressed up in no time.
Yeah, they're easy to press out. You know what I'm saying? Like, people ask me, like, you got a logo? I'm like, yeah, I got a couple in mind, but I just never put it out. But it'll come in time, you know what I'm saying? Like this year,
definitely get the hashtags on the shirts too. Oh my god,
yeah, definitely on the list of hashtags, right? The list of on the back, right on the back, you know.
Hashtag.
Yeah, and then you got your own custom hashtag. You have your own custom hashtags and all that stuff like that. So
hashtag we can't let one walls turn into two. That's gonna be mine.
Oh, somebody said they got a boy that make T-shirts. See, you know,
damn! Look at that. You got connections all in the chat. Everything you need, someone in the chat can get it to you.
There you go. Bucs Life 52.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, because like I said, like, yeah, I'm gonna need help obviously because you know it's not a one man band. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all been with me for a long time, so it's like, hey, let's make this a yearly thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. You just know every year. You just know that we gonna have a good time once a year.
That'll work. That'll work. That'll work.
And Bucko can get to Tampa fast now.
Yeah, sure can. I sure can. I like
What was that? What was that? Mopar said, I thought you got to Tampa a little bit too fast from where you're supposed to.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I drive a lot, bro. And he the fact it was even an option, I knew he was closer than what he was saying.
I like to fly. I like to fly. You know what I'm saying? But that drive was easy. That drive was easy.
You know what's crazy?
I know, right? Isn't it like a straight shot?
Yeah,
pretty much.
75, straight down.
Yeah.
I was doing the drive from Dallas to Tampa every year because I go every 4th of July anyway. But I said I can't do it no more. That's 16 hours, bro.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, I'll be coming back with the sandwich and the peanuts, bro. I just said, for real.
That's what gets them there.
The reason why I didn't say nothing, I was like, well, let me just drive down there, and nobody said nothing in the chat, but I figured somebody would catch on. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the?
I really didn't put 2 and 2 together. Like maybe he just wanted. I don't know.
You're like, yeah, wait a minute, he driving down there? Like, you got down there already? Like, what's going on with?
You coming from New Orleans to Tampa?
Nah, I knew something was going on anyway. Cousin got a little light skinned a little bit on the screen a little bit, so I knew it was love in there.
Well, I driving from Atlanta Metro to Tampa is literally just a walk in the park.
Well, if you follow the pattern, in 5 years he'll be in Charlotte.
I'm not crossing the Mason-Dixon line. I'll tell you that much.
To the chat, the peanuts is Rod's peanuts. You can pull up on social media.
I don't think I'm going to Charlotte. I'll tell you that much.
Nah.
Charlotte's a good city.
Charlotte's doing mean tailgate for them Panther fans down there. I got a partner of mine who got season tickets, and he just showed us a nice video of them how they outside the stadium. They got a nice tailgate part. Look.
Yeah, but they not big on Popeyes. They like Bojangles.
Bojangles.
I'm cool on that, man. I ain't no Bojangle eating dude.
Yeah, I love the tailgate though. I just
the same thing.
Yeah, I like Barbecue King on Main Street. I'm into that. You know what I'm saying?
I love the tailgate and stuff at Ray J, but man, I just wish it wasn't so hard to get out of when the game's over.
Yes, where we're gonna be at, we're gonna have easy access.
No. Let me tell you, that Atlanta game, we were in the VIP, so like we were right up in the stadium, bro. I could get out of the parking lot for an hour.
Oh man, we was right across the street from that.
Oh,
yeah, I was on the north side, like right in front of the, I think it was the A, like the left side where like you go up, like literally right there, like in the VIP. It took me an hour to get out of there.
Usually, like if you go to the Atlanta Stadium, we
you
get on the
screenshotting this Bucko. You got some
tags
with the shirts
ride the train back to it.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I tell you, anybody who ain't never been to the stadium, eat as much as you can before you go in there, because
that's all on the tailgate.
Crazy.
That's
food. Yeah, food gonna cost you. Yeah, you gonna. Hey,
food there too insane.
No, don't worry. I mean, the food, as far as our food, we're gonna have plenty of food. We're gonna
Bojangles gonna be hitting, bro.
You will. There will be fruit out there too. I'm. This is me. It's gonna be some seafood out there. So.
For sure. Make sure y'all boys stay hydrated, especially if it's a 1:00 game, because that thing.
Hey, Bucko, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest change when you come back to Tampa? Like when you come back, what's the biggest change that you see when you come back to Tampa?
I don't know yet. I haven't looked at my travel schedule. I got a couple things coming up.
I'll tell you. West Tampa is gone.
But being that I'm close, I'll probably be down there a lot more than I usually be.
Right.
It's literally a 55-minute flight. And a 5-hour drive. So I'll be down there a lot more than I usually be.
By the time you sit your butt down, you're already down there.
I don't know when exactly. But once I get my travel schedule together, in between me getting my daughter and all that, I'll figure all that out. So
yeah, they turned West Tampa projects into high rises, bro.
Yeah, I seen that.
Called West River. My whole little hood gone. And then I seen the flea market is apartments now too. The drive-in movie theater. I said,
even the drive-in movie's gone too.
I said, cause that's the flea market, bro. In the daytime, I said,
yeah, but closing remarks on and we'll talk about. Like I said, I'm making another video when we have the press conference with Todd Bowles, and when we get the confirmation on what they're gonna do. Then I'll make a video for that. Then I'll make a video for free agency. But every video for moving forward, I'm always gonna bring this up. as far as the tailgate. I'm gonna keep
He
bringing it
said
up.
5 hours. How fast he driving?
5.5 hours. Dang, man. 5.5, 5.5, 5 hours.
Bucko's pushing it, ain't he? Yeah, on the cool.
5 hours and 45 minutes. Jeez. Like,
Good saving, big minutes.
Hey, I'll go first. I'll go first on the closing remarks. I do want to say though that I really do think I don't like Adam Schefter, Ian, they can report all they want. I really don't think we know what the Glazers are actually like going to do or what they're thinking. Like we really don't. They're one of the few owners that's like, dang, someone get out of the car or something. They're one of the few like owners that like really does like keep it private for the most part. Like you really don't know like what they're gonna do, like what's going on. So like you said, we gotta wait and see later in the week if Bull's really gone or not. I mean, the way he was talking, maybe he was like gonna stay, but it's at the same time, it's like especially with the locker room comments, I'm sure the Glazers are thinking like a little bit, and I'm sure the Bucs fans are playing about the season tickets or stuff like that either. If Bulls is retained because we already know what we're getting. Why am I gonna pay to go there when we already see what's coming? But yeah, like. Season could have been better, but we kind of knew we were getting like with the pattern and stuff. But hopefully the Glazers make the right choice and don't get left behind with all these coaches coming in different areas. I mean, but like I said, Adam Schefter thought Raheem was safe. Look at where Raheem is now, so we just got to give it time and see where it goes. But that's pretty much all I got.
I'm gonna jump up. I gotta jump handle something, but I'm a piggyback off him. Typically, they do move the needle when it come down to the coaches. If it's going to be that dramatic, and we know they like to wait. But the other problem is if there is no one out, that is going to be a big part of the consideration. So even though Bowles and company underachieved, still got to have the right person to replace them with. And if it's not, then at the end of the day, you're going to see them again. So gotta think about it from a reality standpoint. As far as Jason Light, firing Jason Light, that shouldn't even be a conversation. They're not wiping the whole slate clean.
No, they're not doing that.
They're not going to culture shock the whole franchise and fan base like that. So that's it. I mean, as far as the season, we are what the records say we are. We're tied with 3 other teams in the division, and there's work to do. Point blank. Period. So. That's it for me. Y'all take it easy. I'll listen on the back end.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
I'm gonna say it this way. Season's over with. Only thing we can look forward to is hopefully they're moving in the right direction. And hopefully if Todd Bowles stays, he make the necessary changes he need to go ahead and make. Because I hate to say it, it's either gonna be playoffs or you gone. There's no excuses next year if he stays. The excuse card is done.
That's true. We at a point now, it's like point of no return. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you joining the live stream, man. Final 2025 video. It's been great talking with you guys, man. Oh yeah, we got a couple more people still want to say something, right? Closing remarks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it out by saying I think this should be a package deal. Like if Bowles can't get it done and Jason Light, it should be a package deal. They both should be gone if they can't get it together. If they decide to go that route. But I just want to see him. If they do keep him, I want to see them keep it basically in a nutshell accountable. No more excuses on miscommunications and all this other stuff I've been hearing from him. I'm just want to see different in his coaching style.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we just got to see by the end of the week.
Right.
And next, talking to everybody. Sorry about that little mishap earlier. My wife was calling.
Oh, you good, man.
But I hope everybody have a prosperous New Year's, man, and all the blessings in the world to y'all.
Oh, for sure, man. I appreciate it, man. That's all love right there. Shout out to you, man. And like I said, we'll be back at it again later this week, though. But it'll be 2026 conversation. So
Okay.
shout out to you, man.
I'm gonna keep mine real short and sweet. I just pray that Tabo's eureka moment means get some damn pass rushers. But I ain't got nothing else to say outside of that.
Facts. Jesus. I'm so sick of that, man. 7 years of doing this, man. So sick of the pass rush, man. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Who we got next? We got Brian Left and Mr. Buck Everything. Closing remarks?
Oh, I already made mine.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry about
I
that.
already went too.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll close it out. I appreciate you fellas for joining the live stream, Locker Room Talk. We'll be back again later this week with the Todd Bowles decision by the Glazers. So stay tuned. Come back for that. All right, fellas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Shout out to all the Powers and Sea Bandits. Yeah, it's been fun. 2025 is officially closed. We're on to 2026. I want to give everybody a special shout out. All the Powers and Sea Bandits, y'all been good to me. I've been, been enjoying y'all company all of 2025. It's been rough, but we got through it. And I'm highly appreciative of the support I've been getting over the years, especially this year. I haven't been doing a lot of videos last year. 2026, there will be some new things going on as we talked about it, and I'll keep talking about it. But I really appreciate the 2025 support. Channel kind of increased. Probably need to put more time into the channel, but I don't know. We'll see. But keep their head up. It was a great conversation amongst the Pirates Sea Bandits. No crazy stuff was happening. Everybody was pleasant, respectful, and give everybody a round of applause. It's kind of one of those one more time, a round of applause. I know a lot of us Bucs fans expect better, and I got some great Powers and Sea Bandits that gives great insight and a great aspect to the team. I appreciate everybody, input, respectfully, whether we agree to disagree, nothing personal. And I look forward to seeing you guys again later this week when the Glazers make the decision on Todd Bowles. And then from there, we off and running with the free agency and draft talk and all that good stuff and all 2026 conversation. So we got to put this to end, and we can reference 2025, but we got to move forward now. We can't look back. We can reference like we always do 2020 and all. We can reference these seasons, but once we close the door, we can't spend a lot of time on 2025. You know what I'm saying? So stay tuned for more videos and more locker room talk for the rest of the month, pretty much. And in February, we'll probably be quiet. Everybody kind of got to reset a little bit. And then we pick back up in March with the draft, combine, and all that good stuff like that in the draft. We'll see. But this season has been fun as a channel. As a Bucs fan, a little disappointed that we didn't win the NFC South, and we discussed that for over 5 hours. But it's not all bad, folks. It's not all bad. We just got to make some changes. With that being said, Happy New Year to everybody. Happy 2026. Fire those cannons. Seize the day. Raise the flag. Hashtag. What are we doing? Hashtag it is what it is. Hashtag facts over feelings. Hashtag why. Hashtag what is this? Hashtag trenches matter. Hashtag reality over hope. Hashtag possibility over probability this time. Hashtag don't get mad at me. I don't play the game. I just talk about it. Hashtag trenches matter. Buckles like signing out. Closing the book on 2025. So grateful, so humble. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I'll see y'all soon.